is during the next 3 or 4 months, and, if we allow these purchases to go elsewhere, we will have neglected our foreign trade at the time of our greatest need and greatest opportunity. 37 Once the shock of the war's outbreak wore off, and once it became apparent that this conflict was not like 19th century wars, Bryan's ban posed very real dangers to the American economy. As the pressure mounted, moreover, it became easier to believe that a halfway course was possible. The banker did not need to remind Lansing that the war had come at the worst possible moment for the United States, still a multibillion-dollar debtor relying upon annual cotton crop exports to help redress the balance of payments. Aside from that perennial August crisis, the national economy was in the doldrums in the summer of 1914. Lansing rephrased the banker's argument in a note to the president, and Bryan's ban was rescinded so far as short-term credits were concerned. Even so, Wilson remained uneasy about it and refused to publicize the change in writing. A few months later a new crisis arose when it became clear that such credits would no longer suffice, and the ban was loosened. Still more to permit long-range financing. Even that proved insufficient. Told Wilson that the ban had to be cast aside or it would choke the American economy. Our prosperity is dependent on our continued and enlarged foreign trade. To preserve that we must do everything we can to assist our customers to buy. 38 McAdoo wanted the president to allow the Allies to float a public subscription loan of $500 million. Again Wilson acquiesced, but again he insisted that the decision not be announced publicly. By the time America entered the war, private loans to the Allies totaled nearly $2 billion, but that figure represented only the tip of the iceberg of America's economic stake in the war and its outcome. Early revisionist writers made the munitions makers the villains in their tale of the nations. Lost neutrality. Well-publicized congressional investigations into their activities on behalf of the Allies impressed the legislators and President Franklin D. Roosevelt, leading to the Neutrality Acts of the mid-1930s. But the opening statement to the investigating committee by J.P. Morgan and Company was much more to the point. To whatever extent, if any, the so-called economic tie-up with the Allies was a war cause, such tie-up applied not to any single groups, be they industrial, agricultural, or banking, but to the whole country, which had shared in the prosperity due to the Allies' enormous purchases here of wheat, cotton, munitions, and other supplies. 39 The pertinent question on this issue concerns why the administration failed to insist upon Allied respect for equal rights to send these same goods to the Central Powers. An answer involves one at once in the dilemma of a nation pursuing contradictory economic and political policies on several levels at the same time. In this case, the United States desired the profits of war trade but refused to accept any consequences of the risks its citizens were taking in entering the war zone. In order to resolve this dilemma, the United States contended that submarine warfare was morally objectionable, but the Allied blockade was not. This was always backed up with the further contention that if the powers practicing submarine warfare won the war, worse things would follow. Submarine warfare was part of the German threat. It was an indication of German inhumanity. In its parts and taken whole, the German cause was immoral and dangerous to everyone else in the world. Secretary Bryan would not swallow such logic. He held no brief for German militarism, or British navalism. He did believe that Wilson's course in the Lusitania crisis drew hair-splitting differences between the Allies and the Central Powers. He had been concerned that the February 4, 1915, announcement from Berlin that henceforth the waters around Great Britain and Ireland would be considered a submarine war zone would set the stage for a German-American confrontation, especially after Washington replied that it would be constrained to hold the Imperial German government to a strict accountability for whatever happened. The warning initiated a series of diplomatic notes on submarine warfare that contrasted sharply to State Department messages on British blockade procedures. Short and emphatic, the submarine notes were purposely designed to force immediate replies rather than to bring into play the processes of diplomacy. Lansing wrote in his war memoirs that he deliberately adopted this practice as part of his own efforts to force a crisis on the submarine issue. It was not entirely clear from the American response to the submarine announcement whether Germany was to be held strictly accountable, not only for the safety of United States vessels, but also for the lives and property of Americans traveling on belligerent ships as well. Bryan was personally horrified at the thought that American tourists or businessmen could involve their country in a war with the Central Powers. Americans traveling back and forth through the war zones, he argued, should be warned of the dangers just as if they were preparing to venture out between the front lines of a battlefield. It was a good point, but not entirely convincing. Submarine warfare as announced by the Germans was unrestricted in two ways. First, unlike naval warfare carried out by surface vessels, submarines struck from the depths without any sort of warning against civilian vessels, and second, although the Germans had presently limited the areas named as war zones, nothing prevented them from revising and enlarging those areas as the exigencies of war demanded. Lansing built his arguments on those premises. To tolerate a single lawless act by a submarine would open the way to a general breakdown of international law. Disputes with Great Britain, he contended, concerned interpretation of neutrality laws, those with Germany, the law itself. The issue was joined when a German submarine sank the British liner Lusitania on May 7, 1915, with the loss of 128 Americans. In choosing Lansing's proposed wording to the German government, Wilson also accepted his reasoning that the time to warn Americans to stay clear of the war zone had already passed. To equivocate after the fact would be disastrous from every point of view. Rather than sign the strict accountability note, Bryan resigned, leaving the way open for Wilson to appoint Lansing Secretary of State. In Berlin, civilian officials persuaded the Kaiser that unrestricted submarine warfare was not yet worth the risk of a final break with the United States. The crisis abated, but nothing had been resolved. The German promise. 240. To abide by 19th-century rules of naval warfare, that is, warning of imminent attack and provision for crew and passenger safety, was hedged with a demand that the United States take an equally strong stand against the Allied blockade of neutral trade. When Germany decided to resume unrestricted submarine warfare in early 1917, it was clear that Berlin no longer believed American neutrality was worth risking defeat. The United States almost immediately broke off diplomatic relations, but in the final weeks before America went to war, President Wilson and his advisors reviewed all the factors and conditions that had brought the nation to this point. Wilson continued to be particularly concerned that, however intolerable neutrality had become, participation in the war would decrease his freedom of action in regard to developments in the Far East, where the Japanese threat resurrected recent memories of the Yellow Peril. On the other hand, there was the supposed German peril in the Western Hemisphere, especially in Mexico. The administration's inability to settle new issues raised by the Mexican Constitution of 1917 was exacerbated by the revelation of the Zimmermann Note, which seemed to promise German aid to Mexico in future conflicts with the United States. Then came the March Revolution in Russia, which removed an ideological embarrassment on the Allied side and gave substance to the claim that democracy was imperiled the world round. For nearly 2 years prior to his decision to ask Congress to declare war, the president had been deeply engaged in efforts to ensure that the world would be made safe for democracy after the war. His principal agent and advisor in these undertakings was Colonel House, who twice journeyed to the belligerent capitals in this quest. The colonel first believed that it might be possible to persuade both sides to accept Wilson's leadership at a second convention, which would meet concurrently with the peace conference at the end of the war. Such a proposal might even be the means of bringing the warring nations to the peace table. As House saw it, the belligerents could then discuss among themselves the purely local issues, whereas the second convention would concern itself with the overall peace structure. After some second thinking, House came to realize the unreality, impracticality of two such conventions, and thereafter spoke only of one. During his second trip, in the spring of 1916, House tried to convince the British that they should call for a peace convention, invite the Germans, and await the results. If the Germans refused to come or, having come, refused to accept Anglo-American terms for ending the war, then the United States would probably enter the war on the Allied side. British Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey responded to this plan by pointing out how difficult such an undertaking would be, how complex the interrelationships and obligations among the Allies had become, and, finally, how a progressive foreign policy 1900 to 1921 241. Wilson is received as Europe's savior. But the ordeal of peacemaking at Versailles left many of his hopes buried in the ashes of war. America could really assure itself a prominent place at the peace table only by declaring war. House countered that there remained one other alternative for the United States, to build a great army and navy that could command respect for its wishes from all the belligerents. These double entendre exchanges ended with Grey's initialing of a memorandum that committed him only to talk it over with the Allied governments. House continued to prod the Foreign Secretary until finally, in early May 1916, Grey could no longer put off a formal refusal. Upon receiving this word, House immediately wrote to the President, "An international situation can change as quickly as relationships between individuals, that is overnight. A situation may arise, if the Allies defeat Germany, where they may attempt to be dictatorial in Europe and elsewhere." He concluded darkly, "I can foresee trouble with them." 40. As if to dramatize the Colonel's prophecy, at this very moment first reports of the Paris Economic Conference of the Allies were reaching Washington. Even before the April 1916 meeting, American economic leaders were warning of an intense commercial battle after the war, especially if the conflict ended in a stalemate. They contended that America's ordeal by neutrality might not, therefore, come to an end even when the shooting stopped. In such a war after the war, the United States would sooner or later have to give up its traditional foreign policies and to join one side or another. Initial fears were more than doubled once spokesmen at the Paris Economic Conference made public formal resolutions calling for post-war preferential tariffs among the Allies and inter-Allied cooperation for government subsidies to new industries. In sum, a general repudiation of 19th-century economic liberalism. By extending these preferences and special relationships to include colonial areas, the Allies could lay the foundation for a world divided up into massive political and economic blocs. The Allied contention that they had acted only in response to Germany's announced Middle Europa plan only increased American concern about the post-war world. Secretary Lansing summarized American concerns in a June 23, 1916, letter to Wilson. "If these measures were put into operation," he said, "they would have very far-reaching effects on post-war commerce and trade throughout the world. Not only enemy countries, but neutrals as well would suffer. The resolutions would cause a serious if not critical situation for the nations outside the Union by creating unusual and artificial economic conditions." Lansing suggested that the United States could best counter this threat by calling for a conference of neutral states, since the best way to fight combination is by combination. 41. Wilson had before him House's warning about likely Allied post-war political policies and Lansing's letter on the Paris Economic Conference. He responded with a new definition of America's post-war aims, put forward clearly in several public speeches so that, even if the nation were forced to go to war because of submarine warfare, it would have already stated its peace terms. The most famous of these was the 14-point speech delivered on January 8, 1918, several months after America entered the war. It was, however, really only a detailed elaboration on general points made in various addresses since his June 1916 speech on the League to Enforce Peace. In that address Wilson first spoke of a covenant among nations. Within such a covenant, he wrote to Lansing in early 1917, there would be a mutual guarantee against such economic warfare as would in effect constitute an effort to throttle the industrial life of a nation or shut. Was the only answer the United States could give to the threat of a war after the war. Germany's resumption of unrestricted warfare forced the issue. But it is important to remember that the United States did not join the Allies. It defined itself as an associated power, one with its own set of war aims. After America entered the war, the French ambassador, in Lansing's words, began to importune the United States to adhere to the scheme of the Inter-Allied Economic Conference. As politely and gently as I could, the Secretary pointed out that, he felt that a serious mistake had been made and I was disposed to cure it rather than to make it worse. 43 American leaders went to war hoping that participation would cure many things that were wrong with the world. The ordeal of Versailles peacemaking. Nations great and small, old and new, brought their conflicting aspirations to the Versailles Peace Conference. A few delegations represented not governments at all, but people's movements against governments. One delegation claimed to represent a corporation, the Chinese Eastern Railway. But the defeated powers were not present at any of the deliberations until they were presented with the completed treaty. Also absent was Russia, whose government had been controlled by Lenin and his followers since November 1917. Each of the victors had complaints of one sort or another against Russia, which had abandoned the war and signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany. However, the new Soviet government's absence was not simply a punishment for that error, however grievous, but part of a conscious effort to isolate and to contain the Bolshevik movement. Unrest in Eastern and Central Europe already threatened a chain reaction throughout the continent that might bring the Red Menace into Germany and perhaps beyond. The answer, thought many American policymakers including Wilson, was to return production and distribution of necessities of life to near normal levels as soon as possible. They were vexed, for that reason, by the Anglo-French refusal to ease the blockade against the Central Powers until the treaty was signed, and disillusionment came early to the conference. Communist Russia was a specter which wandered into the peace conference almost daily, wrote one of the president's advisers, Herbert Hoover, adding, there was no unity among the Big Four on how to deal with it. 44. The Big Four. Brought together to write the peace, they succeeded only in patching up the old world system. Washington had been delighted by the initial success of the earlier March Revolution and had extended considerable sums of money to the provisional government during the summer of 1917, both to keep Russia in the war and to strengthen the hand of liberal forces against reactionary and revolutionary forces. Deeply disappointed by its failure, the president and his advisers sought solace in the thought that the Bolshevik government could not last. While it remained in power, however, Lenin's government might well do permanent damage to liberal democracy, possibly by bringing on a reactionary counter-revolution in some countries or by delaying a peace settlement. The Red Scare had already spread to the United States by the time of the Versailles Conference. In March 1919 the Supreme Court upheld the 10-year prison sentence of Socialist Party leader Eugene Debs, who had been arrested for a supposed violation of the Emergency Sedition Act. Wilson refused all appeals for amnesty based on the contention that the war was over, or on the argument that America did not imprison political dissidents. Whereas before the war, to take another example, Secretary of State Lansing saw German machinations behind every untoward events. In 1919 his nightmares were filled with rapacious Bolsheviks and anarchists determined to make the ignorant and incapable mass dominant in the world. Without doubt, the Red Scare limited Wilson's freedom of action at Versailles. The French and others soon discovered how deeply it cut into American sensibilities and made good use of it to further their ideas on dealing with the Germans. Although Wilson's advisers were unanimous in rejecting all proposals for large-scale military intervention against Lenin's regime, the inability to come to terms with the revolution put the president on the defensive with Lloyd George and Clemenceau. The independence of the United States was also compromised by participation in the Siberian intervention. Unpopular at home, the Allied occupation of Far Eastern Russia was repugnant to liberals in the American delegation at the Paris Peace Conference. Conservatives and liberals alike became increasingly troubled by the general direction of the peace conference. They had expected that a decent respect for the opinions of mankind, along with Wilson's personal leadership, would force the Allies to write a just peace pretty much according to American standards. When Wilson could not force the Japanese to give up Shantung or prevent the British and French from dividing up the Ottoman Empire into so-called protectorates and mandates or, most importantly, persuade the Allies to reduce their reparations claims, several American advisers turned against the whole effort. Criticism seemed to make Wilson more determined than ever to complete the covenant of the new League of Nations. He justified personal sacrifice and political compromise for the sake of the League, which, he replied to critics, provided not the best, but indeed the only way to correct whatever injustices were being done at Versailles. The ensuing debate in America over ratification of the peace treaty and the League is best understood, therefore, not as a simple struggle between isolationists and internationalists, but as a nationwide extension of the dialogue opened first between dissenters in Paris, and then by the President. The American debate has also sometimes been put down as a simple party issue between Republicans and Democrats. Such an interpretation fails to do justice to a key aspect of the American political system, the ability of the minority party to seize upon a public issue and make it a party question. Wilson's opponents charged that the president was vague and inconsistent about Article X of the League Covenant. Did it commit the United States to blind support of the status quo masked by high-flown language on collective security? Did it pit America against those nations? 246. Who had lost the war? Would future generations be called upon to fight for Japan's rights in Shantung? Sensing how widespread dissatisfaction with the Great Crusade had already become, Wilson undertook a cross-country tour in the late summer of 1919 to answer these charges. He was followed at each stop by Republican truth squads who presented the other side of the question, hammering hard on specifics within the treaty. In Helena, Montana, he reached back to the image and language of earlier writings, dating from the first few years of the century. America could not stand aloof from the world, he began. When he heard his opponents refute this, he was simply amazed, because America's ambition had been to connect herself with all the rest of the world commercially, and she is bankrupt unless she does. Although he did not like to express it that way, he continued, the rest of the world had become necessary to us. The nation had vastly expanded its production facilities during the war. They have got ready for a bigger business than they can do unless they have the world to do it in, and if they have not the world to do it in, there will be a recession of prosperity in this country, there will be unemployment, there will be bankruptcy in some cases. The giant is so big that he will burst his jacket. 45. He preferred to emphasize America's unique ability to use her productivity to feed and serve the world. It was perfectly possible, on the other hand, for the president's opponents to agree with such an analysis without also accepting the League of Nations, that is, Wilson simply could not make the League into an economic question. Had he been willing to compromise on certain points, the Senate would have ratified the treaty, for it was, as the president insisted, a serious thing to risk staying out of the general peace settlement. Near the end of the tour, Wilson suffered a physical breakdown that all but eliminated his meaningful participation in the remainder of the debate. In the aftermath of the League fight, American policymakers did the best they could to fashion ad hoc solutions to European problems, but on other questions they often simply went ahead with policies already decided upon. The effort to return to normalcy. When the war ended, the United States was the principal creditor nation in the world. Its future economic policies were just as important to other nations as its political decisions. At Versailles, the British had proposed that the United States government underwrite European recovery with a large public credit. Seeing the shadow of the 1916 economic conference behind this proposal, the president's economic advisers unanimously opposed it. They insisted that the only way economic recovery could begin was to return international finance to private channels as soon as possible. The president fully agreed with these advisers and implemented the decision in a number of ways, by cutting off government loans, by insisting upon the separation of war debts and German reparations obligations to the Allies, by approving the 1919 Edge Act, which facilitated cooperation among large and small banks doing overseas credit business, and, finally, by refusing to approve private loans to countries that did not return promptly to private enterprise. These policies, often associated with the Harding-Coolidge-Hoover economic thesis, were actually extensions of the lines first laid down during the years 1919 to 1921. They were not the product of Republican economic nationalism or isolationism. Similarly, after the Senate rejected the League Treaty, the Wilson administration moved vigorously to ensure an open-door policy in League-assigned mandates. It was equally forceful in demanding the same rights in newly independent areas of Central and Southeastern Europe. By 1923, Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes had completed the process, writing open-door clauses into an American commercial treaty with any nation. The 1920s demonstrated how far United States economic power would reach without alliances. In the case of China and the Far East, the Wilson administration finally abandoned its competitive approach to the Hay policy and carried on from the point at which the Taft administration had left the matter in 1913. By mid-1917, neither the United States nor Japan could go it alone in China under existing circumstances. Moreover, a rejuvenated and broadened China consortium offered a check upon Japanese unilateralism. No Chinese government that would be capable of sustaining itself against internal or foreign pressures had emerged from the 1911 revolution. None seemed likely to do so in the near future. This unhappy realization led the State Department to conclude in June 1918 that the International Banking Group would have to be reconstituted, even if the United States would have to fund the French and British participants in the short run. Wilson approved the plan, though he noted that he wanted everything necessary done to protect China against banker exploitation. Once the American group was reconstituted on a much broader basis to include Midwestern and West Coast bankers, the State Department turned to the much more difficult task of persuading the other powers. The Japanese had established a military presence in Siberia following the Allied decision to intervene against the new regime in Russia. Getting them out, and back into the framework of a Far Eastern understanding, was the key problem. In addition, the American consortium proposals were designed to persuade Tokyo to abandon any special claim to Manchuria or Mongolia. In early 1920, Thomas Lamont, one of Wilson's chief economic advisers at Versailles, and a partner in the firm of J.P. Morgan & Co., went to the Far East in a final effort to reach a settlement by personal negotiations. He succeeded by suggesting to the Japanese bankers that they and their Western counterparts work out a series of private compromises on Manchuria and Mongolia. This proposal provided the basis for a decade of cooperation with Japan that lasted until the 1931 Manchurian crisis. Those who had felt the United States could work with Chinese nationalism were sorely disappointed by these developments, and by American policy at the 1921–1922 Washington Naval Conference, which further cemented the new Japanese-American understanding. Closer to home, Republican policy toward Mexico in the 1920s also had its origins in the last months of the preceding administration. It, too, involved close cooperation between the bankers and the State Department. Even during the short-lived Madero regime, there had been an unsuccessful attempt to divert the Mexican Revolution into less radical and nationalistic channels through an international loan. Wilson had pursued a somewhat different tactic, but he offered Huerta a special loan if the dictator would accept American guidance in establishing a constitutional government. The 1917 Constitution, however, was not at all what Wilson had expected or wanted. By 1918, Mexican finances were a shambles. 8 years of revolution and civil war had interrupted and finally stopped revenue collection, while old foreign debts rose higher and higher. Both official and unofficial observers advised the State Department that, although the new constitution regulated and restricted private enterprise, the very important matter of how these clauses were to be interpreted and implemented rested with Carranza or his successors. Hence, there was still room for maneuver on both sides. It took very little common sense to see that if the Mexican government had no alternative to higher taxes and slash or confiscation, it would find revenue to run the country by those means. What had to be decided first was whether there was yet any satisfactory way to bring about a reversal in Mexican policy by eliminating Carranza. If not, and it seemed unlikely that Wilson would ever agree to intervene, there was not much point in the State Department's beating the bushes for a more civilized Pancho Villa. Lansing never completely abandoned the notion, however. Even he admitted to a close friend as early as April 1917 that perhaps the simplest solution would be to buy our peace with Carranza, but only if he offered certain guarantees. 46 What emerged from this rethinking was a plan for a loan to Mexico that would control that country's finances for at least 30 years, presumably lasting past the danger period. Perhaps Carranza would also see it as his best way out of the Mexican-American impasse, since he should at least have realized the difficulty of such a nationalistic policy in the face of a progressive foreign policy. 1900 to 1921. 249. American opposition. But to make the plan work, the State Department had to make sure that a third alternative, European economic aid, would not be available to Mexico City. Such aid was one reason why Huerta had managed to hold on for so long. The State Department and J.P. Morgan & Co. agreed in October 1918 that the United States should take the lead in forming an international committee of bankers on Mexico. American financiers were to enjoy unquestioned leadership on the committee, subject only to the policy of the United States government regarding Mexico. Negotiations with Mexico proceeded slowly. Several times agreement seemed well in sight, only to have Carranza back away from the harness. On one occasion, for example, he told a New York reporter that the Monroe Doctrine was an arbitrary measure which seeks to impose and does impose upon independent nations a protectorate which they do not ask for and which they do not require. Not much real progress had been made by May of 1920, when Alvaro Obregón led a coup that overthrew Carranza. Negotiations with the new leaders had just got underway when Harding entered the White House. During his last months in the presidency, Wilson prodded the State Department to be alert to British and French maneuvers in Germany and Russia. His bitterness about the outcome of the Great Crusade, complicated by his physical illness, had sharpened his language and narrowed his outlook. But the feeling had spread among all American policy makers that the perfidy of former allies was making it necessary to be on guard against their tricks. World War I was unparalleled in world history or American history. But these years also saw the beginning of three great revolutions in Mexico, in China, and in Russia. More than most policy makers, Wilson had a sense of the true meaning of these events. He envisioned a League of Nations to protect the gains of liberal democracy, but he revealed the limitations of that approach when it came to dealing with the Soviet Revolution, much less the challenge of world socialism. What had been watchful waiting toward Mexico became non-recognition of the Soviet Union, a non-policy that lasted for 13 years, more than long enough to prove that the communists had established their ability to rule, if not their moral right to power. Wilson equated recognition with admittance into a community of like-minded nations. The implications of that belief remain a part of American policy in 1971. Perhaps the finest tribute ever paid Wilson was that of Herbert Hoover in The Ordeal of Woodrow Wilson. Of the president's determination to create a League of Nations, Hoover wrote, he conceived the League as an association of free nations, not to include men and dictatorships conspiring for its ruin. Throughout the next decade, Hoover sought to use America's economic power to promote just such a community among N.A. 250 nations and interests. After Hoover, it was never again possible to think in those terms without also talking about political participation, just as Wilson had predicted. Even so, as long as the phrase free nation remained an equivalent for pro-capitalist or pro-American, it was unlikely that such a community could ever be realized. A Progressive Foreign Policy 1900 to 1921. 251. 6. Republican Policy. And the Pax Americana 1921 to 1932. Robert Freeman Smith. F. Or years. Too many academicians have treated the Republican era, 1921 to 1932, as a blighted period, a slough of corruption and isolationism separating the brilliant administrations of Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt. New Deal-oriented historians blamed the policy makers of the interregnum for creating many of the foundations of World War II. The original sin was, of course, the rejection of League of Nations, but this guilt was compounded by disarmament conferences and a reliance on tactics colored by legalistic rhetoric and naive pacificism. When the facade is stripped away from the argument, the basic charge against the policy makers of the period 1921 to 1932 is that they did not rely to any extent on tactics of defensive alliances and military force. This in turn is supposedly related to the causes of German and Japanese aggression in the 1930s. 1. There is another way to view this period that gives the men of the 1920s due credit for what they did and did not do, without letting them off the hook of historical causality. They were deeply involved in the task of developing and refining the tactics of informal empire, the Pax Americana of Charles Evans Hughes. For the most part, these officials were trying to utilize non-military tactics. This general unwillingness and/or inability to mount large-scale military projects to defend and expand the American position in the world placed limitations on the extent of governmental involvement. In turn, this forced officials to be more flexible and less militant in their dealings with other nations. They could retreat, change course, and even limit United States involvement in situations where extensive military commitments in blood, money, and prestige could have resulted in ever-deepening police operations. Disputes had to be limited and compromised when the military factor was not readily available. Conciliation and negotiation became necessities rather than occasional options. On the other hand, the policy makers of the period did not really confront the basic dilemma involved in the continued economic ideological expansion of the United States. This expansion contained the potential for conflict if other nations decided that the United States constituted a serious challenge to their own defined interests and rejected the rules-of game promulgated by her. In such situations, would the leaders of the United States eventually choose confrontation over loss of predominance? Or would they modify their definition of interests, which was based upon a belief in the vital connection between domestic prosperity and the control of external markets, sources of raw materials, and investment opportunities? Henry Cabot Lodge III pointed to this blind spot in his critique of the Kellogg-Briand Pact. They might have pointed to the ever-increasing number of business houses, which since the war have been promoting American foreign trade at the expense of such nations as Great Britain, for instance, to whom foreign trade is far more essential than it is to us. They might have made it clear that there are certain businessmen who, by asking the Department of Commerce for aid in promoting the foreign sale of their product, are actually building up causes of war. These very businessmen, to be sure, would hotly deny such a charge. They would be perfectly sincere in so doing. But in some cases at least they are making for economic pressure, and their activities are, in fact, contributing causes of war. If these and similar commercial activities were curtailed, real sacrifices in money, production, and employment would be the result. Perhaps this curtailment would not be worth doing, perhaps war is cheaper in the end. But why not face the real facts, and, after facing them, make the decision? An active, growing state collides with its neighbors. Edwin Borchard, one of the leading experts on international law, pursued this criticism even further when he wrote, "The abolition of war will, therefore, have to be pursued along other lines. Possibly in the elimination of the economic causes of conflict, including the attempted monopoly of raw materials and markets, and in the entente of business interests across national boundaries, there lies more hope than in legal efforts to preserve by force the status quo." Two officials and businessmen had been trying to devise the systems that would achieve these results. The onslaught of world depression undermined these efforts before they became firmly implanted as viable alternatives to intense rivalry and conflict. Also, such plans for world order excluded systems that were not based on private enterprise capitalism. For the most part, the officials of the period were not forced to confront this dilemma and make choices. The only important exception involved Japanese expansion into Manchuria in 1931. The administration divided over the issue of United States predominance in Eastern Asia, with Secretary of State Henry L. Stimson leading the confrontationists. President Herbert Hoover continued to follow the path of accommodation. but the deterioration of world economic conditions intensified economic nationalism and international rivalries during the subsequent years. These rivalries vastly exceeded those anticipated by Lodge in 1929. And it was no accident when Stimson returned to the seats of power as Secretary of War in an administration that after some hesitancy had chosen confrontation over loss of predominance. The result was United States involvement in a two-front war in Asia and in Europe. In spite of disagreements within governmental and business ranks over policy tactics and the priority of various parts of the world, there still existed an underlying unity of basic socio-economic values and foreign policy goals. For example, some officials and businessmen advocated the development of economic relations with the Soviet Union, and even governmental recognition. Others intensely disagreed and argued for little, if any, contact. Both tactics, however, were proposed as means to change the Soviet system and restore the country to the international ranks of capitalism. The basic goals of both groups were identical. Intense and prolonged debate over tactics can alter or modify the objectives. It is possible that the tactics utilized by the Hoover administration reflected the beginning of such a process. But, for the period 1921 to 1932, consistency and continuity in foreign policy were more evident than variation or random happenings. The woods had a definite contour and coloration in spite of some peculiar trees here and there. The influence and leadership of Herbert Hoover provided one of the more important elements of this continuity. According to one colleague, he was Secretary of Commerce and Undersecretary of all other departments. Three government and business leaders of the period were true believers in the marketplace ideology that defined prosperity and security as two sides of the same coin. According to this view, the United States required an expanding frontier of markets, sources of cheap raw materials, and opportunities for profitable investment of capital. Secretary of State Stimson explained in 1932, "The investments of our farmers and industrialists, the wages of our labor upon both factory and farm, have all been geared to a scale to fit the development of our trade which has taken place. The prosperity of the American people and the standard of living of our workers is now closely related to the development and maintenance of this trade." Structure. Warren Harding had succinctly labeled this struggle for commercial and industrial supremacy as the basis for all foreign relations, and Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes defined the great object of all departments as American prosperity based upon the imperative demands of American business. National security consisted of protecting these frontiers and their links to the metropolis. For these policy makers believed that the basic goals could be achieved by building a world order based on the open door concept, a belief that they shared with preceding administrations. In theory, the open door world order would provide the industrial creditor nations with equal access to the economic fruits of the world and would modify their conflicts of interests. In practice, the open door had been rather modified for Latin America, and after the war United States leaders were prepared to push for primacy in some other parts of the world. World War I had demonstrated the vulnerability of the open door when the policy was confronted by conflicts intensified by modern technology. The objective was to promote the kind of political economic stability that would permit the peaceful consolidation and expansion of a United States-led open door world. Two basic problems involved in promoting stability were preventing the spread of revolutionary nationalism in the underdeveloped areas and preventing conflict between the industrial creditor nations. Secretaries Hughes, Kellogg, and Stimson tried to attain these objectives by developing a treaty system and utilizing various forms of dollar diplomacy, especially the promotion of coordinated efforts by private business to expand investments and trade and the utilization of loans to undergird economic stability. The goal was a law-bound world in which the industrial powers would agree to respect the open door concept, refrain from conflict, and generally cooperate in policing the underdeveloped world. The latter involved the enforcement of the international legal order of the developed nations to force underdeveloped nations to fulfill their international obligations, which were considered contracts to protect foreign investors and traders. The promotion of such a legal order would, it was hoped, regulate the relations of the industrial powers with each other and with the underdeveloped countries, and would pressure the latter to conduct their affairs in such a way as to protect international capitalism. 5. The United States installed treaty system was intended to establish general, regional arrangements that would, in effect, bind the nations in a legal contract to support the political status quo, maintain the economic open door, and promote arms control. The system may be labeled as a legalistic approach to world order, but it was not derived from abstract principles. Rather, it was a series of legalisms that were directly connected to specific interests and goals. The law-bound world order was a tactic to promote the defined interests of the United States by creating a semi-institutionalized middle ground between the League of Nations and purely unilateral imperial control. The United States would on occasion still resort to unilateral action, but the main impulse of the period was toward the institutionalization and systemization of the open-door world. 6. The officials of the period were not being unrealistic in their attempts to maintain peace and order in the world by such legalistic mechanisms as treaty systems, conferences, arbitration mediation proceedings, and the World Court. Edwin Borchard argued that the desired process was one of converting political issues to legal questions. He explained the heart of the problem. This tendency is promoted by the unregulated competition which prevails among the nations and by the fact that in the most important sphere of international activity, the commercial field, few if any rules of law have yet entered. Here international life is carried on under a sort of jungle law until the conflict of economical interests, which is continually generated, develops into an important national issue which is then called a conflict of political interest and a political question. It is not believed that such unregulated commercial competition for raw materials and markets, for transportation and communication facilities, is essential to the exchange of the world's goods, but the failure to realize how important a source of war is embodied in this economic activity accounts for the apparent indifference to its more sensible regulation. It is therefore of considerable importance that the domain of law be extended to new fields which, as a matter of self-interest, might persuade the nations thus to convert political issues into legal issues. Calvin Coolidge outlined the economic and political activities of the United States government and observed, all of these efforts represent the process of reducing our domestic and foreign relations to a system of law. They consist of a determination of clear and definite rules of action. It is a civilizing and humanizing method adopted by means of conference, discussion, deliberation, and determination. 7. But, one might ask, why would the nations of the world voluntarily submit their vital interests to a recognized rule of law? Borchard explained. Here then lies the only chance of an extension in the reign of law. In a period when nations still prefer to constitute themselves simultaneously plaintiffs, judge, and sheriff in their own causes, the conviction must be brought home that a nation has more to lose by war than a peaceful solution. Borchard, Coolidge, Hughes, Hoover, and many others believed that the horrors of World War I had convinced most of the nations of the self-evident necessity for regulating international competition through cooperative, legal means. As Coolidge noted about the nations, a clearer vision has shown them not alone the horrors but the terrible futility of war. Based upon their beliefs and experiences, United States leaders were convinced that other nations would recognize the advantages and stability of a treaty-bound world order and that no one nation would want to disrupt it for fear of undermining all stability and peace. They realized that World War I had been at heart a world civil war between the industrial powers and their allies. They were convinced that another such struggle would destroy capitalism and the civilization associated with it, and assumed that other national leaders realized the necessity of creating a law-bound order. Secretary Stimson explained to the Japanese ambassador in 1933 that his opposition to Japanese actions in Manchuria was not motivated by hostility but by a desire to preserve and maintain certain peace treaties which I regarded as vital and important not only to the world at large but also to Japan. I said I believed the Great War had demonstrated that we had developed both in Japan and in this country and in many parts of Europe and the rest of the world a complex industrial civilization which could not withstand modern war, and I explained to him in detail what I meant. I pointed out that we were developing into great congested populations of people who were not self-supporting, but were dependent upon trade and commerce for their supplies and food, that I believed that the Great War had shown that unless future wars could be checked and minimized, this civilization would be destroyed. 8. In theory, the treaty system was to provide for national equality, but in practice some nations were more equal than others. As Secretary Stimson stated in regard to naval disarmament negotiations in 1932, that when it came to navies, the guiding principle of our delegation must be that the superiority on the seas of the Anglo-Saxon nations must not be imperiled. Yet the desire to maintain the system did cause United States officials to observe some limitations on governmental actions. During the Huerta Rebellion in Mexico, the United States backed the government of Mexico. When urged by American investors to supply 4 torpedo boats to the Mexican government, Hughes replied that such action was forbidden by United States obligations under the Washington Conference treaties. He concluded, "It is not only an obligation on our part to comply with this provision, but it is our policy not to encourage any evasion of it here or elsewhere." Similarly, when the Firestones pressured the government to send a warship to Liberia in 1933, Secretary Stimson expressed bitter opposition. He explained that such action would be directly inconsistent with our entire policy in the Far East and even in Latin America. The Secretary was trying to uphold the legal principle that international disputes should be settled by non-military means within the treaty systems of the regions. 9. An integral part of this belief in the inherent rationality of a treaty-bound world order was the idea that the root of most international rivalry was economic competition and pressures. United States leaders believed that these competitive forces were subject to rational control. The main focal point for this rivalry of the industrial creditor nations was the underdeveloped areas. Borchard wrote, "It is out of the competition of national policies for the control of economic spheres of influence that the international relations of the immediate future will shape their new setting and alignments. It is upon the intelligent regulation of this competition that the peace of the future depends." 10. In actual practice, United States officials and businessmen attempted by treaty and economic pressure to restrict certain competitive tactics, not to eliminate economic competition per se. Other nations must not compete against United States interests by using cartel arrangements, treaties to exclude United States business or armed force. By eliminating these forms of competition, United States officials hoped that American corporations would be able to gain a greater, or even predominant, share of the markets, raw materials, and investment opportunities of the underdeveloped areas. In China, for example, Ambassador Nelson Trussler Johnson recommended that financial assistance be given to an American-controlled airline so that it could prevent the German airline Lufthansa from establishing a Nanking to Berlin service. Johnson hoped to direct Chinese air traffic towards the Philippines and concluded, "You can imagine what this will mean for business generally, and particularly the silk trade. The thing works both ways, and it means that mail and the influence that goes with it will flow from the Yangtze Valley through the United States towards Europe, rather than in the opposite direction, as would be the case if the Germans win in this matter." 11. United States officials considered disarmament treaties a vital part of a treaty-bound world order. For one thing, such limitations would restrict one form of competition. In addition, they believed that expenditures for the wise men, will they follow the star? Arms created financial instability that in turn aggravated economic competition. Secretary Stimson noted in 1932, "An armed camp is not a favorable breeding place for either trade or investment." 12. United States policymakers also considered the economic stability of the industrial nations to be a vital part of the regulation of international rivalry and the prevention of revolution. Utilizing the financial predominance of United States investment banks, Secretaries Hoover, Hughes, and Andrew Mellon set the pattern for a kind of United States regulation of the world economy. Among other things, they used dollar diplomacy to open the economic door in the Near East and Europe, to obtain the readmittance of Germany to the world economy, to prevent the formation of several cartel arrangements, and to bolster the economies of several nations in Europe and Latin America. President Coolidge described the stabilizing aspect of dollar diplomacy. Everyone knows that it was our resources that saved Europe from a complete collapse immediately following the armistice. Without the benefit of our credit, an appalling famine would have prevailed over great areas. In accordance with the light of all past history, disorder and revolution would have rapidly followed. When the work of restoring the fiscal condition of Europe began, it was accomplished again with our assistance. When Austria determined to put her financial house in order, we furnished a part of the capital. When Germany sought to establish a sound fiscal condition, we again contributed a large proportion of the necessary gold loan. What we have done for France, Italy, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, Poland, and other countries, is all a piece of the same endeavor. No positive and constructive accomplishment of the past 5 years compares with the support which America has contributed to the financial stability of the world. Peace, we know, rests to a great extent upon justice, but it is very difficult for the public mind to divorce justice from economic opportunity. Thus the treaty system would be undergirded by a United States-directed economic stabilization program based upon private loans, trade, and the expansion of branch factories. Under this Pax Americana, peace, prosperity, progress, and the open door would be protected. All the nations of the world would be attracted to the light of the system, a subdued version of manifest destiny, to be sure, but one that relied more on the less volatile canons of business and law rather than on the hyperbolic litany of religion or nationalistic democracy. 13. The ideas and beliefs of the Republican policy makers reflected a firm faith in the ability of private enterprise capitalism to promote progress and prosperity and in the fundamental identity of interests of the industrial creditor nations. These self-evident truths, reinforced by the war, seemed to make a legal order a logical development in international evolution. One might call it a lawyer's view of the world, and indeed many policy makers were attorneys. In addition, their ideas were rooted in the works of such international legal authorities as Elihu Root, John Bassett Moore, Edwin Borchard, and William Howard Taft. To these men, legal systems represented the most rational and acceptable method of reconciling conflict between groups. The recent experiences of the United States seem to offer a model for such action. An important aspect of progressivism was the development of new legal mechanisms to regulate competition, to rationalize corporate activity, and to mediate group conflict. Hoover noted that business organization is moving strongly toward cooperation, to reduce over-reckless competition. The country was moving by a natural process into a period of associational activities. Julius Klein stated that such activities were aimed at modifying the destructive elements in our business life. 14. To Hoover, Klein, and Coolidge, the government was a partner with corporate business in the movement to reduce competition and conflict and to promote stability through cooperation. This form of corporate liberalism stressed voluntarism and non-compulsion. The trade association movement promoted by Hoover represented the prime example of such voluntary cooperation for stability. 15. Believing in the success of corporate liberalism at home and in the fundamental similarity between domestic and international conflicts, the Republican leadership asserted the ideas and mechanisms of corporate liberalism to curb international competition. On another level, the same ideology was utilized for government-business cooperation to facilitate economic expansion abroad. 16. In effect, the nations of the world were voluntarily to associate in a trade association for stability under the auspices of the United States. Calvin Coolidge pointed out this relationship between the foreign and domestic regulation of competition and stated that the policies of the government represented the processes of reducing our domestic and foreign relations to a system of law. It has sought to remove compulsion from the business life of the country and from our relationships with other nations. 17. The concept of a law-bound world as a substitute for the League of Nations was solidly based upon the corporate ideology and domestic experiences of the Republican policy makers. Rivalry and instability were to be controlled by corporate cooperation. In most symbolic editorials, The editor of the Wall Street Journal denounced Nikolai Lenin and Henry Ford as the greatest enemies of capitalism and stability. One had emerged as the prime competitor of an international capitalistic order and the other was regarded as the most disruptive, competitive force inside the United States. Either at home or abroad, corporate liberalism had no place for the competition of socialism or the independent capitalist who would not play by the rules of the game. 18. The policy makers of the period also worked under a variety of domestic constraints that helped to shape and to limit policy tactics. For example, the growing disillusionment over World War I and the opposition to high taxes for military spending was reflected by the Congress. In turn, the policy makers were limited in their use of tactics that involved military force. The peacetime military force was not large enough to allow widespread deployment, even if officials had so desired. Budgetary factors made the Marine Corps quite willing to cooperate with State Department and remove the Marine garrison from Cuba in 1922. Various peace and church groups went beyond this general antagonism to military spending and mounted attacks on the limited military interventions of the period. During late 1926 and early 1927, the Coolidge administration sent the Marines back to Nicaragua and appeared to be heading for some type of military action against Mexico. A diverse assortment of churchmen, labor leaders, academicians, and congressmen vigorously opposed the administration's policies. These pressures were felt by the policy makers. A State Department official noted privately that only two major newspapers supported the administration, the Washington Post and the Chicago Tribune. Secretary Kellogg complained that on the Mexican issue, even the Ku Klux Klan was against the administration. 19. The Red Scare argument that Kellogg raised in January 1927 failed to produce much support. Congressional denunciations were loud and clear. Senator George Norris of Nebraska was not in the minority when he poetically chided the administration. Once there was a Bolshevik who wouldn't say his prayers, so Kellogg sent him off to bed, away upstairs, and Kellogg heard him holler, and Coolidge heard him bawl, but when they turned the kivers down he wasn't there at all. They seeked him down in Mexico, they cussed him in the press, they seeked him round the Capitol, and everywhere I guess. But all they ever found of him was whiskers, hair, and clout, and the Bolsheviks 'll get you if you don't watch out. 20. Considerable weight was added to the opposition when some leading businessmen and business publications attacked military intervention. Thomas W. Lamont declared, "The theory of collecting debts by gunboat is unrighteous, unworkable, and obsolete. While I have, of course, no mandate to speak for my colleagues of the investment banking community, I think I may safely say that they share this view with Mr. Morrow and myself." Paul Shoup, Lamont, and Morrow carried out private efforts to prevent the use of force against Mexico, and Morrow's appointment as ambassador in 1927 was in part a reflection of these efforts. 21. Another limiting factor faced by the policy makers was the tariff policy enacted by the congressional representatives of commercial farmers and moderately small industrialists. The Farm Bureau Federation and the National Association of Manufacturers pushed for higher duties on their various products. Their efforts were reflected in the Fordney-McCumber Tariff of 1922, and even more in the Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930. Higher duties restricted the sales of foreign producers in domestic markets and encouraged tariff retaliation. In turn, these factors hampered the efforts of leaders to promote the export trade and develop the degree of international exchange that they believed was necessary for world economic stability. The Republican leadership was limited, however, in what it could do with tariff legislation by the fact that the Republican Party was a coalition of the high tariff groups and the export-oriented, major metropolitan industrialists. As a cross-regional coalition, the GOP reflected the ongoing tariff conflict between the metropolitan and commercial agricultural interests. 22. The Republican leaders were forced to compromise on the tariff question and the opening of domestic markets. Along with their business allies, they had to develop other tactics for market expansion, including ways to subsidize exports and to bypass foreign tariffs. Loans by American bankers to foreign governments and enterprises rapidly became the main form of subsidy by creating a kind of additional foreign purchasing power. Trade follows investments, became one of the most important business slogans of the period. Foreign loans served the dual function of promoting stability and United States trade. After many of these loans were defaulted after 1929, Herbert Hoover would argue, however, if we assume the loss to U.S. investors was $1 billion, it certainly was a cheap method of unemployment and agricultural relief. 23 manufacturers also rapidly expanded the building of branch factories to promote exports and overcome tariff barriers. Policy makers of the period manifested a diversity of views concerning the tactics of world order. None was truly isolationist, but an influential bloc of Republican congressmen did reject the tactics of membership in the League of Nations or the World Court. Officials wanted to utilize United States membership in the court as a logical part of a world legal order, but the opposition prevented such action. The conflict over approaches to world order and membership in the court reflected the tactical division between the metropolitan and agricultural groups. An influential leader of the latter group, Senator Gerald P. Nye of North Dakota, believed that the industrial and financial metropolis of the East was hostile to agriculture. His views were shared by the Nonpartisan League of North Dakota, which in 1926 denounced the World Court as a tool of the international bankers. 24 This interrelated antagonism toward Great Britain, the international bankers, and the Eastern metropolis was a part of the commercial farmers' view of the world that had developed during the latter half of the 19th century. Its survival in the 20th century meant that the agricultural groups viewed any international political organization as a hostile alliance of these three groups. Confronted with these various limitations, Republican policy makers tried to formulate foreign policy tactics that would overcome the divisions within the party and still work for a world order. The treaty system creating a law-bound order was, in part, a reflection of these internal divisions within the party. Although they were defeated on the World Court issue, officials did establish informal relations with the League and its various agencies. These arrangements enabled policy makers to utilize the League in the scheme of world order while maintaining freedom of action for the United States. In the general sense, this juggling of interests and tactics created contradictions in policy that produced practical difficulties in achieving objectives and subjected the Republican leadership to attacks on the grounds of inconsistency. The Democrats especially hammered at the dichotomy between expanding world trade and raising tariffs. They would face similar dilemmas in the 1930s. Did these inconsistencies and contradictions justify the label isolationism? Only if one ignores the totality of foreign relations during the period. John Bassett Moore provided an excellent answer to the charges in a letter to Secretary Hughes. Moore sent the Secretary several editorials discussing the question of isolation, and noted, "These sentences may be considered partly as a passing but conciliatory tribute to a phantasm which has its victims in all countries. There never has been, for instance, a more shallow absurdity than the talk of the isolation of the United States. The policy of holding aloof from foreign and particularly from European political alliances and intrigues, while extending commercial and other non-political activities, alone has rendered possible that political disinterestedness that has been the essential condition and the mainspring of the immense influence which the United States has exerted in the development of international law and the spread of popular institutions." 25. The Oklahoma humorist Will Rogers recognized the extent of United States involvement in international affairs and in 1926 chided President Coolidge, "If Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Chile, or anybody else have any disputed territory and they want to populate it, or the Amazon, or the Andes, or Tacna Arica, or tincture of arnica, or anything else, with Peruvians, Chileans, llamas, boa constrictors, petrified mummies or fertilizing nitrates, why, let them go ahead and do it. What business is it of ours?" Whatever the merits of the foreign policy of the period, it can hardly be characterized as drifting aimlessly at the mercy of events. 26. As early as 1915, officials and businessmen began to talk about the war after the war. This emotional term was used especially to describe the revival of economic rivalry between European nations and the United States. A commercial war of the severest sort, according to Woodrow Wilson. By late 1918, this concern had produced a considerable body of literature, and the production increased during the post-war years. The problems of economic adjustment from war to peace, and the recession of 1920 to 1921 gave an added sharpness to discussions of tactics to advance or defend the economic political hegemony of the United States in the Western Hemisphere and Eastern Asia. Many of these analyses linked control of markets and resources to foreign investments, and this action led to renewed consideration of the problems of guaranteeing the proper behavior of the backward nations and controlling the economic rivalry of the industrial creditor powers. Edwin Borchard, for example, considered such rivalry to be the greatest menace to peace. After analyzing the industrial age evolution of the Monroe Doctrine into an instrument of United States economic political hegemony in Latin America, he noted, "In other parts of the world other exploiting countries deemed themselves likewise the natural guardians or exploiters of the regions under their influence. In the course of time, we may well be prepared for the enunciation by Japan of an Asiatic Monroe Doctrine. If these restrictions become irksome to foreign countries, as they are bound to become when the growing capacity for overseas investment and trade finds itself thwarted, the barrier will become a challenge carrot and the exclusion an offense, until, if arms are available, the inevitable clash will occur." 27. Various tactics for control were proposed. Many of these were designed to promote such a high degree of United States economic and ideological predominance in Latin America and other underdeveloped areas that these nations would become stable imitators of the United States or at least be subject to external restraints on their activities. Such predominance would in turn reduce the European economic and ideological presence to the point where economic rivalry and the possibility of diplomatic friction with these powers would be minimized. 28. Almost all of the analyses of the post-war role of the United States in the underdeveloped world stress the relationship between her prosperity and power, and economic predominance. In 1922 Dana G. Monroe of Division of Latin American Affairs wrote, "In general it may be said that the immediate objects which we desire to obtain in Central America are political and financial reforms which will make for greater stability of government and which will provide a safer field for American commerce and investments." In 1930 another official reviewed United States tactics in Latin America and offered this blunt judgment: "It may be admitted that our policy in favor of the limitation of European sovereignty in this hemisphere rests on extremely practical commercial considerations." 29. The theme of protecting investments in underdeveloped areas emerged as one of the basic points in arguments concerning trade extension, acquisition of raw materials, stability, and United States hegemony. The specific fear of a raw material famine during the immediate post-war years was an important element that officials, businessmen, and policy popularizers stressed in their analyses of the problem. But many of these men were equally concerned over the challenge that revolutionary nationalism in Mexico, Russia, and other underdeveloped countries presented to the entire spectrum of international economic interests. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge stated in April 1921, "If we are to extend our foreign trade in South America and the East, Americans who invest their money in those countries and who live according to the laws of the foreign country in which they are placed must always be sure they have behind them their own government and that they will receive the protection to which they are entitled." He stressed the point that lack of protection for investors would make commercial expansion impossible and would weaken efforts to secure such articles necessary to our business life as oil and rubber. Former Secretary of the Interior Franklin K. Lane, an attorney for the Doheny oil interests in 1922, was quite blunt in his analysis of the attempts of underdeveloped nations to assert control over their resources and the status of these countries in the world order of capitalist powers. He wrote, "When I say that Russia may go her own way, and Mexico hers, I say so with the sense that I have a right in Russia and in Mexico, and also a right to see that they do not go their own way to the extent of blocking my way to what of good they hold. The world is mine / is not the mere dramatic utterance of an escaped convict or of an overmastering leader of men. What a people hold, they hold as trustees for the world. It is good American practice. The Monroe Doctrine is an expression of it. That is why we are talking of backward peoples and recognizing for them another law than that of self-determination, a limited law of self-determination, a leading string law. 30. Discussing the possible threat to United States investments posed by Mexican legislation, Secretary Hughes pointed out that the most important principle to be maintained at this time with respect to international relations is that no state is entitled to a place within the family of nations if it destroys the foundations of honorable intercourse by resort to confiscation and repudiation. Reforms affecting foreign investments were considered to be violations of the sanctity of contract, and nations that pursued the course of revolutionary nationalism could expect to be placed in international quarantine. There was no doubt in the minds of United States policymakers that world prosperity and stability required the security of private enterprise capitalism in all countries. 31. Some officials and businessmen believed that the old methods of controlling the underdeveloped areas had led to war between the industrialized nations. These men advocated an internationalized control of the backward nations, and some aspects of this new system became part of the plans for a League of Nations. They hoped that this method of controlling the underdeveloped world not only would prevent wars between the industrial creditor nations, but would also protect capitalism from socialist revolution. In this context, capitalism was identified with democracy, civilization, and freedom. 32. Influential and articulate Americans, however, heatedly disagreed over the internationalization of the policing function, and some of the opposition to the League of Nations stemmed from the idea that the United States must be the only policeman in the Western Hemisphere. Some opponents of the League, such as Congressman Norman J. Gould of New York, used Mexico as a case in point when they argued that the United States could not effectively protect or advance its investments in Latin America if the police function were internationalized. 33. Various officials, businessmen, and academics were searching for other methods of controlling and influencing the backward nations. Direct rule and military intervention were losing popularity, and a relatively limited number of persons in responsible positions publicly supported either course as a primary tactic. Even the advocates of a military solution often veiled these sentiments in a cloudy rhetoric in their public statements. Armed intervention was not discarded, but it was increasingly defended as a last alternative. An attempt to develop non-military tactics and indirect methods of control characterized the post-war period. Many policy proposals stressed a combination of economics and ideology. In part, the effort was to tie the economies of underdeveloped countries to the economic system of the United States. In 1932, Cordell Hull criticized the Republican administration for not promoting a more active policy of private enterprise economic development in Asia. The senator stated, "The Panama Canal leads across the Pacific, where there are more than 1 billion people hopelessly underfed and underclothed and with but nominal purchasing power, peoples only awaiting ever since the war the cooperation of some enlightened, progressive country that would encourage them to put on highway and other construction programs and teach them to progress in other thoroughly productive lines, the effect of which would be to create a substantial purchasing power through which their standards would gradually be raised as were ours in past generations." Hull evidenced complete belief in the myth of the China market when he asserted that such efforts would have created a $1.5 billion reservoir of new purchasing power in China. Going beyond markets, the senator stressed that if the United States would yield to the law of manifest destiny, it could become the supreme world factor economically and morally. 34. American officials also stressed an educational mission reflecting the growing idea that one of the most effective and lasting ways of controlling underdeveloped countries was first by changing the social value structure of the elite groups, and then by re-educating the rest of the population. This was not a new concept, but it became increasingly important in the formulations of those who were seeking to avoid military solutions. The process of changing values, still called Americanization, was no longer regarded as an automatic development engendered simply by contact, there was growing doubt that it could be imposed through free elections or the adoption of American-style constitutions. Education by various other methods became one of the key concepts. The theorists of United States influence in the backward regions believed that educating the inhabitants in the North American value structure would gradually create stability and willing acceptance of United States hegemony. The reasoning involved proceeded as follows: if underdeveloped peoples accepted North American values, they would become staunch advocates of development through private enterprise, the necessity of attracting foreign capital, the creation of a favorable climate for business, and the need for patience and hard work. The result would be respect for contracts, payment of valid debts, protection of private property, and a free field for foreign enterprise. The United States would then not need to do much to promote or to protect order, stability, and investments, and the countries involved would gladly accept her predominance as the basis for their protection and prosperity. Boaz Long of the Latin American Division prepared in 1918 an extensive memorandum in which he proposed various tactics for control and education. I submit that the proper infusion of American influence be the developing of these countries educationally and agriculturally, which will produce a condition analogous to our advantage better than that contemplated by either senator. Among the practical measures stressed were United States control of banking, investments in natural resources, control of communications facilities, and the development of education. In retrospect, several years later, Leland Harrison stated his belief that experience in the southwestern states proved that Latins, when educated, can develop a community of interests with the American citizens of Saxon origin. Such thinking was to constitute a basic tool for the spread of our beneficent influence over the Caribbean countries. The extension of the commercial power of the United States was one way to accomplish this objective, but Harrison stressed that economics must be combined with the ideology. It seems to me, therefore, that, if in making alliances or treaties with the Caribbean countries, we can incline them to adopt certain standards of education which will enable those desiring to matriculate in American schools to do so easily, we have laid the foundation of the system which will do much during the next century to establish common interests and aspirations throughout the countries of this hemisphere. He also noted that financing and business followed old school ties. Will A. P. Ayres of the Chamberlain Medicine Company expounded similar views in 1921 when he reported to the National Foreign Trade Convention on the progress of the Mexican-American Scholarship Foundation. 36 Thomas W. Lamont stressed the educative function of American bankers in their dealings with Mexican officials. Adolfo de la Huerta and Obregon were not lacking in ability or brains, he noted, but they were untutored and had no ideals to live up to. Other analysts concentrated on the need to change the values of the masses. Chester Lloyd Jones, a political scientist and State Department official, wrote about the need to create the economic impulse, which was composed of the property sense, emulation of the economic success of others, the desire for influence, and the development of wants. Even the mestizo had not developed enough new wants to make him, in fact as well as in appearance, a person of Western Euro lifting influence of American business. He believed that the Spanish heritage constituted the deep-seated disease of Mexico and concluded, "What is wanted now in Mexico is an invasion of capital, books, ideas, and ideals which shall rid the country of the political poison which lingers as the Spanish inheritance. This is the sort of an intervention which will be the salvation of that country." 37. The Right Reverend Francis Cannon Kelly, Protonotary Apostolic to the Pope, visited the State Department in 1922 and told Leland Harrison that the government could make use of the potentialities of the Catholic Church for what might be called propaganda purposes in Latin America in order to dispel the fear and hatred of the Latins of the Colossus of the North. Kelly revealed his proposal to Andrew Carnegie that he provide the funds to educate Latin American priests in the United States, so that they might disseminate the truth about America. 38. In practice, of all the ideas about educating the backward nations, the one concerning the role of business proved to be the most useful. Boaz Long had grasped the reasons for this in 1918, possibly it would be well for those of us who distrust Carranza to consider that he probably has corresponding sentiments towards our national motives. It would seem easier to let individuals, or bankers, or even oil men accomplish unofficially what we might prefer to do officially. Highly personalized diplomacy, both official and unofficial, did become increasingly important after the war. The activities of the Committee of Oil Executives, Thomas Lamont, General J. A. Ryan, Dwight W. Morrow, and numerous chambers of commerce and trade associations provided excellent examples of this significant development in United States relations with underdeveloped nations. All of these individuals and groups tried to educate officials in orthodox economic values and to encourage them to modify or eliminate those policies which affected foreign interests. 39. In addition, businessmen and government officials continually extolled the civilizing and peace-promoting role of business. President Coolidge told the Third Pan-American Commercial Convention, the civilizing influence of commerce has often been noted as law and order and security are absolutely necessary for industrial and commercial life. International exchange of large dimensions becomes one of the strongest guarantees of peace. Indeed, during this period, the American businessman became the chief missionary of the New Rome, spreading the gospel of national salvation through private enterprise capitalism in alliance with the international business political system of the United States. A Mexican official used a slightly different phraseology when he called American businessmen these modern Phoenicians, the warriors of the bank draft and the pipeline. 40. Racism provided an additional emotional ingredient to this paternalist view of the underdeveloped nations. But it had dual effects. On the one hand, because of their belief in racial inferiority, many officials and businessmen were limited in comprehending the problems and aspirations of people in underdeveloped areas, especially their desire for economic and political self-determination. To a certain extent, the intensity of belief in the racial inferiority of these peoples can be linked to the degree and type of control advocated by various Americans. Of course, those members of the ruling elite who cooperated with the United States were designated as white men, and the control of a country by its whites was also related to the amount of United States control advocated by United States officials. 41. On the other hand, a kind of racist pragmatism could be used to rationalize the inability of United States officials to impose their values on some underdeveloped countries. In 1923, for example, Matthew Hanna of the Division of Mexican Affairs recommended that the State Department modify its demands for guarantees by Mexico and recognize the government of President Alvaro Obregón. One reason was that Mexico is and will continue to be governed by an Indian race of low civilization, and it would be a fundamental error to deal with such a government as with that of a highly civilized white race, or to expect to obtain justice by the mere force of logic when justice conflicts with national aspirations. This type of racism reinforced the move away from the emotional arguments for civilizing and uplifting backward peoples through direct action. Similarly, because the Knights of Columbus was urging a militant anti-Mexican policy, the anti-Catholicism of many Southern congressmen influenced their support for a hands-off policy in regard to Mexico. 42. Despite the various limitations involved, policymakers tried to establish a non-colonial world order through regional treaties, education, and dollar diplomacy. This order was to establish peace and stability as defined by United States leaders. This meant the expansion of the open door, the promotion of private enterprise capitalism, and the prevention of revolutionary nationalism. Such an order would ensure the prosperity, and therefore the security, of the United States. John Hayes Hammond, a businessman with investments in Mexico and underdeveloped countries, and Jeremiah W. Jenks, professor of political science at Columbia University, noted that such policies would at once give us the highest possible commercial independence and as far as possible make the rest of the world depend on us. 43. 2. Underlying the general objectives of stability and market expansion in Europe were several specific supporting elements: disarmament, the re-entry of Germany into the world economy, the isolation of the Soviet Union, and the expansion of the open door throughout Europe and areas under European control. The treaty system that was utilized consisted of the League of Nations and such disarmament agreements as the Five-Power Naval Treaty of Washington, the Kellogg-Briand Pact, and the London Naval Treaty of 1930. United States officials expected the European nations to settle their continental disputes through the League and hoped that the promotion of disarmament would reduce antagonisms and free funds for trade and domestic investments. Reviewing these actions in 1932, Secretary Stimson observed that the post-war armaments burden contained the seeds of war and economic instability. Such a situation, he noted, was not conducive to the maintenance of the commercial relations which this country desired and to which it was accustomed. 44. The United States negotiated treaties with Britain, France, and Belgium, providing for an open-door policy in the mandated areas of the Near East and Africa. Although not a participant in the final treaty, the United States at the Lausanne Conference forced the European powers to recognize equal access to the Black Sea and to the natural resources of Turkey. 45. Diplomacy in Europe consisted of the interrelated manipulation of the settlement of the war debts question and loans by United States Bank. ERS. The government refused to negotiate the question of war debts until the British and French accepted the open door in Eastern Europe and elsewhere and scaled down German reparation payments so that she could participate more effectively in the world economy. Without settlement of the war debts, European nations were blocked in their efforts to secure loans from United States bankers. As Karl Perenni has succinctly written, the American effort was successful. By the fall of 1922, Britain found itself unable to sustain its own program without extensive United States investment in Europe and the underdeveloped countries. New negotiations began on the subject of German reparations, with Britain showing a strong willingness to compromise on the issue. Shortly thereafter, during 1923, British and American banking officials began to cooperate closely in matters of international finance, a move symbolized on a grand scale of discussion of a joint loan by Anglo-American bankers to the German government to stabilize that country's currency. 46. The Dawes Plan providing for scaling down German reparations and loans to bolster the German economy marked a significant step in the rehabilitation of that country under United States auspices. Afterward, American bankers provided the capital for the formation of some of the more important cartels. The future good behavior of Germany, and the stability of the continent, was to be ensured by integrating the German economy into the New World Order led by the United States. 47. The manipulation of the war debts, however, involved other objectives of policymakers. President Harding viewed the proper funding of these debts as a vital step in the maintenance of such principles of a treaty-bound world order as the integrity of agreements, the sanctity of covenants, the validity of contracts. Officials such as Herbert Hoover saw the debts as one means of maintaining a favorable balance of payments for the United States, and as a kind of stimulant for world trade. Hoover maintained that the pressure for making payments would force the European industrial nations to develop the resources of the underdeveloped regions under their control so as to provide non-competitive raw materials to sell to the United States. 48. Again, the war debts proved useful in enforcing a policy that officials hoped would lead to the reconstruction of private enterprise capitalism in Russia under United States auspices. Up to mid-1922 the British pushed for a policy of economic accommodation with Russia based upon the granting of spheres of influence for investing nations. Hughes, Hoover, and Harding believed that the collapse of the Soviet experiment was only a matter of time, and they did not want any limitations on United States predominance in the reconstruction process. Again, the combination of war debt settlement and prevention of foreign borrowing by the United States forced the British to drop their plan. As Professor Perenni has noted, America wielded the war debts as a club to ensure that the reconstruction of Russia, when it came, would proceed on the open door principle. 49. The goal of policymakers was the elimination of socialism and the development of United States economic predominance in Russia. In December 1921 Hughes reacted favorably to a proposal that the United States cooperate with German business in preparing for future trade with Russia. Hoover rejected the proposal. As he explained to Hughes, The relief measures already initiated are greatly increasing the status and kindliness of relations, and their continuation will build a situation which, combined with other factors, will enable the Americans to undertake the leadership in the reconstruction of Russia when the proper moment arrives. Of more tangible importance, perhaps, in the actual hard facts of commerce, is that permanent American foreign commerce can never be based upon the reshipment of goods at the hands of other nationalities. The hope of our commerce lies in the establishment of American firms abroad, in the building of direct American financing and, above all, in the installation of American technology in Russian industries. Through a combination of isolation and famine relief, the Secretary of Commerce hoped to bring about the demise of a challenge to the capitalistic world order and at the same time open a new frontier for American business. 50 In a moment of poetic petulance, Rudyard Kipling attacked United States policy of settling the war debts. At the 11th hour he came. But his wages were the same as ours, who all day long had trod the winepress of the wrath of God. In one sense this was true. The war had greatly accelerated the shift in financial and commercial supremacy from Britain to the United States, and post-war leaders of the United States utilized this new advantage in trying to construct a law-bound world order. However, these leaders were relatively lenient in their demands on other industrial nations. They wanted peaceful cooperation in Europe and with European nations in other parts of the world. Naturally, some European leaders did not accept the idea that their national interests were identical to those of the United States. But, until the Great Depression, the system enjoyed at least partial success. Writing in 1927, Julius Klein of the Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce stated that the last great frontier has been conquered, and we come to a new era of world history. America, with an economic and industrial organization which is the fruit of centuries of world progress, is facing across the Pacific what is at the same time the oldest and the newest trade area. This was a common theme among government officials and businessmen. But a dilemma developed over how to consolidate and expand that frontier, especially when confronted by the ambitions and interests of an industrialized Japan and Chinese nationalists. The problem did not involve the physical security of the United States. Secretary Stimson stressed this point in late 1932. Rather, it was another case in which the concept of security had been vastly expanded to encompass the outermost frontiers of an informal empire. 51 In order to protect these frontiers, the administration devised a treaty system that was intended to consolidate the open door in China and at the same time to promote an accommodation with the Japanese. The Washington Conference of 1922 provided the basis for the new order in Eastern Asia. The three treaties provided for the recognition of the territorial status quo, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the open door for China, reduction in some types of naval armaments, and a freeze in the building of fortifications. Japan accepted an inferior naval force, but the freeze on United States fortifications west of Hawaii provided a measure of parity. Some Democratic politicians could not accept even this much accommodation with Japan. Cordell Hull later accused the Republicans of selling out the economic and military control of the Western Pacific to Japan. In spite of the limitations imposed on advanced naval bases, Hull's charge was not entirely accurate. Hughes and his advisors regarded the new system as one with a residual Anglo-American predominance that could be enforced. If Japan did not cooperate in preserving the status quo, the abrogation of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, the exclusion of Singapore from the fortification limitation, the 40% edge of a combined Anglo-American fleet, and the insular position of Japan that made it vulnerable to economic strangulation were all elements in this residual predominance. 52 As long as Japan accepted the status quo, which she did until 1931, all remained quiet. However, if Japan decided to undo the status quo, then a contest would arise as to whether the Anglo-Americans representing the intertwined Pax Britannica Pax Americana in Asia would pull the rope on the Japanese throat before the Japanese tried to cut it. For a time the Japanese leaders did accept the new treaty system. Japanese troops were withdrawn from Siberia and the Shantung leasehold was restored to China. This cooperation was based at least in part on the desire of Japanese bankers and other businessmen to obtain financing from American bankers. The State Department, however, would not approve any loans intended for Japanese business development in China. Some bankers, such as Thomas Lamont, wanted United States-Japanese cooperation in the economic penetration of China, but the State Department would approve loans only for domestic Japanese use. 53 Congress did far more to antagonize Japanese feelings by abrogating the Gentlemen's Agreement of 1907 when it passed the 1924 Immigration Act. In spite of Hughes' vigorous opposition, future immigration was completely halted and anti-United States currents were given much encouragement. Some additional naval limitations were worked out in the London Naval Conference of 1930, but the economic and psychological effects of the Depression vastly stimulated nationalism and the belief that Japan's economic future lay in breaking the status quo and in asserting Japanese predominance in Eastern Asia. The first concrete expression came with the invasion of Manchuria. Secretary Stimson adamantly demanded that the treaty system which stood for the United States' economic ideological stake in Asia be maintained without compromise. President Hoover was not as dogmatic about the necessity of upholding what he called our scraps of paper. Stimson, however, was bound to the treaty system by his belief that United States interests could be protected only by preserving the treaties. In other words, Japan must accept the power status quo of Anglo-American predominance or face possible consequences from economic sanctions to military action. As Stimson explained privately, the question of the scraps of paper is a pretty crucial one. We have nothing but scraps of paper. This fight has come on in the worst part of the world for peace treaties. The peace treaties of modern Europe made out by the Western nations of the world no more fit the three great races of Russia, Japan, and China, who are meeting in Manchuria, than, as I put it to the cabinet, a stovepipe hat would fit an African savage. Nevertheless, they are parties to these treaties and the whole world looks on to see whether the treaties are good for anything or not. Stimson feared that the collapse of the West system in Manchuria would undo status quo arrangements around the world. But the Depression, combined with the fact that some national leaders did not accept the idea that what was good for the United States was good for everybody else, had already undone the treaty system. Stimson was dogmatically upholding a status quo and its symbols that was rapidly breaking down. 54 President Hoover's attitude toward the Japanese was affected also by his fear of growing revolutionary nationalism in China. After 1925, the Nationalist Party under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek, at various levels of administration, tried to assert some control over foreign commerce and investments and to eliminate the treaties granting extraterritorial rights to foreigners. The United States, and other industrial nations, asserted the right to police China and to enforce the legal economic order of the industrial creditor powers. The extraterritorial privileges accorded to foreigners since the mid-19th century were defined as contract rights, and Chinese attempts to control foreign interests were consistently repulsed. The open door for China meant the preservation of a special legal order upholding the status quo of foreign economic privilege. From matters of taxation of foreign interests through protection of Chinese industry to setting standards for foreign physicians, the Chinese leaders were bluntly informed that they had no legal right to control their own economy. In 1929 the Chinese government moved against Soviet interests in Manchuria and, among other things, took full control of the Chinese Eastern Railway. United States officials were slightly amused at the irony involved. The Soviet Union had nationalized foreign property and now its own policy was being utilized against its foreign holdings. Far more important to the officials was the principle of contractual obligations underlying all foreign investments. As the American minister J.V.A. McMurray reported, whatever may be the Soviets' responsibility in originally having inculcated into the political thought of China the doctrine of repudiating obligations, the fact remains that the Chinese did force the present issue by what unquestionably is intended as an act of confiscation of the Chinese Eastern Railway. General Chiang Kai-shek and other nationalist government officials, furthermore, have linked this Russian phase of rights recovery with the general problem of getting rid altogether of the unequal treaties. I would urge that it would be collaterally helpful if we were at this time to make clear our unwillingness to have them deprive us of our treaty rights in respect to extraterritoriality. The subjects are so far interrelated that delay in replies from us and the other governments tends to encourage the Chinese in a dangerously truculent attitude. The issue was not one of communist expansion, but rather one of blocking an indigenous revolutionary nationalism. The United States supported the Soviet Union and, after a war scare in which the Kellogg-Briand Pact was proclaimed as the basis of mediation, the Chinese government backed down. Stimson could claim a victory for the treaty system as well as for the legal order of foreign investors. Between 1929 and 1931 the Chinese nationalist government tried repeatedly to force negotiations leading to the elimination of the unequal treaties. For the most part, United States officials and businessmen opposed any substantial modification, and the State Department pursued a course of deliberate delay. The Japanese invasion of Manchuria crowned this policy with success. Thereafter Chinese concern was increasingly diverted from economic nationalism. 55 But the administration was not completely impervious to Chinese nationalism. The United States and the other principal treaty powers granted China the right of tariff autonomy in 1928, and the next year Chinese were admitted to posts in the foreign-controlled customs service. But the United States still cooperated with the other treaty powers in the control of the international settlements at Shanghai and Amoy, and Marines and soldiers were garrisoned at Tientsin, Peking, and Shanghai. The Yangtze Naval Patrol was further increased by 6 new gunboats. 56 The United States military police force was increased after 1924, particularly to protect the holdings of businessmen and missionaries during the internecine struggles between political factions. The missionaries were, for the most part, no longer eager for such gunboat theology, but the State Department refused to allow them the right of choice. Protecting missions did allow officials to claim a religious basis for military actions. As the sailor in the novel The Sand Pebbles aptly remarked, China is like Indian country in the old days in the States. The businessmen and the missionaries are the settlers. The Chinese nationalists were not strong enough to directly challenge the foreign garrisons, hence the limited intervention to protect the open door and lives and property did not raise the question of a large-scale military commitment. 57 The essential conflict between Chinese revolutionary nationalism and foreign garrisons and naval patrols would not be settled until after World War II. But United States policy goals were clear. As Raymond C. McKay of the Division of Far Eastern Affairs told the 1933 meeting of the National Foreign Trade Convention, American policy toward China had not been based on dictates of altruism. It has been rooted in the practical realities of American political and economic development and perspective. Nationalists in other underdeveloped nations saw her policy in a different light, and the editor of a Mexican newspaper presented another view of peacekeeping. China desired to free herself from a state of affairs which kept her at the mercy of others, that is the aspiration of all weak peoples. If India were to rebel tomorrow in the name of liberty, England would accuse her of disturbing the peace. The great powers are partisans of peace, on condition that they continue to enjoy the privileges and advantages which they have succeeded in winning for themselves. 58. 3. United States officials and businessmen considered Latin America to be one of the most vital areas of national interest. Through generally non-military policies they worked to extend United States hegemony, enforce the industrial creditor version of stability and order, and at the same time improve the national image throughout Latin America. A United States-directed order for the hemisphere was clearly spelled out in the instructions to the delegates attending the Pan-American Conference in 1928. It may be observed that the United States is uninfluenced even by the willingness or desire of any American state to yield any transfer of its territory or to submit to any form of political control or influence of a non-American state. In maintaining its position, the United States has been governed primarily by its own interests, involving its conception of what was essential to its security and its distinctive position in this hemisphere. 59. Anti-Yankee sentiment seemed to be growing rapidly after the war, and leaders in the United States were increasingly concerned about its effect on trade and investments, especially with the renewal of European competition. This feeling continued throughout the 1920s and often cropped up in trade journals, conventions, and books about Latin America. The effect of Latin American feeling toward the United States on trade competition was fully realized. In 1921, an editorial in Iron Age stated, "Confronted as American steel exporters now are with unfavorable financial and trade conditions and with the possibility of competition from Germany, which before the war did a large business with South America, the need of the right attitude at Washington toward our customer nations on the South is evident." 60. Other factors were interpreted as evidence of the feeling of Latin Americans. Laws restricting economic activity were passed by several countries during the decade, and in others such laws were threatened. While Congress debated a measure to extend immigration quota restrictions to Latin America in 1928, the State Department received a number of letters from firms doing business in the region which cited the retaliatory legislation that could result from the passage of such a bill. Boycotts of American goods were put into effect from time to time, and a general boycott throughout Latin America was feared in 1927. 61. Various organizations composed primarily of businessmen were active during the 1920s in promoting a business Pan-Americanism. The Chile American Association was composed of members from Anaconda Copper, Bethlehem Chile Iron Mines, E.I. DuPont de Nemours Company, W.R. Grace & Company, International General Electric, Ingersoll Rand Company, and Guggenheim Brothers & Co. The Pan American Society had as officers in 1927 John L. Merrill, Robert H. Patchen, Sosthenes Ben, Charles A. Muchnick, and Minor C. Keith. These groups not only advocated better relations, but carried on active programs to influence Latin Americans. The Pan American Information Service and the Pan American Highway Commission differed from the others in scope of action, but their basic goals were the same. A number of leading businessmen were active in several of the above groups. In addition, some of these same men represented the United States at the Pan American Commercial Conventions in 1919 and 1927. Several of them were also members of the Inter-American High Commission, that quasi-government group headed by the Secretary of Commerce from 1921 to 1933. 62. The United States government followed a more cooperative policy with regard to other aspects of inter-American relations. Between 1921 and 1933 she participated in 41 out of 44 conferences involving nations of the Western Hemisphere, in contrast to her participation in 23 out of the 50 such conferences held between 1889 and 1921. The Inter-American High Commission was involved in several of these conferences and in addition carried on a general program of settling problems of a commercial nature. The actions of this group during a typical year included, organization of a visit of road engineers to the United States, and negotiation of conventions concerning arbitration of commercial disputes, protection of trademarks, protection of commercial travelers, and uniform classification of merchandise. This lower-level, non-crisis diplomacy by a quasi-governmental body was indicative of the general trend of the policy multilateral cooperation to clear the highways of commerce. 63. The United States government also made several not too costly concessions to nationalism in Latin America. The treaty with Colombia provided for a $25 million payment to compensate for the loss of Panama. In 1925 the Isle of Pines Treaty with Cuba was finally approved by the Senate, and the island became the property of Cuba. The Clark Memorandum on the Monroe Doctrine was another public relations item designed to change the image of the United States. Published in 1930, it argued that armed intervention was not part of the doctrine. As Clark noted in the letter of introduction, the memorandum was designed to strengthen the prestige of the Monroe Doctrine. He noted that intervention did not require a doctrine stated in advance, and the issue did not have to be flaunted in the face of Latin America. 64 The Republican leadership did try to restrict military activity in the area, even though it did not repudiate such action. Marines were removed from Cuba in 1922, the Dominican Republic in 1924, and Nicaragua in 1925. The Haitian occupation continued, but plans for withdrawal had been made by 1933. The use of temporary landing parties was also placed under restraints that had not existed previously. Moreover, during the numerous revolts that took place between 1929 and 1933, the State Department refused all requests for armed intervention. Several destroyers were sent to El Salvador during the unsuccessful communist-led revolt in 1932, possibly. The United States would have intervened if the Communists had won. However, President Hoover stated frankly that he did not want the United States represented abroad by Marines. 65 As in other parts of the world, United States leaders devised a treaty system to settle disputes peacefully and to promote political order. The Gondra Convention of 1923 called for a cooling-off period during international disputes. This was institutionalized at the Washington Conference on Conciliation and Arbitration, which met in late 1928. Charles Evans Hughes provided active leadership at this conference, and Coolidge and Kellogg supported his advocacy of American acceptance of the resulting treaties with reservation. The United States ratified the treaties and joined the Inter-American Court of Arbitration. In addition to these measures, the State Department acted as a kind of one-nation inter-American court by arbitrating numerous boundary disputes. By 1933 the United States had performed this role in regard to disputes involving almost three-quarters of the Latin American nations. 66 Most officials regarded Central America as the most unsettled part of the hemisphere and the one most requiring a system of order. Almost all of the independent Caribbean states were already bound by individual treaty arrangements and loan agreements. In 1923, under the guidance of the United States, the Central American nations signed the Treaty of Peace and Amity. This revived the General Treaty of 1907, which had utilized the Tobar doctrine of discouraging coups and revolts by non-recognition of the resulting governments. The 1923 treaty added even more restrictive conditions for recognition. The system was intended to discourage revolutions of any kind and to preserve the status quo. During the 1920s many members of the conservative Central American elite groups eagerly supported such a treaty, especially since they feared the spread of revolutionary nationalism from Mexico. 67. Although the United States did not sign the treaty, it was nonetheless an instrument of American policy and she provided the leadership in enforcing the treaty. Writing in 1932, Francis White, Assistant Secretary for Latin American Affairs, cited the 1923 treaty as the basis of policy in Central America and asserted that this policy had either prevented revolution or forced a return to the status quo in at least 4 nations since 1927. The rules, he observed, were naturally set forth to discourage revolution and to encourage constitutional and orderly procedure. 68 Nicaragua provided the most important, and controversial, challenge to the treaty system. The decision to intervene in 1927 was based in part on the determination to enforce the rules even though the challenger, Emiliano Chamorro, was a conservative supported by some officials and by various business groups with Nicaraguan holdings. Coolidge and Kellogg decided, however, that the status quo throughout Central America could be best preserved by forcing Nicaragua to follow constitutional procedures for political change. There were other factors involved in the intervention. American properties were potentially threatened by the civil war between the political factions, and Mexico was giving aid to elements of the Liberal Party. The administration wanted to prevent any expansion of Mexican influence, with its possible implications for economic nationalism. Even if the liberals won power they must do so under the auspices of the United States enforced system. Assistant Secretary White later claimed that the intervention really established the force of the treaty system. 69 The Nicaraguan intervention, coupled as it was with the possibility of war with Mexico, provoked heated opposition. With mounting opposition from Congress, administration leaders realized that they could not sustain any extensive military operation. Henry L. Stimson was sent as a mediator to arrange a constitutional settlement pleasing to all the old-line political factions. The Marine Corps was given the job of building a National Guard rather than pacifying the country. Some Marine officers wanted to wipe out the guerrilla forces of Sandino. But the administration had decided that United States forces were not to be involved in Nicaraguan politics. The idea was to construct a legal compromise as quickly as possible, provide a politically neutral National Guard to sustain the treaty system, and then to remove the United States presence. 70 Actually, the adverse reaction to the Nicaraguan venture, and the wave of successful revolts in Latin America after 1928, prompted Hoover and Stimson to further modify their tactics. The rules for recognition would be officially maintained, and new governments would be asked to furnish some legal proof of constitutional continuity. However, this would be interpreted rather broadly. Stimson also ruled out military actions and tried to curtail political meddling by diplomats and businessmen. 71 One major problem faced by the United States was the containment and control of revolutionary nationalism in Mexico. The new Mexican leaders were much less radical than some officials believed, but they did want to assert some control over the economy, especially in regard to natural resources such as oil and land. The Wilson administration had refused to recognize the government that replaced Venustiano Carranza in May 1920, and the Republicans continued this policy until September 1923. The State Department also discouraged loans to Mexico. The State Department policy statement of June 7, 1921, began with the announcement that, the fundamental question which confronts the government of the United States in considering its relations with Mexico is the safeguarding of property rights against confiscation. Specifically, the department wanted to prevent the retroactive application of Article 27 of the Constitution of 1917, which provided for national ownership of the subsurface minerals. 72 Negotiations between the International Committee of Bankers headed by Thomas W. Lamont, and Mexico produced an agreement in 1922 on Mexico's foreign debt. This in turn helped set the stage for negotiations concerning recognition. Part of the increasing support for recognition of the government of Alvaro Obregón came from American exporters. Secretary Hughes concluded that Mexico was actually enjoying a high degree of stability and that in reality investors had not suffered very much. Relations deteriorated after 1925 when President Plutarco Calles tried to implement Article 27. The situation was not improved by the anti-Mexican attitude of Ambassador James Rockwell Sheffield. He and a few other officials wanted a militant policy, even if it ultimately led to war. One official, H. F. Arthur Schoenfeld, argued that the Nicaraguan outbreak is merely the symptom of a trouble the seat of which is in Mexico, at which point it should be attacked. 73 Behind-the-scene negotiations between the bankers and Mexican officials led to the compromise arrangements worked out in 1927 to 1928 by the new ambassador Dwight W. Morrow. For the time being, Mexico returned to the fold of well-behaved underdeveloped nations. The Mexicans had achieved some reforms during the period, and pressure from the United States had proved of limited value in a large underdeveloped nation with a growing sense of national identity. As Lamont noted in regard to one issue, Milhauser talks glibly about wielding the big stick or kicking them in the stomach. There is no big stick to wield and we have no boot that could possibly reach their remote and very tough stomach. 74 In an anguished editorial attacking the idea of armed intervention in Mexico, the editor of the New York Journal of Commerce pinpointed a fundamental problem of United States foreign policy. The United States is in real hazard of finding itself on the horns of an unpleasant dilemma, forcing us either to abandon a good deal of economic, if not political, domain in Latin America or else come forward openly as the dominating force in the internal affairs of several small, alleged independent nations. The consequences of the former course can easily be seen. The alternative would bring down upon our heads even greater dislikes and distrust in South America and a distinct loss of confidence and trust in Europe and elsewhere. United States policymakers had devised other alternatives, but, as the Depression eroded the economic foundations of the treaty system, the Hoover administration at last began to move toward modifying the existing definition of national interests in order to avoid conflict. Democratic leaders such as Cordell Hull and Norman H. Davis attacked the Republicans for such action. Hoover deliberately returned to the conservative tactics that had been elaborated by Elihu Root for vastly restricting military intervention and diplomatic meddling in the affairs of underdeveloped countries. In the cases of Nicaragua, Liberia, and Cuba, the administration resisted pressures for armed intervention and for internal actions by United States diplomats to straighten out the governments involved. Businessmen were also urged to avoid political involvement. Democratic leaders accused Hoover of promoting instability through tactics of non-involvement, and one of Franklin D. Roosevelt's first foreign policy decisions was to send Sumner Welles to straighten out Cuba. 75. Within the existing framework of capitalism, with its international trickle-down economy, Republican policymakers did try to implement a peaceful non-colonial world order. When their financial engine faltered, world economic collapse followed. The kind of mass purchasing power needed to sustain such an international economy simply could not develop in a world where most of the capital and profits were controlled and allocated by relatively few groups in a small block of industrial states. Revolutionary nationalism was one reaction to the world order of industrial creditor powers, and the Republican leaders did not really come to terms with it. The same situations and problems, complicated by an open-door ideology, would confront subsequent administrations. New tactics for world order would be developed that tended toward an extension of military tactics. Thus, with all of its weaknesses, perhaps one can express a nostalgic note for a concept of world order that had more flexibility and restraint than the highly militarized order of the 1970s. Herbert Hoover pointed out the difference: we can never herd the world into the paths of righteousness with the dogs of war. 76. 7. Crisis Diplomacy 1930–1939. Henry W. Berger. A. American diplomacy in the 1930s was crisis diplomacy. Gripped for most of the decade by the worst depression in its history, the nation did not, however, remain insulated from events overseas. Developments in nearly every quarter of the globe resulted in increasing American involvement abroad. President Franklin D. Roosevelt concluded in November 1935 that he was spending an awful lot of time on the foreign situation. It is a good deal more worry to me personally than the domestic situation. M1. The militant and expansive nationalism of Germany, Italy, and Japan was the most persistent, dramatic, and disturbing aspect of foreign affairs to concern the president and his advisors. Those nations challenged some very cherished American ideas about the world. Ideally, the world was one in which American doctrines of peace, morality, political democracy, and private enterprise prevailed. The preservation and extension of American political and moral principles abroad, the pursuit of overseas markets for American goods, and the protection and expansion of American capital investment in other countries, all without recourse to war, were integrated objectives of foreign policy that endured the domestic crisis of the period but that increasingly came under attack throughout the rest of the world. Most of the architects of the New Deal shared these convictions, as well as the view that the activities of Germany, Italy, and Japan were threatening America's version of global order. The United States manifested opposition to the three powers from a very early date. What changed was the degree to which more and more Americans regarded them as dangerous to American security and the nature of the response policymakers developed toward the threat they believed existed. The leaders conducting foreign affairs in the 1930s tried without success to sustain the vigorous effort that their predecessors of the previous decade had made to build a peaceful and orderly American system throughout the world. The American attempt to meet the Axis challenge without war failed, and events reached their well-known climax with the Japanese attack upon Pearl Harbor and the German and Italian declarations of war against the United States in December 1941. Before that result, however, Americans argued and agonized about the course their foreign policy should take in order to correct the troubled state of world affairs. Moreover, it should be emphasized that the crisis was not centered only in Europe and Asia, the areas that have received most attention from historians. 2. The United States was challenged also in Latin America and, in many crucial respects, it was there that the New Deal attempted to shape a policy that would both serve the national interests in Latin America and also provide a model for dealing with the rest of the world. President Roosevelt, Secretary of State Cordell Hull, and many others in the administration stressed the importance of Latin America in the effort by the United States to wrestle with the broader international crises of the 1930s. It is our hope, the President declared at Chautauqua in August 1936, that knowledge of the practical application of the Good Neighbor policy in this hemisphere will be borne home to our neighbors across the seas. In retrospect, Cordell Hull put the matter even more sharply. I felt, he wrote in 1948, that our principles could have little effect in the world unless they produced a bounteous harvest in our own neighborhood. We could not look for closer cooperation throughout the world, we could not hope to point the better road to nations like Germany and Japan, unless we first showed that cooperation could work in the areas of the Monroe Doctrine. In the years following 1933, the Good Neighbor policy, in the eyes of the public, took on a special significance for the Western Hemisphere, but when President Roosevelt first stated it in his inaugural address he meant it to apply to the other continents as well. 3. Moreover, Latin America was the first area in which the United States moved to resist Germany, Italy, and Japan. From at least 1935, government officials grew increasingly alarmed about the activities of the Axis powers in Latin America. Such fears were expressed initially and most consistently about economic competition. All three nations engaged in state trading and barter practices that were judged unfair and deleterious to United States efforts to maintain and expand trade, investment, and political power in Latin America, and officials regarded the competition a dangerous threat to the ideal political and economic system that they believed necessary for world peace and prosperity. Secretary Hull recalled that Germany was straining every tendon to undermine United States trade relations with Latin America. Although American countermeasures did not move into high gear until late 1938 and 1939, the United States earlier sought to combat such penetration through reciprocal trade agreements, starting with Cuba in 1934, and a solid organized front of all the Latin American states at the Buenos Aires Conference in December 1936. The vigorous effort by the United States in Latin America thereafter caused the German charge d'affaires in Washington, Hans Thomson, to conclude in September 1938 that America is already fighting against us in Latin America. 4. The issues that provoked the contest between the United States and the Axis powers in Latin America were central to their conflicts in Europe and Asia, and the final confrontations came in the Atlantic Ocean and in Southeast Asia. But the sources of the hostility lay in issues defined even earlier in the Western Hemisphere. Events in Latin America therefore reveal the larger nature of the struggle. It is also clear that the Roosevelt administration eventually concluded that in order to halt the Axis threat it would be necessary to undertake actions against it in other places as well. Thus the campaign to revise and finally to repeal most of the neutrality legislation of the 1930s, thus the favorable response to French requests for aircraft in late 1938 and 1939, the extensive aid granted to China, especially after November 1938, and the assistance to Great Britain in 1940 and 1941, thus, also, the extension of Lend-Lease to Russia following the German invasion of that country in June 194. 1. 5. 1. Government officials were not, however, the only ones in the United States concerned with foreign affairs. A variety of interest groups were involved. Business and religious organizations were among the most prominent, but representatives of organized labor were also active. In the context of the 1930s, in which American labor achieved substantial strength and prestige at home, labor's interest in foreign affairs assumed important and special dimensions. To be sure, like most Americans, Workers were overwhelmingly occupied with the domestic crisis in the early part of the decade, and the leaders of the trade unions were similarly absorbed in desperate efforts to restore the fortunes of their organizations, reeling under the heavy blows of depression. The membership of the American Federation of Labor, for example, declined to a new low of 2,125,000 by 1933. Individual unions suffered even more severely, and a substantial sector of the economy remained untouched by unionism at all. The labor situation changed, however. One of the significant merits of the 1930s was the rise of the American labor movement to a new zenith of strength and power. The birth of the Congress of Industrial Organizations in 1936 to 1937 proved the most dramatic feature of this occurrence, but both federations experienced growth and extended their influence in economic and political affairs. The involvement of labor unions in foreign affairs also expanded. Latin America, a much earlier theater of overseas activity, was the most important area of attention. This fact was due in part to factors of geography and historical precedent, but what was more crucial at this time was the bitter rivalry between the AFL and the CIO that soon extended abroad, and the situation in Latin America that challenged American foreign policy in general. 6. Thus, although several labor union leaders and their organizations responded to developments in Europe and Asia and were aware of events in Latin America at the start of the decade, it was in Mexico after 1936 that the unions were most active. At the same time, the Roosevelt good neighbor policy was severely jolted in Mexico by local nationalism. As a result, larger questions of foreign policy and domestic economic politics were soon joined. The response of the unions to events in Mexico was also related to the reaction of the United States toward Axis activities in Latin America and to the steps that marked the nation's eventual involvement in war. Mexico was simmering with change. In 1933, labor leader Vicente Lombardo Toledano, a Marxist and nationalist, withdrew with his followers from the conservative and impotent CROM, a Mexican labor federation created during World War I that received considerable political and economic assistance from the AFL. The Toledano secessionists established the CTM in February 1936. Composed of the most important workers' groups in the country, the CTM was a militant and increasingly influential labor organization. In practice, the new Union Federation devoted its efforts to the fulfillment of the nationalist and reformist objectives of the Mexican Revolution and of the Constitution of 1917. 7. General Lázaro Cárdenas, elected to the presidency of Mexico in 1934, was likewise committed to the realization of the aims of 1917 and embarked upon a vigorous program of broad reform. When, during labor strikes in 1935 against both native and foreign-owned interests, Cárdenas dramatically broke relations with Plutarco Calles and his labor lieutenant, Luis Morones, head of the CROM, the basis for an alliance between Cárdenas and the CTM was established. Participants in the revolutionary struggles that swept Mexico after 1910, Calles and Morones had formed a strong political relationship during the 1920s when Calles ruled Mexico. First as president and then through hand-picked successors. Never really radical, both men replaced revolutionary, reformist aims with personal ambitions, corruption, and social inertia. The CROM prospered during this period and was also the most important Latin American affiliate of the PAFL, an inter-American labor group largely the personal creation of former AFL President Samuel Gompers and dominated by the American Labor Organization. But by 1936 both the CROM and the PAFL were mere shadows of their former strength, and the CTM was clearly the major labor force in Mexico. 8. In April of that year, Cárdenas expelled Calles and Morones from the President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico, July 1939. Country on charges of plotting a counter-revolution against the state. The reaction of the AFL to this development was to denounce Cárdenas' action and to seek closer ties with Morones, who took up residence in the United States. The AFL sought to re-establish the CROM's former position in Mexico and the power of the AFL in Latin America. 9. The attempt did not succeed, largely because of the disrepute of the CROM in Mexico and because the AFL failed to acknowledge the more militant program and sustained achievements of the CTM and the Cardenas regime. The climax of these developments came in 1938 when Mexico nationalized its oil industry, substantially owned by American and British interests. The Mexican action produced a serious crisis in relations with the United States and involved American labor unions. The strain between the two countries had been intensifying for some time. Although Secretary of State Hull reported in March 1933 that relations between Mexico and the United States have reached a degree of utmost cordiality, Cardenas' election the next year and his attempts to implement the principles of the Mexican Revolution soon generated conflict. The government's policies of secularizing education, raising tariffs to stimulate domestic industry, and undertaking extensive land reforms provoked vigorous objections from Americans who considered their interests to be threatened, who feared the spread of such nationalist tendencies throughout the hemisphere, and who more and more believed that the result of these policies would enhance the power and influence of Germany, Italy, and Japan. Secretary Hull, who passionately believed that the reciprocal trade agreements program offered the best defense against such a threat, made the point clear to Mexico's ambassador Castillo Najera on January 22, 1938, when he expressed astonishment at Mexico's recent tariff increases. "I said it was tragic that, just at a time when we were striving to organize some 35 nations behind the program for the promotion and preservation of peace through trade, and to confront the German and Italian governments with a broad world program dealing with every phase of the problems relating to economic appeasement and international order and conditions of permanent peace among nations, Mexico strikes the hardest possible blow against the prestige and the merits of the undertaking." Hull went on to express my deep and lasting disappointment, especially when this great program of economic appeasement was the only possible means of diverting the European countries from the road to militarism and aggression, and correspondingly discouraging Japan from her plans and purposes to create international anarchy in one half of the world. 11. The outburst was characteristic of Hull when his diplomatic emotions were aroused. Although Ambassador Josephus Daniels informed the Secretary that his charge that most of the tariff increases discriminated against the United States was untrue, and although Mexico rescinded most of the increases, Hull and many other government officials and private individuals continued to be upset by such actions and to link their concerns about Mexican nationalism with their fears about the Axis. 12. The oil crisis in Mexico was no exception. The crisis began as a labor dispute, although far broader issues were involved. The new Mexican labor movement spawned an industrial combine of oil workers that initiated a strenuous drive in July 1936 for an industry-wide contract including substantial wage increases and other benefits. The contract was presented to the oil companies in November and rejected by them, following a cooling-off period suggested by the government during which no agreement was reached. The oil workers struck at the end of May 1937. 13 American officials in the State Department had been following labor developments in Mexico, and Ambassador Daniels complied with departmental instructions in May 1936 for detailed information concerning the organization, activities, influence, and aims of the CTM. Secretary Hull also wanted to know more about a CTM delegation that had just arrived in the United States, apparently for the purpose of establishing affiliation with the American Federation of Labor. Daniels recalled that the AFL had held ties with the CROM and speculated that any desire which the CTM now may have to establish relations with the American organization is based on ulterior domestic political considerations which at the present are not obvious. The ambassador nevertheless offered some advice. In view of the announced desire of the Mexican government to see one big labor organization in this country, I would not advise our government to recognize any of the present labor organizations here, or for the American Federation of Labor to tie up with any of them at this time. 14. Just what Daniels thought might be involved in such a recognition by the United States government was not clear, but there was nothing to fear insofar as the AFL was concerned. President William Greene not only refused to see the CTM delegation, but also committed the Labor Federation to a continuing support of the almost defunct CROM and consequently destroyed a chance to influence the future policies and activities of the dominant labor movement in Mexico. John L. Lewis, however, did receive the Mexicans. Having resigned from the AFL Executive Council 6 months earlier in the growing split that created the CIO with himself as its chieftain, the United Mine Workers president viewed with sympathy the attempts by the CTM to organize industrial unions in Mexico. Moreover, Lewis, whose resignation from the AFL Executive Council occurred before the AFL suspended 10 CIO unions, was committed to a complete break with the craft-oriented Labor Federation and looked upon the contact with the Mexicans as an additional means of augmenting CIO prestige and influence in the future. There were reports, for example, that the labor leader might travel to Mexico in late 1936. The intensive CIO organizing drives prevented that trip, but contact with the CTM was maintained and Lombardo Toledano talked with Lewis in the United States on at least 2 occasions in 1937 prior to the Mexican oil workers' strike. The newly established Mexican Labor News, a newspaper printed by the CTM in English and Spanish, also announced as one of its purposes a sort of liaison between the progressive elements of the two countries and specifically working-class organizations. Finally, in the next few years there were numerous instances of CIO-CTM cooperation during strikes in the West Coast shipping industry, in Texas mines, and against American-owned firms in Mexico. These cooperative efforts also extended to organizing efforts by CIO unions among Mexicans in the United States. 15. In Mexico, meanwhile, the oil strike was proving injurious to the economy. On June 7, 1937, the entire dispute was sent for review to the Federal Board of Conciliation and Arbitration. On August 3, a commission of experts assigned to investigate the issues involved in the strike submitted its report. The contents represented a massive indictment of the performance of the oil companies and concluded that they should accede to many of the demands of the oil workers, including a very substantial increase in wages. Adverse reaction by the American oil companies was prompt. F.C. Penn Nil, representing the Standard Oil Corporation, wrote the State Department that the findings are of such an arbitrary and impossible nature that the oil companies operating in Mexico will be forced to cease operations if the board makes a favorable award based on the Commission's recommendations. But the American Embassy telegraphed from Mexico City that companies feel that report is severe enough but not as unsatisfactory as had been anticipated. 16. Even so, the oil firms did not accept the findings of the Commission or the award of the board, announced on December 18, 1937, which was in accord with the Commission's report. In making their representations to the State Department, oil company spokesmen disclosed their broader concerns. Convinced that Mexico's real intention was to nationalize the oil industry, they declared that this action would mark a precedent that may ultimately deprive the United States of petroleum reserves controlled by American nationals in South America and other parts of the world in the face of limited domestic reserves. 17. Although this kind of argument may well have been designed to appeal to the national security interests of the State Department, it also reflected the true sentiments of the oil companies, which had, in recent years, increasingly treated their Mexican oil holdings as reserves in favor of greater production in other regions of Latin America and the world. This change had deprived Mexico of much-needed revenue and slowed the progress of the Cardenas social program. Sympathetic to the views of the corporations, the State Department first limited its action on behalf of the companies to informal expressions of concern to Mexico and discreet inquiries in Mexico and Germany about possible Mexican attempts to sell their oil to nations with which we are not in sympathy politically. However, Ambassador Daniels was critical of the oil companies and made his views known to Secretary Hull. My conception, Daniels declared, is that labor disputes here, like labor disputes in our own country, should be settled by the contending parties with the government in the country where the property lies, stepping in only where authorized by law. As the property of the oil companies and their employees are in Mexico, he concluded, I do not see how our government can take any action unless there is proof of the denial of justice. 18 Secretary Hull's reply, drafted by departmental officials including Under-Secretary of State Sumner Welles, was a remarkable statement of official policy. In it, the Secretary made what can conservatively be called an astonishing distinction between a private labor dispute and one in which government arbitration occurred, resulting in a favorable decision for the demands of the workers against aliens engaged in business within the country. In the latter instance, Hull argued, it is proper for the United States to determine whether its nationals are being subjected to unfair or unreasonable treatment and, if so, for the United States to take action on their behalf. Hull counseled Daniels to advise the Mexicans and American oil representatives to make every effort to reach a fair settlement, but also warned that stronger action by the United States government in the matter will depend entirely upon whether there is a showing of unfair treatment. 19 The issue was now clearly joined. This exchange of dispatches occurred, of course, before the oil expropriation decree was issued on March 18, 1938, an act that culminated the labor conflict in the oil industry. The controversy had reached an impasse with the oil companies refusing to comply with the Mexican Supreme Court's ratification of the labor award. For many Mexicans, the nationalization proclamation also represented an act of economic and political independence as well as a further step in the redistribution of wealth among the lower classes. The government declared its intentions to pay for the expropriated properties in accordance with Mexican laws, but asserted that it would not pay for unexploited oil beneath the soil, and added that payments would occur within a period not to exceed 10 years based on a percentage of funds derived from subsequent production. This position was countered by the refusal of the oil companies to accept expropriation in the belief that Mexico could not hold its position. At first, Washington officials tried to convince Mexico to rescind the decree and, failing this, then insisted that the Mexicans pay immediate and effective compensation for the expropriated properties on the basis of arbitration of the question. 20. Mexican labor appealed to American unions for support of Mexico in the crisis. On March 16, 2 days before the nationalization took place, Toledano dispatched a lengthy telegram to Lewis and, on March 24, another to Sidney Hillman, president of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, CIO. Describing the struggle as one against imperialism, Toledano spoke for the CTM, "We need your moral aid and support. We are asking it on behalf of the million workers and peasants who are members of the Confederation of Mexican Workers and in the name of all our people." Lewis replied on March 17. Avoiding any concrete pledges, he nevertheless did support the Mexican workers in their dispute and implied approval of the government's subsequent action. The CIO, he asserted in a reference to the newly constituted National Labor Relations Board in the United States, has consistently accepted the decision of tribunals to which it has submitted its cases. It expects employers to do the same. I see no reason why labor and employers in Mexico should not abide by this principle. 21 Lewis was, of course, not unmindful of the analogy between Mexican industrial workers seeking a share of national wealth and political power and the efforts by the CIO toward the same end in the United States. A victory by Mexican workers against the oil companies could strengthen the CIO's hand at home. Just as important, Lewis understood the vast implications of the Mexican market for American goods from the mass production industries in which the CIO had its largest unions, and he perceived the related necessity of raising Mexican living standards through higher wages in order to avoid cheap competition from Mexican production and to increase the purchasing power of Mexicans to buy American-made goods. He favored industrial unionism in all of Latin America, he said, as a means of raising wages, living standards, and hence to aid United States trade. Sounding a good deal like Ambassador Daniels and other United States governmental officials, Lewis was to make this point about Latin America vigorously and repeatedly. It was a central part of his foreign policy outlook and formed a key aspect in his criticism of what he later considered the erroneous path of President Roosevelt in opposing the Axis powers in Europe and Asia as well as in Latin America. At the same time, Lewis' stress on foreign trade was shared by other labor leaders. Even though they had reservations about it and were sharply divided among themselves on the question, most other officials of the AFL and CIO, whatever else separated them, agreed on the necessity and desirability of expanded American foreign trade, especially in the Western Hemisphere. And both the AFL and CIO shared the view of other Americans that the chief threat of the Axis in Latin America was economic and that it was dangerous to the well-being of the United States. 22 In the meantime, however, expressions of support for Mexico and opposition to action forcing Cardenas to rescind or modify the nationalization came from a number of CIO organizations and from the independent railway unions. There were also unverified reports that the CIO had sent a representative to Mexico to discuss the situation at the request of the CTM and had offered guidance to the Oil Workers Union in their plans to administer the nationalized industry. 23. These developments did not escape the attention of the State Department. On March 31, 1938, Assistant Secretary of State Adolph A. Burley, Jr. arranged to have lunch with Lee Pressman, legal counsel for the CIO, and inquired about the union's activities in Mexico. Pressman answered that there was considerable interest in the Mexican question from CIO local units, but that the CIO Executive Council had refrained from taking any position on the matter. He did not know of any CIO delegation having been sent to Mexico, and it was his view that Lombardo Toledano habitually exaggerated the ties between the CTM and the CIO. Pressman was cautious in this interview and correctly guessed that the State Department was not going to be satisfied with Mexico's determination to award compensation on a unilateral basis in accord with its sovereign laws. Ambassador Daniels, and to some extent President Roosevelt, took a much more sympathetic view of Mexico's case, but the State Department did not change its position in any essential respect. While Cardenas never did permit the oil workers to control the operation of the oil industry and instead turned it over to a state corporation, the CIO's cooperation with the CTM demonstrated CIO support for the objectives of the Cardenas regime and its labor allies. 24 The CIO extended its support when it sent Lewis as a fraternal delegate to the first meeting of a newly formed Latin American Confederation of Workers, organized by Toledano and held in Mexico City in September 1938. The conference had the endorsement of President Cardenas, who was seeking allies for his national reform programs in the face of economic and political opposition from conservative quarters in the United States, a break in diplomatic relations with Great Britain, and a general boycott from almost all international oil refiners. Mexico was having increasing difficulty in selling its oil abroad and was also experiencing a shortage of repair and replacement parts to maintain the industry. The United States government participated in the boycott until 1940 by refusing to award oil contracts for the Navy and other agencies to Mexican sellers, even when beginning of the nationalization crisis placed new strains on the Mexican economy and increased the tensions between Washington and Mexico City. 25. 4. John L. Lewis arrived in Mexico City in September 1938, aware of the importance of the labor conference, his presence at it, and the delicate relations then existing between the two countries over the oil problem. Ever ready to commit the Roosevelt administration in advance to policies seemingly consistent with its avowed objectives, Lewis remarked that his primary interest was to extend virile unionism to Latin America, and this is in line with President Roosevelt's good neighbor policy. He was asked by newspaper correspondents whether he favored the nationalization of United States industries in Latin America and responded by saying that he would leave it to the people of those countries to determine what are justifiable policies. Lewis shared the professed goals of the conference and delivered a major speech even though the CIO did not formally affiliate with the organization. The delegates, representing 14 Latin American countries, declared their intention to form a hemispheric confederation uniting all Latin American workers and those of the United States, to combat the threats of fascism, now a major force in the world, and to improve living conditions of the workers in Latin America. There was yet another result of the conference. The new labor group in the Western Hemisphere, it was believed, would fight the Pan-American Federation of Labor, in which the American Federation of Labor is the chief factor, thus extending the AFL-CIO rivalry to all countries of the New World. The AFL agreed with this analysis. President William Greene indicted the Latin American Congress on these very charges, among others, and bluntly warned that the war between the AFL and CIO was being extended to Latin America. 26. The United States Department of Labor was also concerned about the conference in these terms, as was President Roosevelt, who wanted the AFL and CIO to end their conflict at home. Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins pressed Larry Duggan of the Latin American desk of the State Department to try to prevent the creation of the Latin American Confederation because of its divisive effects. Duggan, who had been keeping track of labor developments in connection with the oil dispute and the labor conference, was more sophisticated and restrained in his views about Mexican affairs and influenced the department to watch and wait. 27. In truth, however, the conflict between the AFL and the CIO represented more than the dynamics of rivalry and competition for prestige, and the AFL was not content to watch and wait. Greene insisted that the Latin American Labor Conference was a device of extreme leftists for spreading communism through the Western Hemisphere. This charge was an international extension of the same allegations made about the CIO by the AFL in order to discredit the former's reputation in the United States. But in Latin America the AFL charge also involved matters of political orientation and social goals and included disagreement with the program of the Cardenas regime and its supporters in the CTM. The AFL opposed nationalization on ideological grounds. It conflicted with the Labor Federation's support of private enterprise and of conservative trade unionism, and its reluctance to accept government intervention in the economy. 28. On April 8, 1938, less than a month after Mexico expropriated the oil industry, PAFL representatives met with Richard Eldridge, an economist serving with the State Department. The agents, Chester M. Wright and Roberto Haberman, were old hands in Latin American labor affairs. They sought to re-establish the position of the AFL and the CROM in Mexican affairs by proposing a solution to the oil controversy which would rescind the expropriation decree in return for an acceptance of the labor award by the oil companies. Haberman claimed to have the support of the Sinclair oil interests, which later became the first American oil group to reach a settlement with Mexico. That arrangement did not modify Mexico's nationalization program. At the time, however, Sinclair was not prepared to accept such a solution and sought other means to resolve the crisis. The Wright-Haberman proposal was apparently one strategy. Haberman revealed that Sinclair officials believed they could persuade other companies to accept their approach if the Department of State would facilitate the effort. Haberman and Wright thought that Luis Morones, in his capacity as head of the PAFL and with State Department support, could act as an intermediary between the companies and the Mexican government. Given the hostile relations between Morones and Cardenas, and the close ties between the Mexican government and the CTM, this possibility was unlikely. The PAFL representatives flatly ruled out any dealings, of course, with the CTM. Although he requested Wright to keep him informed, Eldridge was noncommittal about the scheme. The PAFL and the AFL did not, however, drop the matter, and in September Wright called at the department on behalf of himself and Matthew Wall, a vice president of the AFL and chairman of the important International Relations and Policy Resolutions Committees of the Federation. By that time, any hope that Mexico would revoke the expropriation decree was remote, and Lewis had spoken to the Latin American Labor Conference. In the view of Wright and Wall, the latter event provoked a new sense of urgency in dealing with Mexican affairs, and the two men were preparing to depart for Mexico in an effort to combat the CIO presence and gain influence and power for the AFL. 29. In his briefing session with the State Department, Wright announced the AFL's intention to work with the CROM and made it clear that his tendencies were along reasonably conservative lines in labor matters. The State Department officers warned Wright that he would encounter pressure by Mexican officials to accept and to approve the expropriation policy of the Mexican government. Mr. Wright said that he was very much opposed to the present activities of the Mexican government in this respect, and that he would, of course, say nothing endorsing them. Wright, in turn, wanted to know whether the State Department was seeking to build up Lombardo Toledano. He was assured that it was not, but department officials also made it evident that they declined to become involved in the planned counteroffensive. Even so, the department was hopeful that labor in Mexico would be less drastic in its demands, and this constituted implied support for the more conservative-oriented viewpoint of the AFL. 30 Wall and Wright journeyed to Mexico in late October and apparently remained for well over a month. Upon their return, Wall reported to the AFL Executive Council meeting in Miami, Florida, and also to the press. He announced that the PAFL would be revived, a decision ratified by the council, accused Lombardo Toledano of being a mouthpiece of the Stalinites in Mexico, and denounced the CTM and the oil nationalization. It is the CTM that was responsible for the expropriation policy of the government on the railroads and in the oil fields. The CTM, Wall continued, is a political movement with radical tendencies, allied with the CIO, while the CROM is more akin to the AFL. The PAFL, he promised, would offset the growing influence of the CIO with labor in the Central and South American republics. 31 A more intimate account of the Wall-Wright visit to Mexico was delivered to the Department of State by a secret military intelligence agent who served as a military attaché to the American Embassy in Mexico City. His data was supplied by an unnamed informant who reported that the American Federation of Labor was willing to give monthly sums to the CROM and, in case of the CROM's revival, to substantially increase these sums with a view to increasing their influence over workers of South America. It was also reported, however, that Wall encountered many difficulties such as the natural suspicion against Americans, the fact that most of the influential members of the CROM are now middle-aged men, set in their ways and without any desire for change, that Luis Morones is now rich and comfortable and is afraid of losing what he has. My informant, the attaché continued, said that Mr. Wall, on leaving, seemed greatly discouraged and hopeless of any significant or beneficial result working through the CROM in Mexico. Despite such pessimism, the Miami meeting of the AFL Executive Council demonstrated that the AFL has not given up its plans to gain the support of the workers of Latin America by undermining the influence of the CIO-connected Lombardo Toledano. 32 Agent G2 was correct. The PAFL was officially revived in May 1939. Green was elected president, Morones vice president, Wall treasurer, and the AFL's key man in Puerto Rico Santiago Iglesias was selected as secretary. Morones spoke at the 1939 AFL convention and made an appeal for support. Yet the efforts of the AFL in the next few years came to very little. The strong political alliance between the CTM and the Mexican government, a relationship increasingly dominated by the government and the official political party, the PRM, and the Latin American Confederation of Labor formed in 1938 blocked the PAFL. Until after World War II, the AFL was largely isolated from power in hemispheric labor affairs. Still another reason for the failure of the PAFL was the inability of the AFL to obtain anything beyond indirect encouragement for its activities from the United States government. In July 1940, Chester Wright once again appealed to the State Department for help. The timing was significant. On the very day Wright requested assistance, the foreign ministers of the Hemisphere nations, led by the United States, met in Havana to confer on defense measures in the aftermath of Germany's military victory over France. Washington now considered the Axis threat greater than ever and sought to develop a strategy in Latin America to meet the new dimensions of the crisis. It was in this context that Matthew Wall telegraphed Secretary of State Hull at Havana that the PAFL solidly backed the conference and its objectives. Wright wanted the State Department to initiate contacts with Morones and to throw its support openly to the PAFL. It is important to bear in mind, Wright wrote Thomas Burke, that if the Pan-American Federation of Labor does not in commanding fashion usurp the field, the way is left wholly to Mr. John L. Lewis and his pro-communist Latin International to function to the detriment of the United States. Burke and Herbert Bursley were inclined to approve Wright's general aims. Burke wrote that Wright has repeatedly stated that the radical labor elements are receiving every encouragement from German and Italian sources. Such a charge was obviously designed to influence United States government officials and to win their assistance. But Burke and Bursley wished to see counteraction by the anti-radical group, without any involvement by this government. Such private action, declared Burke to Bursley, would appear to be highly desirable. Burke's view and Bursley's concurrence were crucial. Sumner Welles endorsed the approach but cautioned his subordinates to avoid further response of any kind for the time being because of the serious complex features of it all. The complex features can readily be determined. The Mexican oil controversy was still not settled, the Axis danger was regarded as ever more grave in the hemisphere, and Washington. Officials like Welles, anxious to make allies with those in power in Latin America, were modifying their policies in the face of the Axis threat. The PAFL was too weak and the CTM had gained new prestige as the result of the election victory of the Cardenas Party in Mexico on July 7, 1940. Moreover, 1940 was a presidential election year in the United States and the CIO, a source of previous strength to the Democratic Party, was split over the unprecedented third-term candidacy of Franklin Roosevelt. It was simply too risky to alienate Mexico or divide the CIO still further. As Bursley had expressed it, the entire affair is so involved in American domestic politics, Mexican domestic politics, and the international labor movement that any intervention by the department, however informal, unofficial and discreet, might involve us in serious embarrassment. However, the State Department was sympathetic to Wright's proposal. Welles did not rule out future action, and the strategy of approving such initiatives by labor with and without government involvement was adopted with more concrete results in later years. 33 In the meantime, the CIO strengthened its ties with Latin American labor and John L. Lewis became mysteriously involved in the protracted diplomacy concerning the oil settlement in Mexico. Lewis was included to some extent in the negotiations between ranking Mexican officials and representatives of the Sinclair interests which produced a settlement in May 1940. That break in the united front of the oil producers furthered the larger settlement mainly because it stiffened Mexico's resolve to stand firm in its declared policy. 34. Lewis also claimed that he softened President Roosevelt's attitude toward Mexico at critical moments during the oil crisis. This fact has not been established, but it is certain that he used his position to help Mexico through a complicated and shadowy relationship with the international oil dealer William Rhodes Davis. Davis facilitated shipments of oil from Mexico in his tankers in the months following the expropriation decree by Cardenas. Lewis was evidently instrumental in arranging for Davis to transport the Mexican oil, and the two also worked together in 1939 to secure the cooperation of the State and War Departments in an unsuccessful project to revamp the Mexican transportation system and to develop other sectors of the Mexican economy through a proposed corporation to be owned 51% by Americans and 49% by the Mexican government. Whatever the strange character of these operations, the oil shipments by Davis significantly helped to break the international cartel blockade of Mexico. This development was of great concern to the United States government because Davis was selling the oil to Germany, Italy, and Japan. 35. 5. Secretary Hull had become increasingly concerned with the oil crisis as an important aspect of the Mexican situation. On the day after the nationalization decree was announced, for example, the Secretary's first move was to direct Ambassador Daniels to please consider the possibility of German, Italian, or Japanese activities, such as negotiations for the purchase of oil. Hull and Welles, among others, knew that the international boycott of Mexican oil might force the Mexicans to sell to the Axis powers, with whom the Cardenas regime had no sympathy. Daniels discarded the notion that Axis influence was growing in Mexico and affirmed that Cardenas's not appear to have had any financial ties with Sinclair, but his apparently good relationship with the corporation may have stemmed from the fact that Harry Sinclair had recognized the oil field, gas well and refinery workers union in 1934 and had concluded a national agreement with the union, including the elimination of the craft unions and organization of his firms on an industrial basis. The Oil Workers Union was one of the original groups which helped to form the CIO. Bernstein, Turbulent Years, pages 114 to 116. Strongly anti-fascist, anti-Nazi, anti-Stalin. But, warned the ambassador, one thing for sure. If Mexico has to barter for oil exports or be drowned in oil, the United States business houses and manufacturers will lose the big market it has enjoyed in Mexico, and we know from experiences in some South American countries, that trade influences other associations. 36 Daniels offered an important point of view concerning the long-term implications of the oil crisis. Others were equally disturbed. Bernard Baruch, an occasional private advisor to Roosevelt, wrote Hull that the loss of money from the expropriation was not nearly so important as the possibility that Mexico might turn to the Axis powers and the pattern might spread throughout Latin America. The United States might then find itself shut off from vital raw materials, except at prices that can be dictated by others. Treasury Secretary Henry F. Morgenthau, Jr., an early and vigorous advocate of American preparedness and interventionism to meet the Axis challenge, wanted to help countries like Mexico in order to stave off Axis influence. If we don't, he wrote President Roosevelt in December 1937, we're just going to wake up and find inside a year that Italy, Germany, and Japan have taken over Mexico. It's the richest, the greatest store of natural resources close to the ocean of any country in the world. They've got everything that those three countries need. These early remarks provide much of the explanation for Morgenthau's later opposition to the suspension of silver purchases and for his important letter to the President in October 1938, just after the Munich crisis, in which he related the worldwide situation to a program for peacefully combating the Axis through the extension of credit to China and to Latin America. About the latter he said, unless we assist them they will become a helpless field for political and economic exploitation by the aggressor nations. Already some inroads have been made in that direction. 37 Although others in the administration continued to take a hard line, it is clear that the Axis threat, however exaggerated, had at least two important effects on policy. First of all, the United States sharply intensified its programs to combat the Axis powers in Latin America after September 1938. Officials in Washington were concerned with the problem before that date. But it was after Munich that the efforts were coordinated, sophisticated, and sustained. By January 1939, if not before, President Roosevelt had concluded that Hitler will not have to control all of Europe and South America to make it difficult for us economically. Because Latin America depended on Europe for almost half of its trade, German domination of a major part of Europe would place the Latin countries under pressure to conform to fascist principles and fascistic economic domination. The implications for United States trade were obvious. 38 The measures employed by the United States against the Axis in Latin America included the strengthening of commercial ties, the dispatch of military missions and equipment to the hemisphere nations, a vigorous campaign to displace German and Italian commercial airlines in the region, and the expansion of United States radio broadcasting to South America. Once war erupted in Europe in September 1939, Assistant Secretary of State Burley wrote the President that it seems to me that in any event we shall have to intensify our South American policy up to the limit. This was done, and the effort included, among other things, a hefty increase in the loan authority of the Export-Import Bank, as well as an expansion of its lending authority, so that the United States could purchase large quantities of surplus goods and critical raw materials from the Latin American countries in order to keep them out of Axis hands and to develop a stockpile of such materials for its own defense. The plan was also intended to facilitate Latin purchases of United States goods and to foster economic and political stability in the region and generally closer relations with the United States. 39. Such programs were not, however, designed to deal with the enormous problems of underdevelopment in Latin America. Advocates of long-range economic planning were unable to carry their point in administration circles and the issue was simply ignored in favor of wartime objectives. Stanley Hilton has suggested that in Brazil, a region of intense American-German rivalry, Even the short-term Hullian program of fighting the Axis through reciprocity failed through 1939. It is clear, though, that considerably before Pearl Harbor political and economic efforts by the United States had sharply altered the situation in Brazil and elsewhere in Latin America to American advantage. 40. The second effect on American policy stemming from Axis competition in Latin America was to soften United States policy toward conflicts with Latin American nations. The results were evident in the slowly changing attitudes toward Bolivia, Brazil, and, of course, Mexico. Lloyd Gardner and Bryce Wood have written that Axis competition was an important factor in ending the oil controversy. However, Mexican cooperation with the United States in military defense matters was never in doubt. Mexico had responded promptly and favorably in June 1940 to American requests for secret military conversations and promised full cooperation with the United States in the event of war, including the use by American armed forces of Mexican territory and air and naval bases. Such promises by Cardenas and various public statements by him and Lombardo Toledano in support of the United States against the Axis helped to create an atmosphere conducive to an oil settlement favorable to Mexico, as did United States desires to prevent oil and other strategic materials from going to potential enemies. The controversy was resolved on November 19, 1941, only a few weeks before Pearl Harbor. 41. Concern about the Axis threat in Latin America was also sharply expressed by labor unions in the United States. Indeed, what is so fascinating about much of labor's posture in foreign affairs during the period is the degree to which it mirrored the dilemmas confronting the administration in Washington and much of American business overseas. The unions were divided over the course of official policy toward the Axis. There were strong sentiments in favor of avoiding war, and harsh criticisms were leveled against such administration measures as the military draft. Yet there also existed strong opposition against the Axis powers and their expansionism. The character of such opposition was cast in broad terms, but it frequently reflected narrower domestic interests of the unions. 42. Thus, although both federations supported a boycott of manufactured goods from Germany and Japan and termination of the sale of war materials to Japan, the AFL and the CIO purposely exempted raw materials from their boycott resolutions. Competition from cheaply made Japanese textiles and, later, the attack on China in July 1937 prompted the boycott against Japan. But neither federation was willing to tolerate a boycott that would add to American unemployment and to the trade balance problem of our own government. The American silk industry depends for its existence upon raw silk which is produced in Japan, China, Italy, and to a lesser extent in other foreign countries. 43. In the case of Ethiopia, which Italy invaded in October 1935, the AFL rejected 8 separate resolutions strenuously opposing the Italian action and favoring economic sanctions. Instead it adopted a resolution declaring Italy an outlaw nation and approving the Roosevelt policy of a moral embargo. Later, A. Philip Randolph, the leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, bitterly pointed out that although the AFL had favored a boycott of manufactured goods against Germany and Japan, it failed to do so against Italy. 44. The situation in Spain produced a similar equivocation. Whereas some unions, notably the International Ladies' Garment Workers Union, gave vigorous moral and economic support to the loyalist government against Franco, the AFL and CIO federations shied away from any such strong position. The AFL's conservative outlook may have been a factor in its reluctance to move beyond a bland expression of sympathy for the left-oriented Spanish Republic, but Catholic hierarchical endorsement of Franco was probably more crucial in the refusal of either federation, with their large Catholic constituent unions, to support the Loyalists. However much the unions deplored and feared war, they did not always oppose measures to prepare for war. Such was the case with the various naval expansion programs in the 1930s. AFL officials, for example, warmly endorsed enlarging the Navy for defensive purposes in 1938 when President Roosevelt requested a huge increase in the shipbuilding program. The naval expansion meant more jobs for workers, the AFL argued, and the point was emphasized by 1940 when $4 billion of $6 billion allocated for federally funded public works construction was earmarked for the Navy. By that date, too, both federations were feeling the squeeze of the Roosevelt administration's efforts to modify neutrality legislation to permit aid to the Allies as well as its other programs that inched the nation closer and closer to involvement in war. That issue most spectacularly split the CIO but also affected the AFL. 46 Nevertheless, even though the cleavage had its dramatic features, such as John L. Lewis break with President Roosevelt over the latter's bid for a third term, and though the differences over policy were important, very few of those opposed to the president's interventionist policies in 1940 and 1941 challenged Roosevelt's assertion to Senator Josiah W. Bailey of North Carolina in May 1941 that we are not concerned with the affairs of the British Empire but are concerned with our own safety, the security of our trade, the future of our own crops, the integrity of our own continent, and the lives of our own children in the next generation. Even Matthew Wall, who had so vigorously challenged the foreign trade domestic prosperity thesis throughout the 1930s and had steadfastly opposed interventionism, was sufficiently shocked by the fall of France that he reluctantly concluded that perhaps we may realize, at last, that we must finish this war, before we can go back to the ways of peace. That shift in viewpoint enabled Wall to add to his bevy of arguments to the State Department for assistance to the PAFL against the CTM and the CIO in Latin America, but he found it hard to surrender his 1937 argument to Roosevelt that America was less dependent upon foreign markets than any other nation and that it should build the great bulk of our prosperity within our own gates. Otherwise, we shall build upon a foundation not of sand but of destruction through the mad violence of an unstable, unbalanced world. 47. But Wall was in a minority on the trade issue. Most labor unionists supported the necessity of a foreign market for America's prosperity and for that reason viewed the Axis economic threat in Latin America just as the administration and many American business firms did. Commenting that if we wish to maintain democratic institutions in the New World, we must, as a nation, direct and develop trade with Latin American countries. William Green wrote in the April 1939 American Federationist that the United States should expand the facilities of the Export-Import Bank for the purpose of financing and assuring foreign trade and of combating German economic penetration. Otherwise, the result would be continued demoralized markets and losses for legitimate trade. Green summarized in classic fashion the belief of American policymakers that economic and political issues were inseparable and that the continuance of American freedom hinged on expanded trade when he declared that we cannot enjoy freedom for our own nation unless we assume responsibility for helping other countries to maintain their freedom. The democracies of the world can be strengthened by developing and promoting trade and economic ties between them. The Executive Council report to the 1940 AFL Convention merely amplified these views. The dangers of aggression by totalitarian countries by means of trade relationships is imminent and can be countered only by providing new markets or safeguarding new relationships. And in 1941 the convention adopted the report of the International Relations Committee, which neatly integrated trade union concerns, domestic politics, and foreign policy. The attack on free enterprise in the Western Hemisphere by attempting to substitute barter for free trade, attacks through propaganda, physical threats, fifth column activities, bribes, crimes of violence, have all been used by totalitarian forces to destroy democracy in the Western Hemisphere. The sentence is important for it revealed that the AFL considered the essence of the threat to be against America's economic system, regardless of the variety of forms the Axis attacks assumed. Against this, the AFL recommended an expansion of markets that would provide higher wages and a higher standard of living for workers in Latin America. The result would also mean more jobs at home for American laborers, less competition from cheap labor goods, and the opportunity to expand a strong and free trade union movement in each of these countries. Even Wall apparently found the logic irresistible. As secretary of the committee, he helped prepare and sign the report. 48. The CIO view did not differ much, even though its rhetoric did not so grandly extol private enterprise. The 1938 convention, the first of the new labor federation, attacked Germany, Italy, and Japan for economic as well as political invasion of Central and South American countries through the sale of goods of fascist countries by the barter system with accompanying dangers to democracy in the Western Hemisphere. It was essential, therefore, for the United States to undertake a program to strengthen democratic forces in Latin America and to provide an outlet for the goods and commodities of American industry and agriculture. With so many of the CIO organized industries involved in the export trade, the Federation urged the extension of credits to permit Latin America to purchase American goods and commodities for the elevation of the Latin worker and to provide a bulwark of American democracy in Central and South America to thwart economic and political penetration of the fascist nations of Germany, Italy, and Japan. The substance of this resolution was reaffirmed in 1939, 1940, and 194. 49 government officials did their best to encourage the acceptance of these views by the unions and related them to the importance of Congress's renewing the Hull Reciprocal Trade Agreements program in 1940. Representatives from the State Department began to lobby with the AFL and the CIO very early to win approval of the extension by the two groups. Although Wall and others fought such tactics, they failed to reverse the outcome. With careful regard for the interests of selected industries, Green, who faced more opposition to reciprocity in the ranks of the AFL than was expressed within the CIO, announced on January 8, 1940, his no opposition position on the Hull program. In this decision, Green was buttressed by the conclusions of the AFL's representative to the International Labour Organization Robert Watt, who had been commissioned by the AFL president to study the foreign trade issue. Watt's report expressed vigorous approval for the reciprocal trade program. There was a great need, he wrote, to expand exports to dispose of surplus production and to increase employment. Reciprocal trade agreements had significantly assisted this purpose. Furthermore, the program was almost the only genuine effort being made anywhere in the world today to reconstruct international economic relations on a sound and permanent basis. These conclusions were identical to the arguments used by the Roosevelt administration to promote enactment and periodic extension of the reciprocity measure. 50. The CIO also supported the extension legislation, and Lewis assured the State Department of the CIO's interest in expanding markets. The CIO leader was especially concerned that America's future trade with Latin America was threatened by the cheap labor products of the world commercial adversaries of the United States. 51. But, although Lewis accepted the argument for expanded trade and believed the greatest potential was in Latin America, he had doubts about the reciprocal trade program as the best means to accomplish that objective. He was also unwilling to go to war on behalf of American trade in Europe and Asia. Lewis argued that American economic and political interests outside the Western Hemisphere were not essential enough to risk war, and that the domestic security and prosperity this involvement was alleged to protect would in fact be weakened, if not altogether destroyed, by such action. Lewis' position illustrated a crucial issue in the wider debate between interventionists and non-interventionists during the 1930s. He sought to meet the trade argument by insisting that Latin America was capable of receiving most of the surplus production of America's farms and factories provided the United States assisted the expansion of the purchasing power of the peoples of the countries in that region. Lewis stated the issue frontally on Labor Day 1939, just after the outbreak of war in Europe. Emphasizing that America's first priority should be its domestic welfare, Lewis declared that it was essential, then, that the trade territory of the Western Hemisphere be preserved and developed for the advantage of American industry. Central and South America are capable of absorbing all of our excess and surplus commodities if the problem is approached with intelligence and modern methods are pursued. Obviously, increased trade volume with the Latin American countries would result in improved political and cultural relationships and make for increased security for the United States when the day comes that some imperialistic foreign power challenges the Monroe Doctrine. 52. The CIO president did not therefore believe that the United States should extend its defense beyond North and South America, or that the nation should go to war unless the Western Hemisphere was directly attacked. Lewis specifically and strongly disagreed with Roosevelt's interventionist policies after 1939. He believed that domestic reform and labor's gains during the New Deal were being sacrificed to the general drift toward war in Europe and Asia. The break with Roosevelt was thus more than a personal rivalry between two egos, although the character of the two men was vital to the psychology of the final split. The rupture originated with differences over domestic labor affairs in 1937, but not until late in 1939 did the schism become anti-war resolution and to prevent endorsement of Roosevelt for a third term by the CIO convention. Even so, he argued that the repeal legislation would keep the nation out of the conflict, that America would, of course, defend itself if attacked, and that labor should and would have a major say in foreign policy decisions affecting peace and war. Lewis also added that the president had special competence in foreign affairs and hence should be given the powers he requested. This latter statement was most uncharacteristic of Lewis and can best be explained as an effort to ingratiate himself with Roosevelt for favor to the CIO, and as the result of a mistaken belief that the repeal legislation would avoid war. The CIO resolution reflected these ideas. The text, which Lewis praised with complete and enthusiastic support and which was unanimously adopted by a standing vote of the delegates amid loud and sustained applause, declared that labor's answer to the tragic war in Europe must be the preservation of peace in the Western Hemisphere, the protection of our domestic institutions, and the extension of the social and economic gains achieved during the past 6 years. 53 In early January 1940, Lewis suggested that his confidence in the president's determination to keep America out of war was ebbing. The nation must decide, he warned, whether it will listen to those who would divert attention from the difficulties of our nation's future on the vagaries of wars abroad. America's problems must and will be solved in this country by American methods. We must, the CIO president affirmed, steadfastly turn aside from giddy dreams of foreign ventures. In the same month, Lewis publicly served notice that he would not support Roosevelt if the president ran for a third term. He attacked the record of the Democratic Party, which he said had not solved the major questions of unemployment, low national income, mounting internal debt, increasing direct and consumer taxation, and restricted foreign markets. And he deplored labor's lack of representation and participation in basic government decisions. Roosevelt's failure to consult with labor representatives before creating the National War Resources Board in the late summer of 1939 and the continuing absence of any labor officials on the board were examples Lewis could offer to illustrate the exclusion of labor from national policy-making councils. Finally, Lewis reiterated his strong opposition to war. Notice has been served, he cried, that labor wants no war or any part of war and that it will hold to strict accountability any statesman who depart from that declared policy. Lewis wanted the strongly progressive Democratic Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana to run for president on the Democratic ticket. He may have entertained the notion of himself as the vice presidential candidate, although that is doubtful. Equally doubtful is the idea that Lewis wanted to run for president. Roosevelt, of course, did make the third-term bid and was re-elected. Lewis chose to support Wendell Willkie, the Republican nominee, in one of the labor leader's costliest errors of political judgment. In a remarkably intemperate but typically candid speech endorsing Willkie on October 25, 1940, the CIO president bitterly attacked the president and reviewed all the grievances, including those concerned with foreign policy. Once again approving the expansion of foreign trade in Latin America, which he claimed the administration had failed sufficiently to promote, Lewis declared that the president has said that he hates war and will work for peace, but his acts do not match his words. But Lewis was unable to carry the CIO with him on election day. Most other CIO leaders and rank-and-file members supported Roosevelt. Thereafter, virtually all of Roosevelt's foreign policy had the endorsement of organized labor. Lewis continued to be an exception until Pearl Harbor, but he had resigned as president of the CIO in November 1940, as he said he would do if Roosevelt won re-election. In any case, his views were repudiated by the CIO and his influence continued to dwindle. Others in the CIO, especially Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, acquired influence in the Roosevelt administration. Along with the majority of the Roosevelt administration, most of American labor had gone to war by December 7, 1941. 54. 7. America's victory in war did not end the many crises that had characterized the diplomacy of the 1930s. Indeed, the deep and fundamental issues of war and peace, foreign trade and investment, security and stability, and the preservation and extension of American ideas and power endured and multiplied into the second half of the century. As such, official actions had severe repercussions upon internal affairs in the United States, even as many of those actions reflected America's domestic perception of the world. American labor's role in the critical decision-making was minimal, but its representation and participation in the conduct of foreign affairs did grow, and the government and the major foreign policy leadership of the labor movement rapidly reached a consensus on essentials. For both the government and the unions, Latin America remained a critical area of operations. It was in the context of the World War II that American labor leadership took the initial step toward formal and lasting involvement in the government's foreign policy. Latin America was again the original focus of such activity, and the Office of Inter-American Affairs was the first point of contact. Pursuing a sophisticated labor policy in the corporations he controlled or influenced at home, Rockefeller held an equally intense concern for developing a more mature strategy toward nations in Latin America. This included the field of labor relations and involved the development of an enlightened policy by corporations overseas, especially in Latin America. Rockefeller, who owned or held substantial interests in many of the foreign companies operating in that area, believed that American corporate interests must recognize the social responsibilities of corporations and the corporation must use its ownership of assets to reflect the best interests of the people. If we don't, they will take away our ownership. Rockefeller also understood the importance of creating a larger market for American exports and viewed more progressive labor policies as a means to achieve that objective as well as to counter radical tendencies among Latin American workers. 55. This wealthy corporate leader became the coordinator of the OIAA during the summer of 1940 and played a significant role in executing policies toward Latin America against the Axis during the next several years. He authored the key document guiding United States economic, political, and cultural action in Latin America following the defeat of France. His memo to Roosevelt was the stimulus for the president's initiative on the matter and provided the criteria upon which specific programs were adopted. If the United States is to maintain its security and its political and economic hemisphere position, he wrote, it must take measures at once to secure economic prosperity in Central and South America, and to establish this prosperity in the frame of hemispheric economic cooperation and dependence. 56. The scope of activities within Rockefeller's own agency to implement these objectives was wide-ranging and included helping supplant Axis-owned, controlled, or influenced business firms and airlines in Latin America with United States companies, cooperating with the FBI and G2 agents in their counter-espionage work, facilitating the stockpiling of critical raw materials for United States defense needs, aiding in developmental loans to Latin American nations, modernizing transportation, health, and sanitation facilities in those countries, disseminating pro-American propaganda through every means from Walt Disney cartoon films to radio broadcasting, the printed media, and the dispatch of dance troops to the region, and developing close ties between Latin American labor and the United States. In this effort, as well as in labor matters affecting other operations, Rockefeller called upon and utilized American labor unionists and devoted considerable energy to labor policies in Latin America. Some years after the war, Rockefeller paid tribute to these labor leaders, most of them from the ranks of the AFL, who had cooperated with him in the OIAA. During the war years when I was coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, he recalled, George Meany's cooperation, as well as that of Dave Dubinsky and your late leaders, Bill Green and Bob Watt, was tremendously helpful in setting up many of the Latin American programs. We saw eye to eye on these matters. This statement summarized as well as any other remark the consensus on American foreign policy that American labor increasingly shared after 1941, and the eventual emergence of the AFL to its former position of influence in the foreign policy of the government. But nationalism in Latin America and elsewhere in the world, in addition to the problems of the Cold War, posed substantial challenges to American foreign policy, and American labor unions shared in the resulting responsibilities and the crises. 57. 8. From Liberation to Containment 1945 to 1953. Lloyd Gardner. It is unlikely that historians will ever agree on the date of the beginning of the Cold War. Persuasive arguments have been advanced for starting with a number of key events over the 30-year period from 1917 to 1947. Because the assignment of such a date is itself crucial to interpretations of its origins, the debate will continue. Thus it has become increasingly common to speak of the Cold War era, instead of trying to draw a clear distinction between a post-war era and the Cold War. World War II never really ended, it was overtaken by the Cold War. The primary characteristic of the presumably mortal antagonism between Russia and the West grew from the assumption that the other side was somehow responsible for everything that went wrong after the defeat of the Axis powers. President Harry S. Truman's March 1947 appeal to Congress for funds to aid the Greeks and Turks marked the first time this assumption appeared in an American policy statement. At the present moment in world history, he declared, nearly every nation must choose between alternative ways of life. He was fully aware, he said, of the broad implications involved in a policy of supporting free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation. Not all policy makers, to be sure, subscribed to what soon became known as the Truman Doctrine. Some later became critics of American policy, others eventually became converts whose intensity more than made up for their initial skepticism. The policy that evolved from the Truman Doctrine was often simply called containment, which the president and his close advisers defined as resistance to the further expansion of Russia or of the communist system, whether by direct aggression, subversion, or revolution. However remarkable such a doctrine seems today, only a few questioned America's right to determine when changes in the status quo were Russian subterfuges and when they were legitimate. Nor did it seem to matter that American policymakers were unclear about the ultimate goal of their containment doctrine. Did it mean the United States would work for the actual breakup of Soviet power in Eastern Europe, or merely for the creation of a situation where the Russians would see the wisdom in moderate, non-revolutionary, policies vis-a-vis the rest of the world? Most important, Americans never seemed worried that the Russians had a big stake in finding out the answer to this question, too. For the first 5 years of the Cold War era, such ambiguities were buried deep under the succeeding crises in the Mediterranean and Western Europe, culminating in the Berlin blockade and the creation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So long as one did not specify details or timing, it was sometimes useful to hold out the promise of final 338 victory in the Cold War. But the Korean War forced American leaders to confront these ambiguities directly in a war that could not be won, but could be lost in a number of ways. The effort to rationalize containment and the Korean War almost undid the fabric of the nation's post-war foreign policy. It began as a limited response to turn back a supposedly Russian-sponsored North Korean thrust across the 38th parallel, but when General Douglas MacArthur's brilliant military stroke at Incheon apparently reversed the balance of forces on the Korean peninsula, Washington started talking about a war of liberation. Pyongyang was to be the first communist capital liberated by free world forces. Plans were made for Korean reunification and its integration into the Western economy. But there never came a VK-Day-like days of celebration ending the European and Pacific phases of World War II. As MacArthur's forces approached the Manchurian border, they were overwhelmed by a massive Chinese communist counterattack. Bad judgment, an aberration, or whatever, the Korean War now hung like an albatross around the administration's very exposed neck. Republican strategists realized they could best capitalize on this dilemma, without abandoning Cold War premises, by nominating General Dwight D. Eisenhower. To the surprise of his critics in both parties, Eisenhower brought it off. He stopped what even Republican hardliners now believed was the useless killing in Korea. He accepted terms that would have earned Truman eternal condemnation, yet made it all seem like the beginning of a new foreign policy designed to liberate the nation and the world from the negativism of democratic containment thinkers and their policies. Eisenhower sincerely wanted to do more than that. He imagined a series of fresh beginnings, but he was no more free to do as he pleased in foreign policy than had been his predecessors once the Cold War began. The struggle itself had a life separate from what was devised or put aside in Washington or Moscow. That, in reality, was the lesson of the Korean War, a lesson that policy makers failed to comprehend then or later. Except for the United States, all the principal combatants of World War II suffered defeat if one judges defeat only by material destruction and loss of life. Contrasts between the potential antagonists seemingly could not have been greater. No nation in the history of battle, observed President John F. Kennedy much later, ever suffered more than the Soviet Union in the Second World War. At least 20 million lost their lives. Countless millions of homes and families were burned or sacked. A third of the nation's territory, including 2/3 of its industrial base, were turned into a wasteland, a loss equivalent to the destruction of this country east of Chicago. American deaths from all causes relating to the war totaled 405,399. The country's gross national product reached $214 billion in 1945, more than double its 1939 output. Exports totaled more than $10 billion in 1945, compared with $4 billion in the last pre-war year. By every index on the statistician's chart, the United States stood unchallenged. United States military leaders had been impressed from afar with the 12-million-man Red Army's performance against the Wehrmacht. But up close it seemed much less overpowering, especially in its housekeeping duties of dismantling German industry for eastward shipment. These scenes reminded military observers that the United States had sent more than $11 billion in Lend-Lease aid to the Soviet Union in order to equip and to supply the Red Army to fight Germany. Without additional aid in the Reconstruction period, it might be supposed that Russia would have great difficulty restoring its industrial and agricultural base without first demobilizing. Therein was a clue to American attitudes about the proper way to influence post-war Russian decisions, that supposition about Soviet dependence on outside aid. For their part, American leaders wanted it to be true because of their own wholehearted desire to demobilize. Faced with an opposite problem of surplus capacity, American economic leaders worried about ways to reconvert the nation to peacetime status without bringing on a new economic depression. They most certainly did not want increased defense spending as a permanent solution. As men who had endured the Depression decade and militarism of the 1930s, they were deeply concerned about a new economic and social crisis. Their image of that decade buttressed traditional American attitudes about the evils of European power politics, dictatorships, and wars. Political and economic failures went hand in hand in those years, argued Secretary of State Cordell Hull during the war, and it would happen again unless everyone approached the problem of peacemaking from a common viewpoint. The network of special relationships between the large powers and their small neighbors in the interwar period, said Hull in his memoirs, had made collective security impossible and had led to closed trade areas or discriminatory systems that prolonged the Depression. Privately, Hull and his aides had always worried that President Roosevelt was not sufficiently sensitive to the implications of his own wartime Big Four rhetoric. They feared he did not see how close he was coming to condoning a spheres of influence approach to the peace. Hull seemed blind, on the other hand, to the existence of other viewpoints besides his own on the Monroe Doctrine. If it was not a sphere of influence, then what was it? When this question was posed at the April 1945 San Francisco Conference on the Organization of the United Nations, American policy-makers explained their demand for a little freer hand in the Western Hemisphere with statements based on the logic of Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson's frank assertion, "Our fussing around among those little fellows doesn't upset any balance in Europe at all. That's the main answer." Z1 Besides, the United States would guarantee Latin American integration into the post-war world political economy. As the hemisphere political leader it could guarantee such things, but even more important, the United States was the main sponsor of an open economy. Russian leadership in the East Europe area might qualify in the first instance, but certainly not in the latter. Putting these analogies aside, Washington opposed the Soviet Union's attempt to foster an Eastern European bloc on several general grounds. Such a bloc would make it difficult to oppose similar British and French policies elsewhere, which would mean that in Europe German hegemony would be replaced by an almost equally repugnant new order. Russian occupation of Eastern Europe, even of a relatively short duration, could affect traditional trade patterns between nations and check recovery throughout the whole continent. The imposition of a communist system into the former German satellites in that area would threaten the political and social orders of the next tier of states by encouraging communists in those neighboring states, by offering state planning and socialism as an alternative to capitalist recovery proposals, and by narrowing the marketplace itself. Few American policy makers thought East European markets worth risking a showdown with the Soviets in terms of the benefits they might bring to the United States economy. Once Western European production was revived, however, those nations would need these and other markets to sustain their economies at a full employment level. If the United States did not insist upon an open-door policy, including access for American businessmen and newspaper reporters, it risked an even more serious showdown with Russia sometime in the future. The resurgence of large communist parties in France and Italy, the rebirth of German social democracy, and the election of a Labour government in England had already deepened American concern about the future of European capitalism. British actions in Greece during late 1944 and early 1945 had drawn more public criticism in the United States than had Russian policies in Romania and Hungary. Americans connected recent British policies in the Mediterranean with an imperial tradition and attitude, neither of which were to their liking. "All you're doing," Roosevelt once said about allowing the metropolitan rulers to restore their pre-war empires, "is negating the value of any kind of organizational structure for peace before it begins." 2. He had pressed the British to give India independence early. In 1942, even while the Japanese were still on the offensive, he had threatened to take Indochina away from the French after the war. Earlier than that, even before the United States was formally in the war. Yet in neither instance did Roosevelt follow up his statements with directives to his subordinates to get results, nor did his successors make any dramatic moves in this regard. In 1946, however, the United States fulfilled its promise to give the Philippine Islands their independence. Thus, by example, patient diplomacy, and quiet pressure, Washington continued its opposition to formal colonialism. When the French protested American economic and political intrusions into the Middle East in May 1945, State Department officials turned aside their claims to exclusive rights in the Levant states with a simple, no-nonsense, statement that equality of opportunity was high on our list of war aims. And we had no intention of fighting this war and then abandoning our objectives. 3. At the San Francisco conference that same month, United States delegates on the United Nations Trusteeship Council voted with the metropolitan rulers to limit the Council's authority over colonial questions. One reason was that American military planners desired unrestricted rights over former Japanese mandates in the Pacific, but political considerations were also important in these votes. The United States did not want the colonial question to become a fulcrum on which another power could disrupt United Nations meetings, or to insist upon immediate measures that would delay European recovery by forcing the colonial powers to readjust too fast. Moreover, United States policymakers thought they could better control the pace of decolonization by policies of the new International Monetary Fund and International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. At least these agencies might prevent serious economic backsliding into pre-war closed empire policies like the famous British Ottawa preference system by which Great Britain had sealed up the Commonwealth. Hull had once complained, like an oyster shell. Participating members of these agencies would be obligated, said a Treasury Department memorandum to Roosevelt, to establish conditions in their own countries conducive to free enterprise. We in the United States believe that the greatest possible freedom should be given to our own businessmen engaged in international trade. But we know that this freedom will be meaningless unless other countries accord an equal measure of freedom to their businessmen. 4. When Lend-Lease was cut off in 1945, America's allies were informed that economic aid for the transition period and long-range recovery would be channeled through the IMF and IBRD. Yet Washington officials quickly realized that these institutions could not begin work without some initial pump priming. In the fall of 1945, therefore, negotiations began with Great Britain for a bilateral credit, and other funds were put aside for later negotiations with France, China, and the Soviet Union. London received a $3.75 billion credit loan. In return, the British negotiators agreed to abolish the sterling bloc within 18 months so that each member of the Commonwealth could trade freely with all currency areas. It never worked out as planned, but it did put a limit on the national policies that the Labour government could pursue at home and within the Commonwealth. Moreover, when the clash with Russia over Eastern Europe first began, several of President Truman's advisers suggested that dollar diplomacy would work equally well against a political bloc in that area. The initial clash. The notion that economic diplomacy might succeed with Russia after the war apparently goes back to the original decision to extend large amounts of Lend-Lease aid to the Soviets in the weeks following Hitler's attack in June 1941. Roosevelt's advisers were most immediately concerned with keeping Russia in the war, but they pointed out that here was an opportunity to lay the groundwork for long-range policies. Although he often talked about it during the war, Roosevelt never found either the proper opportunity or the proper formula for offering Stalin a serious proposition. Ambassador Averell Harriman, the most prominent advocate of the original Lend-Lease decision in September 1941, reminded Washington in 1944 that vague promises only excited Soviet suspicions. If the United States had a plan, now was the time to bring it forward. In October 1944 another warning came that time was growing short. Churchill had asked for a Big Three meeting to delimit responsibilities. In southeastern Europe, where Russian and British interests traditionally came into conflict, the president responded that he could not undertake such a long journey during the election campaign. The Prime Minister then took the unassailable position that the advancing Russians were not going to wait until the returns were in from Michigan, South Dakota and Oregon. 5. Roosevelt prepared a cable that would have, in effect, washed his hands of the whole affair, explaining to aides that he thought it best to avoid all semblance of American responsibility. The cable was never sent. The president was persuaded that he should make it clear to Churchill and Stalin that any actions they might take on post-war political questions could not bind the United States in any way. State Department planners soon produced a proposed declaration on liberated Europe to be presented to the Big Three at the February 1945 Yalta Conference. Secretary of State Edward R. Stettinius explained to Roosevelt that it would provide an interim device to solve political problems emerging in the former occupied and satellite states of Europe, such as the return of certain exiled governments, the setting up of provisional regimes, the maintenance of order within countries, and the arranging of early elections where necessary to establish popular and stable governments. It would also be a help in removing difficulties being encountered by United Nations agencies in related fields. 6. Also before Roosevelt at this time were several messages from Ambassador Harriman concerning Russian overtures for a $6 billion credit from the United States. The ambassador advised his government that it should make clear post-war economic assistance would depend upon the successful resolution of key political problems. The president informed Harriman that he wished to take up the matter personally with Stalin at the forthcoming Big Three meetings. Roosevelt did present the Declaration on Liberated Europe to his allies at Yalta, but he stripped it of much of its significance by deleting from the State Department's overall proposal a plan for creating a High Commission to oversee what happened in the liberated countries. No fully satisfactory explanation has yet been offered for the President's decision to deal with the declaration in this fashion, but it was typical of the Yalta decisions in general. Roosevelt reported to Congress on his return from the Crimea that the conference had spelled the end of exclusive alliances and spheres of influence. But his successors could find no clue as to how he had expected to implement the Declaration on Liberated Europe, in this regard. His failure to take up with Stalin the question of economic aid to the Soviet Union suggests that he was still searching for a way to approach the subject directly. In the weeks following Yalta, issues that the Big Three had smoothed over became more abrasive daily. Of these, the Polish question cut the deepest into the remaining ties holding together the Grand Alliance. To Stalin, the Polish issue was a matter of national security. To Churchill, it was a question of British commitments and prestige. To Roosevelt, it was a test case of American war aims. At Yalta, the Big Three had agreed in a vaguely worded statement on Poland that the Russian-sponsored Lublin government should be reorganized to form a provisional government by including democratic leaders from within Poland and from Poles living abroad. This last was a euphemism for the London exile government, which Moscow no longer recognized. The language of the statement offered no specifics on how power should be distributed within the new provisional government. It was left to their representatives to work all this out in subsequent negotiations in Moscow, at which Ambassador Harriman was to represent the United States. Upon learning of Roosevelt's death, Harriman rushed back to Washington prepared to argue that his experiences in more than 2 months of fruitless discussions proved that it was necessary to make explicit the connection between American willingness to extend economic aid and Soviet willingness to cooperate politically and to do so at once. He found that other presidential advisers felt the same way. Roosevelt had enjoyed a unique position among the Big Three, not simply based upon America's great material strength. No successor could claim that role for himself. The greatest danger, therefore, was that in the transition period a fatal slippage could occur between Roosevelt's personal authority and Truman's willingness to use all the levers available to him to win the peace. Roosevelt's strategy of postponement could not be played out successfully by Truman. The cards might be the same, but the psychology of the game was completely different. It was not simply that Roosevelt's death offered an opportunity to insist upon the letter of the law, that is, to insist upon Russian acceptance of Anglo-American interpretations of the Declaration on Liberated Europe. The stakes were far too great for unnecessary or excessively subjective postures. No one felt this strain more than Truman himself. His advisers' worries were apparent, and his own sense of inadequacy was hardly less so. Harriman was pleased to find that the new president did not need to be convinced on the urgency of the issues, or how they should be handled. At a meeting on April 23, 1945, the president's closest advisers decided to make the reorganization of the Polish provisional government a test of Russian good faith. Later that day, when Russian Foreign Minister V.M. Molotov came to the White House, Truman lectured him on the responsibilities of the great powers toward Poland and handed him a letter for Stalin that declared that the United States could not be a party to any method of consultation with Polish leaders which would not result in a new provisional government of national unity genuinely representative of the democratic elements of the Polish people. At the end of their conversation, Truman warned that legislative appropriations were required for economic measures in the foreign field. He had no hope of getting congressional approval for them without public support. He hoped the Soviet government would keep these factors in mind in considering his letter to Stalin. 7 American diplomats had their first chance to assess the results of this approach the following day when Secretary of State Stettinius met Molotov on the eve of the San Francisco conference. The initial response was not encouraging. No attempt to speak to the Soviet Union in the language of a dictator, the foreign minister asserted, would ever succeed. If Russia were treated as a partner, it would react as a cooperative equal along the lines of the Crimea Conference, but, if attempts were made using the Polish situation as an excuse to dictate to the Soviet Union, no good would come out of it. 8. Poland dominated early debates during the United Nations Conference itself. The seriousness of the issue became apparent when the United States revealed to the world that it did not consider its allies' policies consistent with agreed-upon war aims. At the same time, the United States delegation supported the admission of a government in Argentina that it had previously condemned as fascist-dominated. Thus, from the outset of the Cold War era, the United States pursued its controversies with the Soviet Union through the United Nations, confident that the force of world public opinion would always be on its side. In the immediate context of Truman's warning to Molotov, moreover, the exposure of Russian-American differences would demonstrate that it had not been bluffing. Having stated a position in private conversations or negotiations was one thing, but to commit oneself before the world obviously imposed limits on the diplomatic process itself. All of this occurred before Germany's final surrender. Less than a week after VE Day, the United States abruptly curtailed Lend-Lease shipments to the Soviet Union. The administration explained that legal restrictions imposed by Congress had compelled this action, but, once again, in the context of the president's admonitions to Stalin's representative concerning congressional authority in certain aspects of the foreign field, the point was clear enough. Newsmen wanted to know if the Polish question was also behind a desire some administration officials had expressed to re-evaluate the Yalta German reparations agreements. The president denied that this was so, but chose his words carefully in answering another question, that the administration would handle future aid to the Soviet Union in a way which we think will be all right for the peace of the world. 9. On the surface, the United States seemed to be holding up an agreement with the Soviet Union over 2 seats in the provisional government. Stalin had insisted on 80% of the seats for the Lublin Group, he got instead 70%. This agreement followed private conversations between Roosevelt's former confidant, Harry Hopkins, and the Russian premier. Harriman had insisted all along that much more was at stake than a 2-seat gain in an interim government. Stalin had promised to hold free elections in the near future. The stage is set as well as can be done at the present time. If we continue to take a sympathetic interest in Polish affairs and are reasonably generous in our economic relations, there is a fair chance that things will work out satisfactorily from our standpoint. 10. Sometime during these later Polish discussions, Ambassador Harriman had shifted his emphasis from what could be done with Russia to what could be done through a reasonably generous economic policy in Eastern Europe itself. At the Potsdam Big Three conference in July, Truman also demanded that the Hungarian and Bulgarian governments be reorganized to conform with the Declaration on Liberated Europe. By following the apparently successful Polish process of non-recognition, public diplomacy, and promises of economic aid, much more might be accomplished to undo whatever damage had been done by the Russians and to pave the way for further guarantees in the post-war peace treaties. Everything seemed to be working out after all. This time, however, the Anglo-American front on Poland was split by Stalin's countercharges against British policy in Greece. Churchill and his successor, Clement Attlee, both desired to continue the life of the 1944 Anglo-Russian Balkan Agreement, especially since they were faced with the prospect of a Greek civil war. Much to the consternation of the American delegation, the British proposed that the new governments in the former German satellites be granted full diplomatic recognition, so that a measure of stability would be created throughout the area. Increasingly frustrated by such old-world considerations and deviousness, Truman pushed to the forefront a plan for the internationalization of Eastern European waterways. As he recalls at some length in his memoirs, he waited for the Russian reaction, convinced that it would tell him whether or not the Soviets were planning world conquest. He reasoned thusly: if the Soviet Union were not aiming to conquer the world, or set it aflame with revolution, it should be willing to allow even those nations within its so-called security zone to participate in the reconstruction of an open world economy, and, it followed, political freedom to ensure that local communists would not someday take over their governments. Truman's determination to get a straight answer from Stalin on these points led him to devise a test that really did not gauge Russian intentions outside of Eastern Europe, a point Stalin made when he asked if it were also to be proposed that the British-controlled Suez Canal be internationalized. And if not, why not? 11. Some of Truman's advisers thought they already knew the answer to the president's question. It was not the Red Army that concerned them so much as the large communist parties in West Europe. In all probability, recalled Averell Harriman, the communist leaders in those countries had reported to Moscow that they could take over. Harriman also remembered an illuminating interchange he had with Stalin at Potsdam. The first time I saw him at the conference, I went up to him and said that it must be very gratifying for him to be in Berlin, after all the struggle and the tragedy. He hesitated a moment and then replied, "Tsar Alexander got to Paris." It didn't need much of a clairvoyant to guess what was in his mind. 12. News of the first successful test of an atomic device reached Truman early in the conference. However, it is difficult to see what changes this information wrought in American policy during the Potsdam meetings, surely in part because the president's advisers still saw the Soviet threat as a political question. One aide recorded that the president was tremendously peppied up by the news. But no one, no matter how important he thought the bomb might someday become, had as yet worked out a plan for putting atomic diplomacy into operation. The president had been advised that the bomb might make the Russians somewhat more manageable. Truman himself told General Charles de Gaulle that American possession of the bomb was another argument against spheres of influence, since neither France nor Russia would need a territorial buffer to protect themselves against future German invasions. But speculations that the bomb was dropped on Japan to demonstrate American power to the Soviet Union, rather than to bring the war to a close as soon as possible, remain unproved. Truman's report to the nation on the results of the Potsdam Conference asserted unequivocally that the countries of Eastern Europe were not to be any one power's sphere of influence. That continued to be the American position at the first meeting of the newly created Council of Foreign Ministers in September 1945, with Secretary of State James F. Burns now insisting there could be no peace treaties with those countries until they were recognized, and they could not be recognized until elections were held or until the provisional governments were broadened to include representatives from all non-fascist political parties. The meeting ended in a stalemate when Molotov placed similar charges against British policy in Greece and American unilateralism in Japan. Burns changed tactics when the council met the following December in Moscow, at which time he offered to recognize the controversial governments if the Soviet Union would agree to a large peace conference to ratify whatever treaties were agreed upon by the Council of Foreign Ministers. When reports reached Washington that Burns was willing to recognize governments the State Department had only recently claimed were non-representative of their people's will, the administration's public diplomacy came home to roost. In subsequent Cold War crises this phenomenon occurred again and again, embarrassing later presidents, just as it had Truman on this occasion, by congressional criticism of any retreat. The fact was that non-recognition was only a holding action. The refusal of the United States to recognize Japan's puppet regime in Manchuria back in 1931 had taught policymakers several lessons, not the least being that the Stimson Doctrine had not removed Japan from the area. In the recent Polish case, non-recognition had been abandoned when Ambassador Harriman felt that the stage was set for a new phase, more productive than simple naysaying. Burns was anxious to get on with the implementation of that phase, even if the other provisional governments were somewhat less than perfect, for nothing would come of his contentions unless he could get on to the next level. During the December 1945 Big Three Foreign Ministers Conference, Secretary Burns had tried to find for the atomic bomb a political handle that might be turned to good use. Linking the settlement of Eastern Europe and other issues to the development of international control of atomic energy, the Secretary offered discussions on both subjects. The Russians, who were already trying to catch up in this vital area, attempted to reverse the situation, that is, they offered to talk about atomic energy after the political issues were resolved. It was a standoff. Then, in 1946, the United States offered to the world the so-called Barrack Plan for international control of atomic energy. The United States' position was that control should be vested in an international agency in a series of stages, during which time the United States could continue to develop its own atomic capabilities. If, at any of the stages up until the final point, the United States discovered that the Russians were deceitful, the plan would not proceed. To Americans these were only reasonable safeguards, to the Soviets they looked like a ploy to cover espionage activities. By its nature, the Barrack Plan was political fully as much as other efforts to change the course of Russian policy. Writing in Foreign Affairs in 1948, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the head of the wartime Manhattan Project, observed, "The prevalent view saw in the problems of atomic energy not an opportunity to allow the leaders of the Soviet state to carry out a policy of international cooperation, of openness, candor, and renunciation of violence to which they were already committed. Rather, it saw an opportunity to cause a decisive change in the whole trend of Soviet policy, without which the prospects of an assured peace were indeed gloomy, and which might be, if accomplished, the turning point in the pattern of international relations." Oppenheimer was right. The Barrack Plan was a one-shot effort to convert atomic advantage into political security. The lack of interest in the United States in reviving United Nations talks about atomic disarmament in later years suggests a continuing commitment during the Cold War to the political objectives of the Barrack Plan, even more than to the principle of international control of atomic energy. Only when the arms race threatened to get completely out of hand did both sides begin making tentative overtures to bring it under better management. At the 1946 Paris Peace Conference, Secretary of State Burns used everything he could, including the Barrack Plan, to pressure the Soviet delegation into publicly accepting economic clauses in the peace treaties whereby all members of the United Nations would be assured equal access to those countries for 5 years. He compromised finally on an 18-month guarantee. When the treaties with Hungary, Bulgaria, Finland, and Romania were presented to the Senate for ratification, Burns answered yes, to the question of one critic who asked if they laid the foundation. 350. For the defense of individual enterprise in a world in which state-controlled economy has become so dominant. Burns' claim went untested, for, even as he finished his testimony, events in Greece and Turkey transformed this initial clash over Eastern Europe into a worldwide struggle. The Truman Doctrine. When the British government revealed to the State Department on February 21, 1947, that it could no longer support the Greek government financially or afford the cost of modernizing the Turkish army, several considerations occurred to American officials. Among the first was how to formulate an ideological interpretation of the world crisis. Truman's March 12 message to Congress was the product of a combined State Department-White House attempt to state the issue in those terms. At a private briefing on the Greek situation, Senator Arthur H. Vandenberg had advised the president that he would have to scare hell out of the country. Early drafts of the Truman Doctrine speech stressed geopolitics and economics, emphasizing that Greece and Turkey bordered on areas containing great natural resources that must be accessible to all nations and must not be under the exclusive control or domination of any single nation. 13 Under-Secretary of State Dean G. Acheson purged the speech of all such references to narrow national interests so that it no longer sounded like an investment prospectus, as Truman put it, and emphasized general policy. The United States had already blocked a number of Russian moves in the Mediterranean, refusing Moscow's request for a trusteeship over any of Italy's former African colonies and its demand on behalf of Tito's Yugoslavia for control of Trieste. Through the United Nations and private diplomatic effort it had successfully pressured the Russians to withdraw their military forces from northern Iran. By stationing warships in the Mediterranean, it had served notice that it would back Turkey's refusal to give the Soviet Union a share in controlling the Dardanelles. Yet none of these moves had required a doctrine and, perhaps even more important, they had demonstrated that the United States could push its interests right up to Russia's doorstep without effective challenge. The Greek situation was something else, however, because it involved a civil war against an unpopular monarchy reimposed on the country by British Armed Forces. Former Prime Minister Winston Churchill could not refrain from pointing out the irony. On Greek affairs in 1944-45 I seemed to find myself out of step. But today it seems I was pursuing the exact policy, which, little more than 2 years later, the United States has adopted with strong conviction. This is to me a very intense satisfaction. 14. Truman's message to Congress came in the early days of the Moscow Foreign Ministers' Conference, which had just begun an effort to untangle the snarl of issues involved in getting to the heart of the German problem. Secretary of State George C. Marshall and his aides were convinced that Stalin had decided to play a waiting game, confident that, as in Greece, internal dissensions would absorb the energies of his foes. It is wrong to give so tragic an interpretation to our present disagreements, the Russian leader insisted in private conversations with Marshall. When people have exhausted themselves in dispute, they recognize the necessity for compromise. 15. But Marshall returned from Moscow in a pessimistic mood. Nothing in the Russian proposals on Germany had convinced him that the kind of compromise Stalin offered would prevent a communist takeover, first in Germany, then farther west. On June 5, 1947, the secretary formally introduced the plan his aides had been developing in round-the-clock conferences under the leadership of George F. Kennan, head of the newly formed policy planning staff. They had begun their work, noted Kennan, by trying to assess the current European situation as it might appear to Moscow policymakers. As they saw it, the Soviets believed that their new control of Eastern and Central European resources posed insurmountable economic problems for the West. They need only continue to deny those resources for a while longer in order to put themselves in a position where they will be able practically to name the political price on which they will make them available. 16. Whether or not that was indeed Moscow's operating premise, it was in line with Marshall's conclusions. Moreover, it represented the most logical extension of the original rationale for opposing the creation by the Russians of an Eastern European bloc of nations. It also justified the dramatic countermeasures the policy planning staff would finally recommend. What Marshall proposed in his June Harvard commencement speech was that the nations of Europe work out a general program to ensure that their resources and productive facilities, including those located in Germany, would be put to their most efficient use. If such an agreement could be reached, the United States would provide large amounts of aid for a European recovery program. Kennan had advised the Secretary of State to issue invitations to the Eastern Bloc, so as not to have drawn the line against any country or doctrine. The Soviet Union did send a large delegation to the Paris organizational meetings, but after protesting the change in Germany's status explicit in American proposals and issuing dire warnings to the British and French that they were betraying their national interests to the American monopolists, it withdrew to set about devising a Molotov plan for Eastern Europe. Over the next few months, the last non-communist ministers were forced out of Eastern European governments. In order to tighten the rein on communists everywhere, Stalin created the Cominform, his personal version of the once revolutionary Communist International, which, ironically, he had himself abolished in 1943 to facilitate improved relations with the capitalist nations. West European communists were expected to accept Cominform instructions without question, even though this might mean their effectiveness as French or Italian party leaders was all but destroyed. Kennan's advice to play it straight by inviting the Russians to participate in the Marshall Plan notwithstanding, neither side wanted any unusual projections poking through the Iron Curtain. Cold War orthodoxy in the West was based upon the text of George Kennan's article, The Sources of Soviet Conduct, which appeared in published form in the July 1947 issue of Foreign Affairs Quarterly. It was then reproduced, summarized, and talked about in mass circulation periodicals. By the time the process was finished, it had become the containment policy. The article had been signed with the pseudonym X to protect Kennan's official position, but a high-level official who participated in the formulation of official doctrine later reaffirmed that the X signature also gave the article quasi-official status. Since this article represented the newly formulated position of the United States government, Wrote Lewis Halley, "It would have been self-defeating to put it forward simply as the thought of one man." 17 By the time of its publication, Kennan's paper already had an interesting history of its own going back to early 1946, when as charge d'affaires of the American Embassy in Moscow, he had sent to Washington a long telegram that embodied many of the thoughts and images later appearing in the X article. Navy Secretary James V. Forrestal was impressed with his treatment of the ideological sources of Russian foreign policy and had Kennan recalled to join the staff of the newly created National War College. Later he recommended Kennan to George Marshall as an ideal man to head the policy planning staff. The timing of its appearance in midsummer of 1947 gave the X article special significance. The Truman Doctrine speech in March had alarmed many European leaders with its stark portrayal of the conflict in ideological terms. To these critics, the Marshall Plan represented a return to statesmanship and cool reason. The X article offered an ideological interpretation of Soviet conduct in world affairs, and its policy recommendations seemed compatible with either the Truman Doctrine or the Marshall Plan. In point of fact, the author had opposed military aid to Greece and Turkey in intra-government debates, but the images of the X article supported fully the president's militant rhetoric in requesting congressional approval for $400 million in economic and military aid for the two countries. The article began as a commentary on ideology and self-interest in Russian foreign policy, but the State Department committee that passed on its publication must certainly have had more than an inkling of the impact statements like the following could have on the international atmosphere. Once a given party line has been laid down on a given issue of current policy, the whole Soviet governmental machine, including the mechanism of diplomacy, moves inexorably along the prescribed path, like a persistent toy automobile wound up and headed in a given direction, stopping only when it meets with some unanswerable force. 18. Or this one. The United States has it in its power to increase enormously the strains under which Soviet policy must operate, to force upon the Kremlin a far greater degree of moderation and circumspection than it has had to observe in recent years, and in this way to promote tendencies which must eventually find their outlet in either the breakup or the gradual mellowing of Soviet power. 18. Exactly how and where the breakup of Soviet power was to begin, or where it would end, was left to the reader's imagination. One can imagine a conference of Kennan's counterparts in Moscow giving that question serious attention as they discussed the Molotov Plan. However that may be, Czechoslovakia was the prime case of what happened to a nation that tried to bridge the widening ideological chasm in the late 1940s. Prague had sent delegates to the Paris meeting in the summer of 1947, but when its tentative acceptance of Marshall Plan aid, and the obligations that went with it, was widely hailed by British and French sources as a break with Moscow, Foreign Minister Jan Masaryk quickly announced that his government had changed its mind. 9 months later time ran out on Czechoslovakia's ability to change its mind on any subject. Moscow had decided that it would not tolerate indecision in a country that bordered on West Germany, Poland, Hungary, and the Soviet Union itself. In February-March 1948 a communist putsch ended Prague's first experiment in independent socialism. It also ended Masaryk's life. He became one of several men to be martyred by the Cold War. 19 American policymakers were more edgy in the spring and summer of 1947 than during any period since the last 6 months of peace before World War II. On June 23, 1947, Navy Secretary Forrestal asked Truman for permission to pose a question to the cabinet before its meeting ended. What, he asked, did this country plan to do if it were confronted with a Russian démarche, accompanied by simultaneous coups in France and Italy? The president replied that he and Secretary Marshall had just been talking about that possibility before the rest of the cabinet members arrived. He said that he was afraid the answer would have to be found in history of the struggle between the Romans and Carthage, between Athens and Sparta, between Alexander the Great and the Persians, between France and England, between England and Germany. 20. Blockade in Berlin. Russia's ability to use the French and Italian communist parties as tools of its foreign policy was very much on everyone's mind in the summer of 1947. The situation in Germany was equally serious and even more complicated. When the policy planning staff recommended including Germany in the Marshall Plan, they increased the risk that the Soviet Union might feel compelled to act to prevent German resurgence. One reason for designing the Marshall Plan on a completely international basis, on the other hand, was the need to minimize such fears on both sides of the Iron Curtain. There is no question in my mind whatever, Secretary Marshall explained to a congressional committee late in 1947, that the German economy is the heart of Europe, and if we do not coordinate that with the rest of Europe, certainly Western Europe, we be in difficulties for an interminable procession of years. It was a serious moment because the Secretary of State was in effect announcing the administration's decision to abnegate further attempts at Big Four cooperation in Germany. Before and during the war, German industry had drawn upon the raw materials of Eastern Europe. If the Russians were to join the Marshall Plan, Kennan had suggested to Marshall, they would have to reopen those sources of supply, not only for France and Italy, but also for Germany. German economic revival had to be made the primary object of our policy in that area and be adopted as a general line of procedure of this government, binding on all of its departments and agencies. 21. The Marshall Plan, therefore, resolved the post-war debate over what to do about Germany. After the famous unconditional surrender statement with which FDR had surprised everyone at the 1943 Casablanca Conference, post-war planning for Germany either within the United States or among the Allies had moved nowhere. At Yalta, Roosevelt had avoided talking about dismemberment, although he implied that permanent policies might grow out of the occupation zones then being drawn up by their military advisors. He was somewhat more definite about the reparations question, accepting an overall figure of $20 billion as a basis for discussion by a Big Three commission in Moscow and further agreeing that one half should go to the Soviet Union. At Potsdam, Secretary of State Burns offered the Soviets a different plan: each occupying power should take its reparations from its own zone. Molotov protested that Russia had a right to reparations from the Ruhr, then located within the British occupation zone. He was not satisfied with Burns' offer of 25% of those properties that were eventually to be made available for reparations from the Western zones because the offer was tied to a new round of negotiations on German level of industry agreement, and even after these negotiations the final determination of the amount and character of industrial equipment to be made available would be subject to the final approval of the zone commander in the zone from which the equipment is to be removed. 356. The American proposals at Potsdam had been shaped by several considerations, especially Stalin's unilateral assignment to the new Polish government of former German territories. Burns' 25% proposal, which the Russians finally accepted on the last day of the conference when it had become clear that it was a final offer, obliged them to take the great bulk of their reparations from East Germany under the guise of removing German assets. One side benefit the American delegation anticipated from sealing off the three Western zones from further Russian looting was that Germany and Eastern Europe would be at least temporarily crippled by Russian withdrawals. What the Secretary had not anticipated, however, was that his plan also imposed restrictions on American efforts to reconstruct a viable economy in West Germany. The Secretary had drawn a heavy line between East and West, but his proposal also traced a boundary mark between the Western zones themselves. Indeed, it was not the Russians who first obstructed the Allied Control Council's attempts to reconnect vital economic lifelines between the four zones. It was the French who insisted upon renegotiating the entire reparations settlement before cooperating on an all-German economic policy. French tactics brought to the surface differences within the American policy-making group. The dominant faction successfully argued that Paris could be dealt with later. Meanwhile, the delay might be best used to reassess Washington's position on the immediate economic unification of Germany. In May 1946, the American military commander General Lucius D. Clay exercised authority he thought was his under the Potsdam Agreement to cut all reparations until there was a four-power commitment to pool German exports to pay for essential imports. Having been told at Potsdam that they were to take the bulk of their reparations from their zones, the Russians were now being advised that there would be no deliveries from the West until they stopped and instead contribute their share to an export pool. It now appears that Clay's primary objective was to clear the way for dealing with internal problems in the Western zones, rather than to force the Russians to new terms. Although American occupation officials publicly blamed Russian removals for West Germany's continuing economic plight, Clay himself confided to a friend the real reason was that the Russian zone was self-contained whereas the others were not, and the existence of artificial boundaries has retarded economic recovery until almost complete economic collapse threatens. 22 Less than a month after he halted reparations deliveries, General Clay urged that the Western zones be merged or the United States would face a deteriorating German economy which will create a political unrest favorable to the development of communism in Germany. 23 Clay's fears had several roots. In the first place, unlike France or Italy, the German Communist Party had official support in part of the country. Second, the Russians had moved in the spring of 1946 to force the traditional Social Democratic Party into a coalition with the Communists, the East German Socialist Unity Party. Third, the Social Democratic Party of Germany was more militant in its demands than the British Labour Party, though in heritage and ideology the two parties were first cousins. The Labour government could not very well disown the German Social Democrats, or their demand for the nationalization of Ruhr industries. The American military government had no intention of allowing the situation to get out of hand of permitting, as Marshall would put it, the heart of the European economy to drift leftward into socialism or communism. Obviously, failure by the Western powers to make the free economy system work in Germany is a strong argument for communism, Allen Dulles told the 1946 National Foreign Trade Convention. Conversely, a successful reconstruction of German capitalism would constitute a powerful argument for the free enterprise system throughout the continent. 24. British agreement to merge its zone with the American zone was a long step toward the solution of two problems. It erased the burdensome restrictions between the two zones and it prevented by a special agreement between Washington and London the imposition of a socialist policy in either or both. France was finally persuaded to cooperate following the failure of the November 1947 London Foreign Ministers' Conference. At that meeting each side had accused the other of bad faith in not carrying out the Yalta and Potsdam agreements and in not wishing to see Germany reunited economically or politically. The American delegation had been prepared for this outcome and, shortly after the conference ended without an agreement on a new meeting, General Clay was given permission to carry out the next phase of the plan to revive the West German economy. A complete currency reform. He was also told to introduce the new system into the three western zones of Berlin. Located deep within the Soviet occupation zone, the former German capital had been subdivided into occupation zones at the same time the larger boundaries were drawn. After Czechoslovakia was dragged into the Eastern Bloc, Berlin became the only free world outpost behind Russian lines. As such it was doubly prized by Western policy-makers. On June 24, 1948, Russian authorities in the city reacted to the currency reform by imposing a blockade on travel and commerce between Berlin and Traizonia. The West will make Western Germany their own, Stalin candidly acknowledged, and we shall turn Eastern Germany into our own state. 25 But there was still the Berlin problem, a state within a state. Challenged within his own sphere of influence by the defection of Yugoslavia, who was soon to make overtures to the West for economic aid, Stalin and his advisers tried to consolidate their position in Germany. The Berlin blockade was risky, but it was essentially defensive in nature. Russian policy was an admission of Soviet inability to prevent the United States from making West Germany into a powerful state that would eventually pose a threat to East German stability. It was risky, too, in that if it failed the resentment of West Berliners could someday trigger an explosion that could end in a nuclear war. At first General Clay and his political advisors recommended sending a column of tanks across the Autobahn straight through to Berlin. However, the tactic he devised after Washington refused to approve such a showdown proved even more effective from an American point of view. Under Clay's leadership, the Western powers began airlifting food and supplies into the besieged city until by the spring of 1949 more than 8,000 tons were being delivered daily, a stupendous technical accomplishment. Politically, of course, the Berlin airlift was a daily embarrassment to the Russians, but the crisis also produced a closer agreement in the West. The Berlin blockade, for example, led to 3 power agreements concerning the allocation of materials from the Ruhr area to the rest of Europe. According to these understandings, the United States gained a veto over all such allocations for as long as it remained responsible for West Germany's economic viability. Shortly after, the Russians moved barricades across the highways and stopped the trains moving in and out of Berlin. Stalin offered to end the blockade in exchange for postponement of Western plans for the formation of an all-West German government. He also wanted to substitute for power control over any currency changes in Berlin as a whole. Several weeks of diplomatic wrangling failed to produce a workable arrangement on either question. During the 13-month blockade, Washington took the lead in the formation of a West German government headed by Konrad Adenauer and his pro-Western, pro-capitalist, Christian Democratic Party. It also used the time to build a tripwire defense system with the formal title, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. A military attack upon any one of its members constituted an attack upon all, although obviously the only meaningful retaliation would have to come from the United States. NATO allowed its members to concentrate on internal recovery. However, to do so each had to surrender autonomy in foreign affairs. More than any of its new partners, France gave up its traditional European role in order to participate in the Marshall Plan and NATO. Indeed, the seriousness of the situation was best measured by French willingness to go along with the United States in each of these steps, for it is difficult to imagine such cooperation under any other circumstances. By January 1949, the Western counter-blockade around Berlin had begun to have a noticeable effect on the East German economy. Hints that the Soviets were ready to settle for a modus vivendi on American terms reached the State Department through various channels during the early months of that year, but Washington was in no hurry to help the Russians out of their embarrassment until Adenauer's government had actually been brought into being and the NATO pact ratified. Having achieved these objectives by the end of April, Washington agreed to hold a new Foreign Ministers' Conference on Germany in Paris starting on May 23, 1949. It soon became apparent that each side was primarily concerned with exploring the parameters of the new situation, though each introduced pro forma proposals for the diplomatic record. The Russian insistence that the Big Four return to the Yalta and Potsdam Agreements. Secretary of State Dean Acheson compared to one's asking a paralytic who had regained the use of 3 limbs to return to complete paralysis. What the United States wanted to find out, Acheson advised his British and French colleagues, was whether or not the Russians would be prepared to have the bond system extended to the Eastern Zone. It is hard to believe that Acheson did not know the answer even before leaving Washington. Why then should he agree to meet with the Russians and risk another blow-up? Domestic political reasons no doubt played a part, as did concern for Anglo-French opinion, but Acheson was interested in finding out something else from the Russians. Were they ready to explore ways of increasing East-West trade within Germany in exchange for agreeing to a Western-controlled access corridor from Helmstedt to Berlin? Negotiations on these points began at an informal secret meeting on June 12, 1949. Several other private sessions followed, as each side proved eager to talk about practicalities away from the rituals of the council table. The American delegation had discussed the problem of Germany and East-West trade among themselves both before and during the conference. The sticking point was how a fully restored West German industrial capacity could be absorbed in Western Europe without causing serious economic ramifications. They continued to arrive at the same conclusion: it could not be done. How, then, Could one propose increasing East-West trade while building a foreign policy based upon fear of Russian military aggression? A very delicate matter indeed. No less so for the Russians, who were in an equally precarious position vis-a-vis the West European communists from whom they had just urged full support to prevent ratifications of the NATO treaty. John Foster Dulles put the issue bluntly at the delegation's May 30 discussion: in view of the proposed cuts in steel production on the part of the United States, and of the growing unemployment in Western Europe, what were we going to do with the German industrial capacity, particularly since we can no longer turn it into the manufacture of arms? Dulles was doubtful when his colleagues offered their answer. At a later delegation discussion, the Republican advisor warned of a congressional revolt at any overt move for increased economic contacts with the Soviet zone. Acheson answered him with an air of finality: "We are in a position where we have to be proponents of increased East-West trade." 26. To avoid arousing public criticism in either bloc, Acheson suggested to Wyszynski that they treat this matter in circumspect fashion, not as a formal proposal from either side, but as something that had somehow spontaneously emerged from the foreign ministers' discussions. The final communiqué of the conference, released on June 20, 1949, followed Acheson's suggestions almost to the letter, except for the absence of any reference to a Helmstedt-Berlin corridor. The communiqué said that the occupation authorities would recommend to German economic organizations of all four zones that they seek to facilitate the establishment of closer economic ties between the zones and more effective implementation of trade and other economic agreements. Wyszynski's willingness to settle the Berlin blockade on these terms, the already apparent upturn in Western Europe, and the generally quieter international atmosphere that summer led some to believe that the Cold War was all but won. Acheson's subtle diplomacy in Paris had not escaped Senator Vandenberg, who was delighted by the outcome. The Ruskies surely were on the defensive. They evidently know they have lost the Cold War in Western Europe, and as a result, they are undoubtedly under great pressure from their satellites to get East-West trade going again. This is the time of all times to keep up our peace. Which means ECA, Atlantic Pact, and arms implementation. 27. The 1949 Paris Conference was a trial run of Secretary Acheson's soon-to-be famous corollary to the containment policy negotiation from strength. As we shall see, John Foster Dulles drew important lessons from this meeting that he soon afterwards put to good use. He learned something about appearances and realities, something about Soviet-American mutual concerns, and a lot about Cold War economic dilemmas. Meanwhile, Congress voted for NATO to hold back the barbarian hordes and appropriated $1 billion as the first installment on a long-range military insurance policy. Texas Senator Tom Connally said, "The Atlantic Pact is but the logical extension of the principle of the Monroe Doctrine." But his colleague from Ohio, Robert A. Taft, insisted that it went further. He could have voted for a resolution putting Russia on notice that an attack on Western Europe would bring American retaliation, but not for the proposed treaty. The Atlantic Pact, warned the Republican senator, moves in exactly the opposite direction from the purposes of the United Nations Charter and makes a farce of further efforts to secure international peace through law and justice. It necessarily divides the world into two armed camps. It may be said that the world is already so divided, but it cannot be said that by emphasizing that division we are carrying out the spirit of the United Nations. No matter how defensive an alliance may be, if it carries the obligation to arm, it means the building up of a competitive armament race. This treaty, therefore, means inevitably an armament race, and armament races in the past have led to war. 28. In due course the Soviets answered the NATO pact with their own military alliance system, the 1955 Warsaw Treaty. Taft's prophecy was borne out in a variety of developments besides the proliferation of military alliances. Writing in Race to Oblivion, Herbert York, a scientific advisor to later presidents, noted that after the original Manhattan Project to develop an atomic bomb before the Germans, Americans built up a race mentality, based on mistaken judgments. Time after time since then our leaders have become convinced that the enemy, or the competition, or whatever one chooses to call it, was up to some technological mischief designed to do us in, or at least to cause us, very serious trouble. And time after time these convictions proved to be either completely untrue or at least grossly exaggerated. By 1950, he adds, we had a stockpile capable of somewhat more than reproducing World War II in a single day. 29. As a prominent Washington policymaker once observed, the 1945 Act of Chapultepec served both politically and militarily as a mock-up for the later NATO alliance. Directed against Argentina's pro-Axis government, the Act of Chapultepec was designed to serve equally well against outside challenges. After the long-standing Mexican oil controversy had been settled in 1943, the most serious nationalist challenge to American hegemony in the hemisphere came from Buenos Aires, whose proto-fascist rulers imitated autarkic economic policies and threatened a pro-American government in Brazil with military action over territorial disputes. Against these dangers, Washington mounted an all-out counter-offensive, freezing Argentine assets in the United States and sending arms and military advisors to the friendly government in Brazil. Before Argentine-American tensions could reach a showdown, Buenos Aires was persuaded to declare war on the Axis powers and to send delegates to the Mexico City Conference. Under continuous pressure from the United States and other hemisphere nations, Argentina pledged itself to the new inter-American system created by the Act of Chapultepec by signing a provision calling for the joint defense of all the states in case of aggression against one of them. Satisfied that Argentina had given up at last any plans for aligning herself with any outside threat to stability and order in the good neighborhood of the Western Hemisphere, Washington pressed for its admission to the United Nations. The Russian delegation at San Francisco protested this move and called attention to Poland's anti-fascist credentials, but with the encouragement of the North Americans, Latin American nations successfully pushed the issue to a vote. The Argentine question thus demonstrated three important points to the Russians, and the rest of the world. America's place in the Western Hemisphere was still as sovereign as it had been in 1895 when Secretary of State Richard Olney declared that its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition, but, in addition, the United States would now use Latin American votes on world issues to extend its fiat in the United Nations, and morality would be determined by majority votes. Turning inward at the Mexico City Conference of February 1945, the delegates had tried to resolve hemisphere economic issues so as to remove the danger of extreme nationalist or revolutionary solutions. Concerned about the likely decline in their raw materials exports, and also export prices, several Latin American countries had pressed for special marketing agreements, and some wanted to argue the infant industry's classic position to justify their planned post-war tariffs. The American delegation, led by Nelson Rockefeller, called upon the other delegates to turn their backs on such demands and to concentrate upon providing safeguards and new rules of operation in order to attract foreign capital. When he reported to his colleagues on the Mexico City Conference, Senator Connally assured them that the Act of Chapultepec meant that trade barriers would be reduced so as to create an expanding economic system in the Western Hemisphere. Other American policymakers were by no means so confident that the Act of Chapultepec by itself was all that important. Senator Vandenberg, for example, wrote Secretary of State Burns on August 3, 1945, urging action to implement the Act of Chapultepec in such a way as to ensure that the United States would assume the exclusive responsibility for any armed forces required to maintain peace and security in the Western Hemisphere. 30 Accordingly, in May 1946, President Truman sent Congress a proposed Inter-American Military Cooperation Act, which would have standardized all military equipment in Latin America by the simple procedure of keeping out of the hemisphere everything but North American supplies and advisors. Such a plan would have had the additional advantage, noted State Department officials, of allowing the United States to control the outbreak of small wars between Latin American countries, which had been a serious cause of instability in pre-war years. Finally, by withholding military supplies to countries that adopted policies in defiance of the Act of Chapultepec, The United States could put a limit on foreign influence in the hemisphere. The department had been concerned since 1943 about the expansion of Russian activity in Latin America. Stalin's repudiation of the Comintern had seemingly opened the way to closer relations with those countries. Moreover, they were supposed to be allies in the war against the Axis. In this regard, the most ironic twist of all was a series of reports from Buenos Aires and Moscow to the effect that the Russians were seeking to sell German arms made in Czechoslovakia to the Argentines. The Military Cooperation Act failed to win approval. The State Department substituted, instead, gentlemen's agreements to accomplish the same purpose. In succeeding years, these were replaced by formal bilateral military assistance agreements. Economic questions persisted, however, and were taken up again at the 1948 Bogotá Conference. At that meeting, Secretary of State George C. Marshall explained once and for all that there would be no Marshall Plan for Latin America, no massive government aid to stimulate economic development. The dominant theme of United States economic policy, said Marshall, was the role which private capital might play in the economic development of Latin America. During the conference, the American delegation had attempted to include a sentence in the final declaration stating that any expropriation shall be accompanied by payment of fair compensation in a prompt, adequate, and effective manner. The roots of that motion lay, of course, in the Mexican Constitution of 1917. The statement went into the Bogotá Economic Agreement, but 7 delegations appended specific reservations concerning the primacy of their respective constitutions over the language of the final declaration. The disagreement foreshadowed new schisms, but it was all but ignored at the time. Latin American disappointment at post-war United States economic policies was epitomized in a much-repeated story about a South American ambassador at a White House reception who was asked by President Truman about conditions in his country. "Rotten, sir," came the reply. "We can't find a single communist." The story has a happy ending, however, for Latin American leaders soon found plenty of substitutes for the missing Reds. Whatever had been the original purposes of United States military aid, it found its fullest employment in the area of internal. 366. Security. In World War II and in the Korean War, token military forces from Latin American countries were integrated into the United Nations forces for symbolic purposes that suited the needs of both donor and recipient. Military aid from the United States also legitimized status quo regimes in the eyes of their own citizens. If the United States refused this aid, wrote one analyst, 20 weak republics shut up in one hemisphere with one giant would have to take their comfort in juridical equality only. Their national pride requires that we support that most basic attribute of sovereignty, that is, a national army outfitted, equipped, and commanded like others elsewhere in the world. The fact that these armies have little or nothing to do with international defense, or with national protection for that matter, is beside the point. 31. A different view was offered by a former Colombian president in 1955, who observed that United States military aid produced a situation in which Latin American countries were occupied by their own armies. Military aid also offered the best answer to challenges posed by conservative nationalists from Argentina's Juan Perón to Brazilian generals in the 1960s, all of whom much preferred to accept this support than to face up to the demands of a full-scale national reform program. Encouraged by United States' emphasis on internal security projects at the 1951 Washington Inter-American Conference, Latin American rulers discovered a magic rule: it was easy to dismiss all manifestations of social unrest as Russian communist-inspired plots. In exchange for stepped-up military aid to protect themselves against the internal maneuvers of the world communist conspiracy, the Latin delegates proved amenable to committing themselves to limit all trade with the Soviet bloc countries. Post-war nationalism in former colonial areas often brought to the fore military leaders who took charge of their countries at the expense of political democracy, justifying their acts and the role of the army as essential to rapid modernization and balanced economic development. In Latin America, however, military leaders most often used United States support to veto political decisions. The result was to neutralize nationalism in a left-right struggle, which guaranteed that these governments would not fall into communist hands, or be taken over by fellow travelers susceptible to radical temptations. These military establishments also produced governments which faithfully supported United States policy in the United Nations and the Organization of American States. 32. With one notable exception, the new inter-American system survived intact for a decade and a half following World War II. Latin America could continue to be taken for granted. The loss of America's China, on the other hand, produced real fears and then the plague of McCarthyism. The end of traditional China. Without doubt, America's greatest disappointment in the post-war period was the rapid disintegration of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government. Although Franklin D. Roosevelt had received several reports on the true condition of Chiang's regime during the war, in public he had continued to express his full confidence in nationalist China as a partner in the Big Four alliance to defeat Germany and Japan. Although this bit of deception was occasionally useful to Roosevelt in disagreements with Churchill or Stalin, it would prove disastrous for his successors. Probably it would never have been taken seriously if Americans themselves had not wanted to believe that the open-door policy would someday make it possible for China to defeat its enemies and assume its rightful place among world powers. Like most of his fellow citizens, Harry Truman was not a little chagrined once he had had a chance to examine FDR's Chinese legacy. "We in America always think of China as a nation," he wrote in his memoirs. But the truth is that in 1945 China was only a geographical expression. Post-war planners had assumed that China would replace Japan as the principal stabilizing force in Asia. Even if the Great China Market dream were never to materialize, these men regarded Chiang's government as of nuclear importance to the re-establishment of a functioning world economy. Japan's pre-war policies had been at odds with such a system. If China were to adopt a statist economic policy, the outlook for American interests in Asia was not very bright. Wartime China policy had also been premised on the belief that the Chinese communists could not carry through a revolution against the Kuomintang regime without substantial Russian aid. One reason for including China in the Big Four, therefore, was to establish mutual obligations between Chiang's government and America's other allies. These efforts culminated in the February 1945 Yalta Far Eastern Agreement, by which Russia promised to support the Kuomintang government in return for recognition of its special rights in Mongolia and Manchuria. Even after it became clear that the United States would not need the Soviet Union to shorten the war against Japan, many policymakers argued against any repudiation of the Yalta Accord because it contained Stalin's strongest promise to date to support the Chinese nationalists after the war. 368. Had Truman's special emissary, General George C. Marshall, succeeded in his 1946-1947 mission of preventing a Chinese civil war, the Yalta Far Eastern Agreement would have been forgotten by now, or, more likely, regarded as a triumph. It is easy to dismiss the traditional China policy of the United States as naive and moralistic, but we might remind ourselves that Stalin apparently also thought so little of Mao Zedong's chances that as late as 1948 he was still trying to make serious diplomatic arrangements with Chiang Kai-shek. For his part, Chiang also misestimated the situation. He assumed that the United States would have no choice but to follow his lead, even into dubious Manchurian adventures where Americans had already been burned more than once. The tottering political structure under Chiang required a quick triumph over the communists and their supporters, or the Kuomintang would collapse of its own corruption and inefficiency. After more than a year of diplomatic effort, General Marshall decided the situation was hopeless. He left China in early 1947 to assume his duties as Truman's new Secretary of State, convinced that Chiang's government could not be reformed and Mao's forces could not be placated. For the next several months all but a small part of his time was taken up with the European crisis. China was not forgotten, however. Chiang's American friends were numerous and powerful. They made their weight felt by pointing out the seeming contradiction of the Truman Doctrine and a hands-off policy toward the struggle between good and evil in China. The president had based his appeal to Congress for aid to Greece on the supposed connections between Moscow and the Greek insurgents. Could there be any doubt about Stalin's support of Mao? Administration witnesses had great difficulty finding the right answer to that question. In fact, they never did, because the two situations were more comparable than anyone cared to admit. Marshall's return signaled the beginning of a final reappraisal of the old China policy despite the loud protests of the China lobby and the initiation of a new Japanese policy. Since August 1945, General Douglas MacArthur had enjoyed a rather free hand in carrying out the political and economic reconstruction of the island country. Protected from Russian interference by Truman, who had instructed his aides that the German mistake was not to be repeated in the Far East, that is, there was to be no joint occupation of Japan no matter what the Russians said or did. MacArthur's trust-busting experiments and other economic programs were still not successful, even without Russian obstructions. In fact, there came a point when American policymakers suddenly realized that whatever its other faults, the four-power occupation of Germany also meant that blame for economic failures could be shared or passed on to from liberation to containment 1945 to 1953 369. The other fellow. In Japan there was no one else to blame but other Americans. Beginning in June 1947, MacArthur was visited by several technical missions that had instructions from Washington to clear the way for Japanese economic rehabilitation. 33. The United States faced strong opposition to such a policy not only in the Soviet Union but also in several other countries as well. Chiang flirted with the Russian rapprochement over the issue, although it was no doubt a bluff. Criticism also came from British Commonwealth nations and the Philippines, but by 1950 the situation was regarded as too serious to allow of further delay. China had fallen to Mao's army. The French were in deep trouble in Southeast Asia. Even in the Philippines, communist guerrillas were beginning to operate in daylight. Whatever next step was decided upon in Asian policy, it was imperative that Japan not be lost to communism. That meant, among other things, the restoration and expansion of Japan's pre-war economic position in Asia. When the Truman administration sent John Foster Dulles out to see MacArthur about beginning negotiations for a comprehensive peace treaty with Japan to eliminate any leftover issues blocking the way of such a revival, he found the general in a gloomy mood. The United States had no more than 5 years to complete its tasks in Japan, MacArthur warned. The Japanese, he continued, were by no means tied securely to the American position in a bipolar Cold War. Many groups and individuals were against a separate peace with the United States and its allies, preferring to seek their security and Japan's under the general protective umbrella of the United Nations. Dulles made it plain that no such solution was possible. The world was divided into two parts, he told the American Chamber of Commerce in Tokyo on June 22, 1950. I am confident that when the hour of decision comes, the Japanese people will elect to become dependable members of the world that is free. 34. In private discussions with Japanese political leaders, Dulles explained what he had meant by that statement, a security treaty that would permit the United States to maintain and expand its military bases throughout the islands. Japan's hour of decision, as the special ambassador from Washington had put it, never really arrived. Its fate was decided in Washington when the United States intervened against the North Korean forces invading South Korea on June 25. Japan was involved from the outset as a staging base for American operations on the Korean peninsula. As the war went on, and critics demanded airstrikes against the Manchurian Sanctuary administration, spokesmen pointed out that such acts might put their own Japanese sanctuary in jeopardy. A Japanese peace treaty was signed in San Francisco in September 1951. On the same day, a Japanese-American security pact was approved by which the United States consented to maintain its forces there in order to deter an attack upon Japan for the next 10 years. Russia had attended the peace conference, but refused to sign the treaty, citing those provisions that permitted Japan to become an American ally. It signed its own peace treaty with Japan in 1956. In October 1949, Congress had appropriated $58 million for an American bomber base on Okinawa, strategically located between Japan and Formosa. America had invested $400 million in Chiang Kai-shek since World War II. The cost of containing his communist successors had already begun with the investment in Okinawa. I have seen no evidence, wrote the author of the X article, that the possibility of a connection between our decision to proceed independently to the conclusion of a separate Japanese peace settlement, involving the indefinite retention of an American military presence in Japan in the post-treaty period, on the one hand, and the Soviet decision to unleash a civil war in Korea, on the other, ever entered the mind of anyone in Washington except myself. 35. The wrong war in Korea? A fully satisfactory explanation of the origins of the Korean War, or of the American decision to intervene, has yet to be written. The official explanation Truman gave to the nation in June of 1950 consisted of one basic statement: the attack upon Korea makes it plain beyond all doubt that communism has passed beyond the use of subversion to conquer independent nations and will now use armed invasion and war. In private, Truman had made a more suggestive explanation to members of the White House staff. Walking over to a big globe in his office, the president had put his hand on Korea. This is the Greece of the Far East. If we are tough enough now, there won't have to be any next step. 36. To bewildered congressional representatives, Truman offered an even gloomier assessment. If we let Korea down, he began, what would become the litany of the falling dominoes, the Soviet will keep right on going and swallow up one piece of Asia after another. We had to make a stand sometime, or else let all of Asia go by the board. If we were to let Asia go, the Near East would collapse and no telling what would happen in Europe. Therefore, ordered our forces to support Korea as long as the Koreans put up a fight, and something we could support, and it equally necessary for us to draw the line at Indochina, the Philippines, and Formosa. 37. Secretary of State Dean Acheson gave the legislators other things to think about. It became apparent in Washington that the United States adopt a very firm stand in the Far East, he said, not only for Korea's sake but since the governments of many Western European nations appeared to be in a state of near panic, as they watched to see whether the United States would act or not. Acheson always related world developments to what seemed to him the heart of the matter, the survival of a non-communist bloc of nations across the Atlantic. Korea itself was expendable. Acheson's view of the long row of dominoes always began with the last and worked forward. Moreover, he viewed the North Korean attack as an object lesson on the folly of disarmament. Surely, now, the French would see how unwise it was to hold up German rearmament in the face of Russia's willingness to use military force. These explanations are helpful in straightening out issues of national security and ideology. Before World War II, the international contest over Korea had primarily concerned Japan, China, and Russia. The United States had made one or two gestures toward aiding Korean independence, but it was only after World War II began that Washington had to concern itself seriously about what was to be done once the Japanese were driven out. The joint Russian-American occupation of Korea at the end of the Pacific War was supposedly only preliminary to the re-establishment of the country as a fully independent nation. Disagreements over how that was to be accomplished were already a major issue in January of 1946. In May of that year, President Truman sent a special representative to investigate the situation in Korea. His report stressed several new factors that had developed along with similar problems in the rest of the world. While Korea is a small country, and in terms of our total military strength is a small responsibility, it is an ideological battleground upon which our entire success in Asia may depend. It is here where a test will be made of whether a democratic competitive system can be adapted to meet the challenge of a defeated feudalism, or whether some other system, suited to a quick takeover by a communist government, since the Japanese had owned all the major industries before the war. Capitalism would have to start from scratch. Military leaders were far less committed to undertaking such a task, pointing out that American troops were exposed to a variety of dangers in Korea. The Russian presence, of course, might trigger an incident, but even more dangerous than that was the likelihood that American forces might become involved in a civil war in an area where United States security interests were really not at stake, at a time when Army reserve strength was non-existent. It was even possible that, at a time of great peril elsewhere, the United States would find itself fighting for its honor in Korea, a tragically absurd situation. In 1947, the Joint Chiefs of Staff had specifically and unconditionally recommended that the Korean Peninsula be excluded from the nation's defense perimeter. An April 1948 JCS policy paper was even more explicit, if that were possible. The United States should not become so irrevocably involved in the Korean situation that an action taken by any faction in Korea or by any other power in Korea could be considered a casus belli for the United States. 39. The Truman administration tried to fashion a solution to the dilemma out of its available resources of power and diplomacy. It pushed through the United Nations a plan for holding national elections in the South, if, as expected, North Korean authorities refused to admit observation teams. These elections yielded a government headed by Dr. Syngman Rhee. That was recognized by the World Organization as the Republic of Korea. In December 1948, Russian troops withdrew from the newly created Democratic People's Republic of Korea. All but several hundred American advisors had withdrawn from the South at the time of the North Korean attack. Each side had trained and equipped local armies, and each apparently thought the time had come to lessen the chance of big power involvement, and perhaps even hoped that by withdrawing it had checked the nationalistic ambitions of its client. However that may be, Syngman Rhee was almost desperate in early 1950. Washington had threatened to cut back Korean economic aid unless serious reforms were forthcoming. Even worse, he found himself in the same predicament as Chiang Kai-shek, although he still clung to the presidency of South Korea. Like Chiang, who ruled only on Formosa, he was confronted by a communist victory in China. Both faced internal political and economic problems, and neither had a specific commitment from the United States to defend his government against its enemies. In fact, Secretary of State Dean Acheson had pointedly omitted Korea and Formosa from the strategic defense perimeters of the United States in a widely publicized speech on January 12, 1950. However, later on in his remarks he introduced what American policymakers no doubt hoped would raise doubts in Moscow, Peking, and Pyongyang. He stated that nations outside the security zone should make sure of their own ability to resist aggression in the first instance, but they could also rely upon the commitments of the civilized world under the United Nations Charter, which so far has not proved a weak reed to lean on by any people who are determined to protect their independence against outside aggression. If Acheson had not invited Russian attacks on Formosa and South Korea, by his ambiguous language, as his critics later charged, neither had he given the world any reason to believe that the United States would intervene in either place. In fact, high-level debates were still going on within the administration about the possible timing of a move to extend formal diplomatic recognition to Mao Zedong's government. Why, then, was the nation's repeated avowal that military intervention was out of the question suddenly reversed when word reached Washington of the North Korean attack? Not all the answers are clear even today, but those we do know suggest that the Korean War was a phenomenon produced from the near fusion of premise and strategy inherent in the containment policy, that is, Korea was the Greece of Asia. The outbreak of armed conflict in Korea came, however, after the loss of China and the end of America's atomic monopoly. On September 22, 1949, the relative calm that had followed the Paris foreign ministers' meeting and the end of the Berlin blockade was shattered by a White House statement that the Russians had exploded an atomic device. Previous estimates had given the United States a lead time of from 5 to 20 years, but no one had planned how to meet the situation when it finally did occur, as it must someday. It was clearly necessary to reassess Russian willingness to accept a German stalemate, and perhaps also the containment policy. Perhaps the Russians were as confident of ultimate success in the Cold War as Americans had once been. While the administration debated whether to work on a superbomb, or to make a new approach to the Russians for international control of atomic energy, Secretary of State Appleman urged consideration of the broad international issues. What would be the effect of not developing a hydrogen bomb? Even if its only advantage proved to be not military but psychological, having no bomb would clearly make appeasement more appealing to certain groups and nations. Moreover, after the loss of China, Congress was clamoring for deeds, not a new containment promise. Impressed by these political arguments, and long convinced he knew Stalin's aims, Truman gave the green light to developing the new Super 374 bomb. At the same time he asked the National Security Council, established in 1947 to combine the talents of military and political intelligence with those of national planning, to prepare an estimate of when the Soviets were likely to achieve approximate atomic parity and when, therefore, they might begin to challenge American interests on a piecemeal or general basis. The National Security Council's report, known later as NSC 68, set the point of greatest danger in 1954. But NSC 68 was a much more far-reaching document than a calendar estimate of Russian technological capabilities. Together with another National Security Council document, NSC 64, it represented a fateful turning point in post-war diplomacy. The communist victory in China had set the stage for the momentous conclusions of both papers. The thoughts that went into them were already well in evidence in official circles. At a post-communist victory State Department roundtable on Asia, for example, George F. Kennan asserted that if Japan were to get along she would have to reopen some sort of empire toward the south. Moreover, concluded the chief Kremlinologist, the United States would have to see in this coming period that trade opportunities were opened up in Southeast Asia on a scale very far greater than anything Japan knew before. 40 What an ironic ending to John Hay's open-door policy. NSC 64, completed in February 1950, concluded that the Departments of State and Defense should prepare, as a matter of priority, a program of all practicable measures designed to protect U.S. security interests in Indo-China. These were defined as both economic and political. China's defection represented a grievous political defeat for us. If Southeast Asia also is swept by communism, we shall have suffered a major political rout, the repercussions of which will be felt throughout the rest of the world, especially in the Middle East and in a then critically exposed Australia. 41 Fully briefed on this thinking, John Foster Dulles went to Japan to carry out a mandate from Truman and Appleman to write a peace treaty. In a memorandum written to himself on May 18, 1950, Dulles wrote that the loss of China meant a shift in the balance of power. How extensive the shift would be depended upon several things, including American actions. If the United States continued to fall back in Asia, the result would be a much greater shift worldwide. The situation in Japan may become untenable, and possibly that in the Philippines. Indonesia, with its vast natural resources, may be lost, and the oil of the Middle East will be in jeopardy. None of these places provide holding grounds once the people feel that communism is the wave of the future and that even we are retreating before it. This series of disasters can probably be prevented if at some doubtful point we quickly take a dramatic and strong stand that shows our confidence and resolution. Probably the series of disasters cannot be prevented in any other way. 42 Dulles was with MacArthur when the North Korean attack came. His voice was the strongest next to the generals in calling for American intervention. Truman's briefing of congressional leaders on the reasons why the United States must not back away from the Korean challenge read like a paragraph from NSC 64. Indeed, he had already acted to put its recommendations on Indochina into operation, by making $10 million available to the French to help them defeat Ho Chi Minh's Viet Minh movement on May 24, 1950. NSC 68 was a global assessment of the balance between communist and non-communist forces, which concluded that the situation demanded virtual abandonment by the United States of trying to distinguish between national and global security. But accepting this concept was not enough. The United States would have to be prepared to spend as much as 20% of its gross national product, or $50 billion annually, on national defense. The North Korean attack came not long after NSC-68 received its first readings in high-level circles. Prior to June 25, 1950, Truman's Secretary of Defense had been carrying out his instructions to cut back expenditures at every possible location and in every service. The difference between NSC-64 and NSC-68 was the difference between aiding the French in Indochina and accepting a direct role in Korea. The president was at his home in Missouri when Secretary Atkinson phoned to give him the first reports of the North Korean invasion. Without waiting to consult intelligence experts, Truman knew what his response must be. Secretary Atkinson declared that Truman's action would have a tremendous effect, but how long could the administration count on full national support? 43. It was essential that this support hold up until the NSC-68 recommendations were realized and until his own policy of building international situations of strength was completed. Before Korea, for example, Atkinson had been unable to persuade NATO countries to speed up their rearmament. He had promised Congress that the administration was very clear that the disarmament and demilitarization of Germany must be complete and absolute. 4 days after the fighting began in Korea, Atkinson asserted that it was now clear to all, if indeed it was not clear before, that free nations must be united, they must be determined, and they must be strong, if they are to preserve their freedom and maintain a righteous peace. There is no other way. 44. Within a few weeks, however, intelligence reports and diplomatic soundings revealed that the Korean conflict had not been a prelude to an all-out Russian attack. Consequently, it became necessary to emphasize capabilities, that is, what the Russians could do, rather than what they had done, as the measuring rod by which we judge the adequacy of our defensive strength. 45. At home, this meant the beginning of the era of high military budgets. Military spending rose from $12 billion in 1950 to nearly $44 billion at the end of the Korean War in 1953. From that time forward, spending for military purposes would average around 10% of the nation's gross national product. In Europe, the British and French were told that there was no alternative to rearming Germany, at least to the extent of creating 10 German divisions for NATO. In the first hours and days after the North Korean attack, Washington was unsure of what it faced in the Far East. The beginning of a Russian thrust in Asia, to be followed by similar moves in the Middle East or Europe. Or the less dangerous possibility that Stalin was merely supporting the North Koreans in what was essentially a civil war. Even though the latter came to be the accepted view, the administration could still argue effectively that its response had forced this narrower option onto the Russians. What remains unresolved is the part such generalized statements as NSC-64 and NSC-68 played in the original interpretation of events in Korea during those first confused hours. It is clear that the conclusions shaped the diplomacy around the Korean War. At the end of 1950, an updated document NSC-64/1 stated that the United States should take action, as a matter of urgency, by all means practicable short of the actual employment of United States military forces, to deny Indochina to communism. At the height of national frustration over Korea, in June 1952, NSC 124/2 declared, the loss of any of the countries of Southeast Asia to communist control as a consequence of overt or covert Chinese communist aggression would have critical psychological, political, and economic consequences. 46. Paralleling these documents was John Foster Dulles' October 23, 1950, secret report to the Council of Foreign Relations on his Japanese mission and his 1952 public testimony before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the Japanese Peace Treaty. On the former occasion, Dulles said that Japan must be made able to get along without China economically. The solution lies partly in the development of the Japanese capital goods industry and in enlarging its markets for such products in the underdeveloped areas of Southeast Asia. In his congressional testimony he re-emphasized, as NSC 124/2 re-emphasized, Japan's stake in Southeast Asia. I am able to see the possibility of a healthy Japanese economy without any large dependence upon the Asian mainland if Japan has continuing access to the markets primarily of Southeast Asia where there are large populations, and no problem about either the size of the market or the need of the market for such things as Japan can produce. 47. The Korean War had relieved Acheson's mind of the nightmare of European neutralism. It had given the United States a chance to take a definite position in defense of a non-communist Southeast Asia, and, relatedly and finally, it had pushed American policy forward in Japan, justifying an end to occupation policies and yet perfecting a military presence there on terms acceptable to both countries. In return, the United States accepted its special responsibilities to protect Japan's economic outlets. The advantages of limited war had proved surprising in number and quality, but then the voice of the tempter entered American war councils. From the first, American policymakers and military planners had exercised great self-control, even as the American forces withdrew before the initial North Korean assault to the Pusan defense perimeter. However, following MacArthur's brilliant amphibious landing at Incheon on September 15, 1950, the whole military situation changed. Facing important midterm elections, the administration still needed an effective rebuttal to the charge that the Democrats had lost China. When MacArthur asked permission to make a public announcement that he was crossing the 38th parallel, he received these instructions: "We desire that you proceed with your operations without any further explanation or announcement and let action determine the matter. Our government desires to avoid having to make an issue of the 38th parallel until we have accomplished our mission." 48. Despite later disclaimers by Secretary Acheson and General Marshall, the temptation to make Korea the first testing ground for a liberation policy had become too great. Sensitivity to questions about these plans was naturally high after the Chinese intervention, as illustrated in Acheson's response to Senator Harry Kane's direct query about whether or not the administration had intended to unify Korea by force. Secretary Acheson: "Well, force would have been used to round up the people who were putting on the aggression. Unifying, it would have been through elections and that sort of thing." 49. That sort of thing had been discussed at the famous Wake Island Conference between Truman and MacArthur in mid-October of 1950. Truman and his political advisers had gone to Wake Island to reassure themselves that the general understood the limits that still had to be observed in his military activities above the parallel. MacArthur was full of assurances. He gave Truman everything the president wanted to hear: there would be military victory in Korea. The Chinese Communists would not attack. It would even be possible to release at least one division from Korea by next January for duty in Europe. Then discussion turned to Korea's new role in the free world. The president asked, "How will Syngman retake the idea of the election?" MacArthur's reply: "He won't like it." Agreeing that nothing should be done to undermine the present Korean government, the conferees decided that once North Korea had been conquered and local government re-established under the aegis of officials recommended by Ri's representatives, it would be possible to hold local elections in both parts of Korea, and then, said Assistant Secretary of State Dean Rusk, it will be almost time for the 1952 elections throughout the country. Rusk brought up the one unpleasant point about this solution: there had been some effective propaganda in the United Nations against the Ri government. Persistent charges had been leveled against the old Patriots regime as undemocratic and unpopular. Moreover, it will be remembered, United States officials had warned Ri just before the outbreak of the war that all economic aid would be cut off from his government unless he carried out serious reforms. At United States urging, the United Nations had gone along with a plan for all Korean elections. But the situation had changed. "We must make it plain," Truman told the other conferees on Wake Island, "that we are supporting the Ri government and propaganda can go to hell." 50. It was left to the ingenuity of American diplomats to explain the change. These explanations never had to be made. The Chinese intervention of December 1950 not only turned the war around again, it also began an unending nightmare for American policymakers. Issues long buried by MacArthur's military successes now reappeared to haunt the administration. Why had there been no request for a congressional declaration of war? Why was Chiang suddenly acceptable again as a member of the free world? General MacArthur's desperate requests to bomb the Yalu River bridges and his willingness to use Republican spokesmen to save himself from the consequences of his own dubious military tactics following Incheon took these issues out of the mysterious realm of foreign policy into domestic politics. When Truman tried to cut his losses in Korea, in the spring of 1951, MacArthur checked a diplomatic initiative to start negotiations warning the other side to surrender or the United States command would bomb China itself. The only solution left was to relieve MacArthur, although Acheson correctly predicted, "You will have the biggest fight of your administration." During the ensuing congressional investigation, Republicans vented their anger on any exposed target, but their favorites were Dean Acheson and containment. Unfortunately, instead of going to the heart of the matter, even respected Republican conservatives allowed themselves to be diverted by Senator Joseph R. McCarthy's vicious attacks on virtually the whole State Department. Anyone whom he could connect with the China policy, even, on occasion, army dentists and janitors, proved that there was a communist conspiracy within the highest echelons of government. "There is no policy," General MacArthur asserted bitterly when he was called to testify. "There is nothing, I tell you, no plan, no anything." His own explanations of what he would do, given a second chance, caused his supporters some uneasy moments, but his criticism was never really answered by administration witnesses. Denying that there had ever been any intention to unite Korea by force, Acheson listed a set of abstract war objectives for a conflict that had already cost the United States thousands of casualties and would eventually result in 33,629 American deaths. Senator Bork Hickenlooper finally asked General Omar Bradley directly, "What are we attempting to do in Korea?" The Chief of Staff thought that was a very fair question, and, "It is one that has bothered the people." After this preliminary musing, Bradley suggested that the enemy, seeing it had been let down by the Russians, would hopefully seek a negotiated peace. Hickenlooper retorted, "All right, what will that peace consist of? What will the basis for the negotiations be?" Bradley admitted that he did not know. 51 It was an understandable position, because after several discussions with State Department officials, the military leadership did not, in fact, know what that basis was supposed to be. The Department of State had preferred not to express political objectives, recalled General J. Lawton Collins, until military capabilities had been established. The Joint Chiefs argued, on the other hand, that a political decision was required before suitable military courses of action could be determined. Shortly after the conclusion of the MacArthur hearings, Secretary Acheson revealed the National Security Council decision that military and political objectives would be satisfied by a settlement around the 38th PAR. Allel, if the Communist gave assurances against a renewed outbreak of offensive activity. Talks with the enemy began on July 8, 1951, but both sides proved reluctant to admit that a stalemate had actually been reached. The negotiations went on for nearly 2 years, twice as long as the war itself up to that point. These frustrating months of intermittent exchanges had long-range political consequences of the utmost importance, especially for Sino-American relations. Dwight D. Eisenhower's campaign pledge to go to Korea in search of an honorable peace appealed to all points of view in America, from those who associated the Korean War with containment and looked to him for Cold War policies that would put the United States back on the offensive, to those who, not really understanding Cold War strategies, simply wished for an end to the killing. American military commanders wanted to use his visit to present new plans for achieving something approximating old-fashioned victory, but Eisenhower never gave them the chance. After he ruled these proposals out of order, a truce was achieved in the summer of 1953, but the Korean War continued to cast a long shadow over American foreign policy. The Republicans had discovered a powerful campaign issue in containment, now exposed in the Korean War as a policy of perpetual conflict without resolution. They found the right candidate in Eisenhower. They had the right slogan, liberation. But they themselves were not liberated from Cold War myths. Here were the makings of paradox on the grand scale. 9. The Dulles years 1953 to 1959. Lloyd Gardner. Less than 2 months after Eisenhower's inauguration, Joseph Stalin was dead. On March 4, 1953, the Central Intelligence Agency alerted the White House that the Russian dictator had suffered a stroke and was believed to be dying. The next day, Radio Moscow announced his death without supplying the details of his illness, or the names of his successors. Was there now a chance to end the Cold War? Without waiting for the Kremlin, the president ordered a statement prepared expressing his hope that the new leadership would not be completely bound to blind obedience to the ways of a dead man. Some weeks later, on April 16, 1953, Eisenhower delivered a major foreign policy address offering to begin serious disarmament talks with the Soviets if they, by a few clear and specific acts beginning with the Korean armistice, demonstrated their sincere desire to bring about an end to the Cold War. Official State Department reactions to Stalin's demise conveyed a different message. As Stalin dies, read one authored personally by John Foster Dulles, General Eisenhower, the man who liberated Western Europe, has become president of our great republic, with a prestige unmatched in history. A turning point had indeed been reached, but it needed proper interpretation. Dulles wanted to correct any misunderstanding before false hopes set American policy off in the wrong direction. For 10 years the world has been dominated by the malignant power of Stalin, but his empire was already in danger. None of his heirs could wield the dead tyrant's personal power within the world communist movement. The Eisenhower era begins as the Stalin era ends. The opportunity thus presented was not, therefore, connected with taking advantage of illusory changes in Russian foreign policy, but with pressing forward with the effort to liberate the enslaved peoples of Eastern Europe. Although both Eisenhower and Dulles used the term liberation during the 1952 campaign, neither offered a very clear idea of how a Republican foreign policy would be much different from containment. Indeed, Dulles and Eisenhower sometimes seemed to be at odds over the term. A major preoccupation of my mind through most of 1953, Eisenhower wrote in his memoirs, was the development of approaches to the Soviet leaders that might be at least a start toward the birth of mutual trust founded in cooperative effort. How Eisenhower expected to reconcile new approaches to the Soviets with his Secretary of State's militant liberation rhetoric went unexplained, but Eisenhower recalled after he left the White House that this question had caused concern in his early relations with Dulles. Shortly after the 1952 Republican Convention, the future Secretary of State had gone to Buffalo, New York, where he declared that the United States should be ready to use all means to liberate the captive nations of Eastern Europe. Hearing reports of the speech, Eisenhower called Dulles to remind him that they had agreed to preface all remarks concerning liberation with the phrase "by all peaceful means." "It's just a complete oversight," Dulles quickly explained. Too apparently satisfied with the disclaimer, Eisenhower never raised the issue again, although differences in more than style or approach can be seen in later policy matters. They agreed on enough fundamentals to convert an early political partnership into mutual trust within the first year of the administration. If the Secretary of State sometimes worried that Stalin's successors mistook the president's overtures for naivete or lack of will, he fully realized how important Eisenhower's personal standing was to the success of any policies he wanted to see supported in Congress or by other nations. Nor was the president always the peace advocate and the Secretary of State the gloomy counselor, holding back Eisenhower's natural inclination to get together with those fellows from the other side to work things out. Eisenhower thought Dulles absolutely right to place a high value on America's moral position and intellectual power when adding up components of national strength in the Cold War. Such a stand tallied first with the new president's skepticism about containment military assumptions. Skepticism he had privately expressed to President Truman at the time of the drafting of the Truman Doctrine speech. These unwise military assumptions, in turn, originated in the negative posture forced on the United States by the containment worldview. Such a stance, finally, conceded the Marxist point that America had become a static society, unable to take the initiative anywhere. For Dulles, Containment recalled the pre-war Axis challenge. He had argued in War, Peace, and Change that the current international struggle was only the latest episode in an historic contest between the dynamic and the static, the urge to acquire and the desire to retain. 3. Dulles feared the containment roles played by France and Britain in the pre-war decade were about to be replayed, with an equally disastrous outcome, by the United States and its allies. Added perspective on Dulles' outlook, as well as insight into the policies of those who had gone before and those who were to come after, may result from a brief look at other books published in the same general time period. 2 seem especially significant: Henry Luce's American Century and John F. Kennedy's Why England Slept. Both were concerned with the vulnerabilities of democratic society in the face of a determined totalitarian challenge. Kennedy blamed the selfishness of special interests for allowing the moral fiber of England to sink into a comatose state. "I do not believe that in fighting a fascist country," wrote the 23-year-old Kennedy, "you have to set up fascism, but I do believe that certain aspects of democracy and capitalist economy must go when a nation is at war with a totalitarian nation." Luce's book began as an editorial in Life magazine. His theme was the degradation of the American democratic ideal as a result of the Depression and New Deal palliatives. Roosevelt had failed to make American democracy work. "Our only chance now to make it work is in terms of a vital international economy and in terms of an international moral order." Of the 3 books, those by Luce and Kennedy offered basically the same answer to the challenges of the day: a rededication to earlier ideals, a willingness to sacrifice for the common good, and a determination to make over the world order. More than the others, Dulles seemed convinced that a war against totalitarian nations would cause the death of democracy. Also more than the others, Dulles feared that a war could not be won in association with status quo nations seeking to preserve the old order. Less than the others, Dulles called for an affirmative policy. In short, his was the most conservative of these studies. He espoused liberation in 1952 as politically wise, morally safe, and rhetorically satisfying, but his pre-war doubts gave it a special meaning. Another war would not solve the basic problem, he thought, but it would have to be fought unless the nation could free itself from the static containment outlook. In this sense, then, liberation was a middle way, not a headlong rush into World War III. His recent experience with Asian nations in negotiating the Japanese peace treaty further convinced him of the essential correctness of his position and gave his foreign policy a special emphasis on non-European problems. In several speeches and articles, Dulles argued that the Politburo had set out 25 years before to conquer the West by consolidating and exploiting the vast human and natural resources of Asia and the industrial power of Japan. For Russian absorption of Eastern Europe, he added in a key sentence, was merely a fortuitous outcome of World War II. In Asia, Russian imperialism had always found its most powerful expression. It was in Asia where a violent clash had occurred, and there was every reason to expect that it would break out someplace else in that area even after the Korean War ended. Mao Zedong, on returning from Moscow in February 1950, broadcast an appeal to the peoples of non-communist Asia to rise up in armed struggle in cooperation with the Soviet Union. We have seen that armed struggle in progress in China, Korea, Indochina, Malaya, Burma, the Philippines, and Indonesia. Dulles devised the liberation policy in the hope of altering America's self-image for the coming challenge in Asia and the rest of the world. "We will have a dynamic policy of liberation," Dulles had written in one of Eisenhower's campaign speeches, "which will develop a resistance spirit within the captive peoples. This is the only effective check on aggressive despotism short of general war." The statement pretty well summed up what he meant by liberation: an attitude and a policy that, by changing America's role, would check Soviet expansion in Asia, develop resistance in Eastern Europe, and prevent a general war. The failure of the United States to intervene in the 1956 Hungarian uprising was not really a contradiction to Dulles. It did cause some trouble for the administration from those who took the Buffalo definition of liberation too seriously, an oversight Dulles had been too prudent to correct publicly. In private he replied to such criticism by laying it on the line: "This would be madness. The only way we can save Hungary at this time would be through all-out nuclear war. Does anyone in his senses want us to start a nuclear war over Hungary? 5. He was prepared to accept full responsibility, on the other hand, in fact, almost to boast that the administration had 3 times walked to the brink and looked it in the face. We took strong action. Each instance of going to the brink, as Dulles perhaps not quite accurately put it, had involved an Asian crisis, another indication of how Dulles intended the liberation policy to change America's role and its self-image. Having supposedly rejected the political premise of the Korean War, the administration also repudiated publicly the military strategic premises of Document NSC 68 as threatening the country's basic economic stability over any sustained period. Dulles and Eisenhower agreed with conservative Republicans on that point. The Secretary accepted the consequences of the so-called New Look defense policy, which placed greater emphasis upon atomic deterrence and superior technology, even if it meant brandishing atomic threats on such a wide scale that America's closest allies found themselves ducking to get out of the way. Like liberation, however, the so-called massive retaliation posture had built-in weaknesses. After he announced the doctrine in January 1954, the Secretary of State qualified it so often that it began to lose credibility. Moreover, the United States soon lost flexibility in responding to limited military challenges. Almost at once, therefore, the Republicans found themselves backing into many of the postures and policies they had so loudly denounced in the campaign. The New Look defense policy was a factor in the Secretary's efforts to spread collective security pacts like an umbrella over the Middle East and Asia. He never imagined that these would resemble NATO except for purposes of congressional briefings or on other ceremonial occasions. But he did expect that they would more than compensate for the loss of flexibility in conventional forces by encouraging underdeveloped nations to rely less on American manpower and more upon their own forces backed by American technology. At the same time, he intended these pacts to provide legal basis, not only for collective action, but also for the kind of unilateral intervention he envisioned might be needed to save various parts of Southeast Asia or the Middle East from the international communist conspiracy. If they chased out British and French colonialists, all the better. There is a great temptation, of course, to account for all aspects of Dulles' style as simple anti-communism, to see his worldview as narrow and legalistic. He has given historians plenty of grist for grinding down his rhetorical excesses to those basic elements, but it is unfair not to credit him with important insights into the dangers of his predecessor's containment policy. Neither does it not diminish these to point out that he had had a full share in developing that policy at an early stage, although he had offered significant criticisms of American policy up until mid-1947. 6. However, try as he might, John Foster Dulles never successfully liberated American foreign policy from the containment worldview, nor, one must add, from his own long-standing doubts about the vitality of the American system and its appeal to the rest of the world. Despite his frequent celebrations of the West's creative forces, Sherman Adams recalled that among the Secretary's favorite topics was Stalin's prediction that the capitalistic system in the world would begin to fall to pieces when the products of Germany and Japan failed to find Western markets. 7. Dulles once confided to an aide that he was far from sure that the West could win the Cold War. Efforts to persuade the underdeveloped countries to adopt capitalism, he said, were like asking a group of people who were undernourished and suffering from rickets to play rugby football. You say to them, have a free competitive system. And they say, good God, there must be a better way of doing things. 8. He never publicly joined this insight to the fusion of socialism and nationalism that characterized so many third world developments that was too volatile a mixture for open speculation. Neither did his successors do so, until the Vietnam War forced a re-evaluation of all Cold War policies. Germany and the European community. Whether brought about by Eisenhower's veiled warnings about atomic weapons, or his more moderate stand on the repatriation of war prisoners, or some combination of these along with Russian efforts to reduce international tensions, A Korean armistice was signed on July 27, 1953. Syngman Rhee's desperate attempts to break up the peace talks by releasing more than 20,000 North Korean and Chinese POWs only succeeded in reducing the administration's sympathy for his regime and any aspirations he had for reuniting Korea under his rule. In any case, Eisenhower made it plain to his advisers that he had no intention of risking a war with Red China to satisfy Rhee or the American China lobby. In his April 16 speech, the president had called upon the Russians to show their sincerity by agreeing to a Korean settlement as a prelude to discussions on disarmament and European questions. After the armistice, the State Department explained that it was not ready to explore these matters with the Russians until the French debate over German rearmament within the proposed European defense community had been favorably concluded. Under considerable pressure from Great Britain and the United States, French diplomats had finally accepted this device for integrating German troops into a supranational army. The plan still had to be ratified by the French National Assembly, where a coalition of left-wing socialists, communists, and Gaullists made the outcome doubtful. French proponents of EDC talked about its relation to economic integration and joint coal and steel production. They insisted that such a community was the only way to prevent renewed Franco-German contests for European and world markets. Some Frenchmen admitted that even if such competition never triggered a third Franco-German war, their country could never survive an economic struggle. Konrad Adenauer's Christian Democratic Party supported EDC as a preventive measure against French support for a Russian plan to neutralize Germany. Though it curbed German sovereignty in a number of ways, EDC was preferable to neutralization. The alternative had been put forward in a March 10, 1952, Soviet note, proposing that Germany be reunified, neutralized, and allowed controlled rearmament. By neutralized, the Russians meant the withdrawal of all armed forces of the occupying powers and the liquidation of all foreign military bases, and a prohibition against German participation in NATO or the Warsaw Pact. On May 11, 1953, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, dissatisfied with the timid American response to the Russian peace offensive, had called for a small private conference along the old World War II model to relieve Russian anxieties about German revival. He hoped another attempt might be made to design a defense pact that would include both Germany and the Soviet Union. This excites the enthusiastic support of the opposition, noted a Tory policy-maker, the less vociferous approval of the conservatives, the interest and sympathy of all Europe and the Commonwealth, but, of course, the alarm of Washington. 9. In the immediate post-war period, Dulles had fervently opposed German rearmament, for many of the same reasons EDC opponents now put forward. Once converted, however, he remained a zealous advocate of German participation in EDC and later in NATO. Neutralism was impossible for 9. Harold Macmillan, Tides of Fortune, 1945–1955, p. 511. 392. A country like Germany, he maintained, if not for the Germans themselves, then for the rest of Europe, Russia included. EDC was the only solution to that most terrifying of all European problems, rampaging German nationalism. So keenly did he feel this that he made the first of several threats that the only alternative to EDC for America was an agonizing reappraisal of its European commitments. He dismissed comments that the Russian offer was a genuine effort at rapprochement in Central Europe, with a new ending for an old tale. You remember the Greek fable about the race that was lost because the man stopped to pick up the golden apples that were dropped to distract him, Dulles told newsmen. Well, the apples that have so far been dropped are not golden apples, they may be rotten apples. Even if the Russians were sincere this time, American policy makers thought, the momentum of the Cold War ruled out such a solution. Germany could not be left to maneuver for itself between the front lines. Mixed with the Secretary's blandishments were Eisenhower's promises to increase America's share of the French financial burden in Indochina from $400 million annually to $785 million, virtually the whole cost of military operations. Despite these American efforts to force quick approval from the National Assembly, Foreign Minister Georges Bedault warned Dulles that he could not hope for ratification without one final attempt to negotiate a comprehensive European settlement with the Russians. At the conclusion of these bilateral talks, Dulles released a communiqué proposing a foreign ministers meeting to discuss a satisfactory solution of the German problem. Namely, the organization of free elections and the establishment of a free all-German government. From his study under Dean Acheson, Dulles had learned a good deal about this sort of thing. By free, Dulles and his aides meant free to join NATO, hardly what Bedault had in mind to satisfy the French National Assembly. What was shaping up was a meeting patterned on the 1949 Paris Conference, where the principals had agreed to disagree beforehand on the main points and were interested in using the time to settle details around the periphery. At least that was what was shaping up in Dulles' mind. Before the opening of the mid-January 1954 Berlin Conference, Dulles privately warned British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden that proponents of a hemispheric or an Asia-first policy were rapidly gaining strength in the United States. He feared they would gain the upper hand if EDC were to be defeated. Whether or not this final touch of the Secretary's cajolery hit the mark, the British fell in with American policy. Indeed, Eden himself put forward the Western position at Berlin. The Eden Plan provided for a future all-German government with the right to assume either international obligations of the federal government of West Germany or those of the Soviet zone. The Russians countered with a restatement of their March 1952 position. European security, Foreign Minister Molotov added at a later meeting, should become the business of a new treaty organization, one without the United States. He implied that free elections, if they resulted in a united Germany inside EDC, were at direct odds with overall European security. The Western powers, he reminded his colleagues, should remember that Hitler had come to power as a result of free elections. The point was not that the 12 German divisions proposed for EDC were themselves indispensable, said Dulles at the 25th session of the conference on February 17, 1954, but rather that since Germany wishes to associate herself with Western countries of Europe, it is essential to peace that she be allowed to do so. 10. The Anglo-Saxon logic behind these arguments failed to impress the Russians, nor did it prevail in the French National Assembly, where, on August 30, 1954, the treaty was finally rejected. A key argument in the final stages of that debate had been British unwillingness to commit forces permanently to a European security system. Ironically, this defeat gave Eden a chance to accomplish what Dulles had failed to bring off with logic, promises, and threats. In exchange for France's agreement to permit West Germany to join NATO, albeit via a circuitous route, he put up his government's pledge to station troops in Europe indefinitely. On Christmas Eve of 1954, the French Assembly reversed itself and approved this plan, which offered far fewer controls over German rearmament. Within a year the first German divisions were already entering NATO. The 1954 Geneva Conference. The European defense community had been tied to the Indo-Chinese situation in August when the first vote was taken in the French National Assembly. This linkage no doubt helped to account for the outcome, as the vote came immediately after a big power conference that established terms for ending the fighting in the three component states of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France had promised his countrymen that he would find a way to end the fighting within 60 days or resign. He had also assured them that there would be no EDC for Indochina deal. These dramatic gestures infuriated American diplomats. A self-imposed time limit would hobble Western diplomats, ensuring defeat at the peace conference, no matter what military situation might then prevail. For France, however, the war had simply become intolerable. Since 1945 a succession of French governments had sought to reimpose a semi-colonial regime in Indochina against the constantly growing power of the Viet Minh movement led by the avowed Marxist, Ho Chi Minh. After the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War, there had been no way to isolate the military arm of the Viet Minh and its allies. The French had long since lost the political battle for the allegiance of the Indochinese people. In 1947, American diplomats had confessed that they had no solution to the French dilemma. There were two sides to the question, began an advisory cable from Washington in February. One side was that there is no escape from the fact that trend of times is to effect that colonial empires in 19th century sense are rapidly becoming thing of the past. The other side was, we do not lose sight fact that Ho Chi Minh has direct communist connections, and it should be obvious that we are not interested in seeing colonial empire administrations supplanted by philosophy and political organizations emanating from and controlled by Kremlin. It concluded, frankly, we have no solution of problem to suggest. 11. The administration changed its mind in May 1950, offering economic aid in May, and then in an unnoticed paragraph of Truman's message on the outbreak of WRAR in Korea, promising much greater support to the French and their puppet ruler, Bao Dai. By mid-1954 that aid totaled $1.54 billion. But it was still Frenchmen who were fighting and dying in the jungles. Washington had put up the money for a variety of reasons, to free French resources for NATO obligations, to put added pressure on China during the Korean War, and, most recently, to add leverage in the EDC crisis. Beneath these tactical considerations, however, was a more basic strategic issue outlined in National Security Council documents relating to an entirely different set of foreign policy problems. We believe, to cite one more instance of Dulles' concern with Japan's economic well-being after a treaty came into force, that there is a big market for Japanese industrial output in Southeast Asia. Things like locomotives, tractors, rails, irrigation equipment and the like can be a very profitable mutual exchange of capital goods from Japan to underdeveloped areas, which can, in turn, give Japan food and raw materials. 12. Dulles made sure that leading members of the Eisenhower administration were fully informed of Southeast Asia's importance to the new economic and political balance in the Pacific. In December 1953, Vice President Richard M. Nixon elaborated on a related theme, although he may well have got the ideas from other sources. Dulles was not alone, by any means, in these beliefs. If Indochina falls, asserted Nixon, Thailand is put in an almost impossible position. The same is true of Malaya with its rubber and tin. The same is true of Indonesia. 13. President Eisenhower himself gave the theory a name at his March 31, 1954 press conference. He called it simply, the falling domino principle. When one thought of the possible consequences of a communist victory in Indochina, he explained, you begin to talk about areas that not only multiply the disadvantages that you would suffer through loss of materials, sources of materials, but now you are talking really about millions and millions of people. If you took those millions of customers away from Japanese exporters, he continued, the latter would have only one place in the world to go, that is, toward the communist areas to live. So, the possible consequences of the loss are just incalculable. 14. Unable to absorb sufficient Japanese exports itself without causing serious dislocations, the United States became Tokyo's principal sponsor for admission into the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs in 1954, as it was already Japan's principal sponsor in Southeast Asia. Washington was determined to protect Japan's economic position in Europe and Asia. There was, as Eisenhower implied, no other alternative. Events in Southeast Asia were speeding to full circle. Japan's 1941 move southward had triggered reactions in the United States, leading to war. Japan's wartime occupation of Southeast Asian colonies undermined the white rulers and stimulated the growth of nationalist movements. Now it was necessary to protect and expand the outlets Japan could not win and hold by war. The United States was the only nation that could keep the door open. French policy only stood in the way. No matter how vehemently they denied it in public, Dulles and Eisenhower privately agreed with those who described the war as a French colonial struggle. A perfect example of what happened when a static power tried to check the progress of dynamic forces, it had a foreordained outcome unless the French came to their senses in time. The National Security Council, according to one report, had taken the position that the United States should intervene in the war, provided the intervention was an Allied effort and provided the French would give the states of Indochina a real independence so as to eliminate the colonial issue. French representatives wanted American military aid to save the Dien Bien Phu fortress, a victory that they had counted on to turn the tide of the whole war without yielding to American demands. Fearful of further delay, Secretary Dulles came out for intervention anyway in administration debates, as did the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Arthur W. Radford. At a meeting with congressional leaders on April 3, 1954, the Secretary of State announced that the President wanted a joint resolution by Congress to permit him to use air and naval power in Indochina. He hinted that such a demonstration of American determination might make its actual use unnecessary. If Indochina fell, and then the rest of Southeast Asia, the United States would be backed up all the way to Hawaii, he went on, just as it was after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Initial enthusiasm faded when it became clear to the legislators that Dulles had not lined up Allied support and that the rest of the Joint Chiefs were not agreed upon such a drastic step. Eisenhower, who had his doubts about the French military position anyway, had made it plain he would not proceed without full congressional backing. Ironically, the key questions asked at the April 3 meeting were put by Senator Lyndon B. Johnson, who would inherit the accumulation of 3 administrations' Indochina policy approximately a decade later. The Secretary lost no time trying to correct the situation complained of by the congressional delegation. In meetings with diplomats from Asian and European countries, he sought a statement or declaration of intent that these nations would support the United States if it intervened militarily. On April 5, 1954, a special committee of the National Security Council declared that it should be American policy to accept nothing short of a military victory in Indochina. If the French gave up, Washington should take immediate steps in association with the 3 Indochinese states to continue the war in concert with other nations. 15. The main stumbling block was Great Britain, thus Dulles decided to try his own brand of personal diplomacy. Before leaving for London, the Secretary of State announced that the government of Thailand had agreed entirely with our views and would join in creating a common front to save Southeast Asia. He also prepared the way by having the President send Churchill an admonitory letter comparing Ho Chi Minh to Hirohito, Mussolini, and Hitler. Neither the promised support of Thailand, nor the history lesson, nor even vocal threats to turn to Chiang and Rhee if all else failed convinced British leaders to go along this time. Great Britain, of course, had already recognized Communist China. Its present Far Eastern interests depended upon maintaining a few outposts and trade outlets, Dulles was informed, that were extremely vulnerable to Chinese pressure. Hong Kong was a prime example. But the Secretary's British counterparts also felt that the domino theory operated somewhat differently from what Americans believed. They saw it coming into play only if the West directly provoked Peking. The forthcoming Geneva Conference on Indochina had originated in Eden's private talks with Molotov in Berlin that past January, hence all the British would agree to was a post-conference meeting to create an Asian Security Pact. Some confusion grew about the nature of the British commitment, however, for Dulles apparently went on to Paris believing that he had secured the beginnings of an alternative to negotiation from weakness. He found the atmosphere in the French capital gloomy and filled with lamentations that there was no Syngman Rhee to lead the Vietnamese. After some further scurrying around with no appreciable result, Dulles had to settle for what he could get, which amounted to his waiting in the corridor to see what happened at Geneva, while Eden practiced his speciality, the fine art of old world diplomacy. The Secretary could, however, make it plain just what the United States would and would not accept by way of an Indochinese settlement. He did this over American radio and television on May 7, 1954, as fate would have it, the very day that Dien Bien Phu fell. Hence Dulles' strong message was lost in the pile of battle reports from the besieged fortress, and the diplomats began their work. To those who were still listening, the Secretary emphasized that the United States would be gravely concerned if an armistice or ceasefire were reached at Geneva, which would provide a road to a communist takeover and further aggression. 4 days later he explained to newsmen that all roads, including free elections, had to be denied the communists. Although he certainly favored genuinely free elections, Dulles told a reporter, conditions in that politically immature and war-torn country would hardly be conducive to the kind of elections one could term genuinely free. Another reporter asked if the United States would accept the results of such elections, even if Ho Chi Minh were the winner. I said that I thought that the United States should not stand passively by and see the extension of communism by any means into Southeast Asia. We are not standing passively by. 16 desultory talks between high-level administration figures continued to probe the Indochina affair, but despite Dulles' continuing interest in military action, nothing solid appeared. At one point in early May, Eisenhower ordered Dulles to prepare a resolution that he could take to a joint session of Congress requesting authority to commit American troops, but, if for no other reason, the French collapse after Dien Bien Phu left these plans high and dry. On June 15, 1954, the Secretary of State advised the French ambassador that the time for intervention had run out. All things considered, the Geneva settlement was more favorable to France than might have been expected after such an exhausting and humiliating defeat. On July 20, 1954, an agreement on cessation of hostilities was signed calling for a provisional demarcation line at the 17th parallel in Vietnam, internationally supervised all Vietnamese elections no later than 1956, and the prohibition of new military bases anywhere in Vietnam. Laos and Cambodia were dealt with in a separate agreement. The next day the conference was concluded with the publication of a final declaration, which further underlined the point that the military demarcation line is provisional and should not in any way be interpreted as constituting a political or territorial boundary. The United States did not sign the Geneva Agreements, which the administration regarded as disastrous. Its delegate, Under-Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith, promised only that the United States would not do anything to disrupt the workings of the truce. The Viet Minh, on the other hand, had reluctantly accepted less than total victory only because the provisional settlement promised early elections, which they fully expected to win. After the conference ended, American diplomats endured a short period of extreme depression about the likely fate of all Southeast Asia, from which they emerged newly determined to carry out a three-point plan: Vietnamization of the South Vietnamese Army on the model of the American reorganization of the Philippine Army to fight the Hooks, and removal of what remained of French military power, development of a South Vietnamese state with nationalist credentials so as to entitle it to international recognition, and formation of a Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, whose protective umbrella could be extended to cover, via a special protocol, Cambodia, Laos, and the Free Territory of Vietnam. The Indochinese Armistice, Dulles said at Manila ceremonies creating SEATO in September 1954, created obstacles to these three countries becoming parties to the treaty at the present time. The treaty will, however, to the extent practicable, throw a mantle of protection over these young nations. 17 To lead one of these young nations, South Vietnam, the United States thought it had found in Ngo Dinh Diem what the French had lacked and what it now needed most to cement together the three-part plan, a Syngman Rhee for the Vietnamese. At the end of April 1955, following the Korean pattern to the letter, Diem announced that he would hold a national referendum in the South to create a national assembly. All Vietnamese elections, he said, would have to wait until he had proved that those north of the 17th parallel put the superior interests of the national community above those of communism. The elections produced a 98% majority for Diem, certainly the highest accumulation in the free world and the equivalent of totals run up in the Soviet Union. Washington never pushed Diem very hard to look for proof that those in the North were interested in the national community, nor, indeed, to carry out a single one of the Geneva Accords. No positive response was ever made to Ho Chi Minh's demands that the elections be held. After the date for all Vietnamese elections came and passed, an indigenous South Vietnamese movement, the Viet Cong, began a new guerrilla campaign. 400. Against Saigon. Aided from the north, the Viet Cong took up the struggle where Ho Chi Minh had left it at Geneva. Over the next 4 years the United States extended to Diem's regime nearly $8 billion in economic and military aid. The New York Times showered praise on Diem in an editorial on May 19, 1959, congratulating him on receiving the Valley Forge Freedom Foundation's Award for Effective Resistance to Communism. The tactics that President Ngo has used are worthy of analysis. They may work elsewhere. Among Diem's favorite tactics was an anti-communist denunciation campaign by which he herded between 50,000 and 100,000 dissidents into detention camps. Although it had doubts about the South Vietnamese economic situation, the Wall Street Journal agreed that Diem was a man worthy of emulation. American economic aid, pouring in at the rate of $185 million a year, keeps South Vietnam economically upright. It's the second biggest U.S. economic aid program, after Korea. The only trouble was that in 1958 South Vietnam imported $282 million in American, French and Japanese goods, but sold only $57 million abroad, and the situation was worsening each year. In the process of solving one problem, the United States was creating a deficit it had to make up out of its own treasury. Meanwhile, Diem reversed the Viet Minh land reform program, and in 1960 15% of the people still owned 75% of the land. Crisis in the Formosan Straits. Almost on cue, or so it seemed then, Communist China began shelling the offshore islands between the mainland and Taiwan on the day the SEATO Pact was signed, September 8, 1954. Peking also announced its intention to liberate Taiwan from Chiang Kai-shek. Dulles had wanted to include Taiwan in SEATO, but he never pushed the idea because he knew the British and French would not agree. The offshore islands Quemoy, Matsu, and the Tachins constituted more than just casual nuisance to the mainlanders because they were located athwart the passages into Amoy and Foochow harbors. Chiang made use of these outposts to harass shipping and to stage guerrilla raids. Eisenhower was shocked when he found out just how many troops Chiang maintained to garrison the islands and initiated a 2-year effort to persuade him to retrench from this advanced position. In what he later counted as one of his most important achievements, Dulles went to the brink and came back with Chiang's public pledge not to conduct offensive military operations from any Republic of China territory except that undertaken as a matter of joint agreement. In return, the United States concluded a bilateral security treaty with the Chinese nationalist leader. This is obviously a reasonable and prudent understanding, Dulles advised the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Because unilateral action of an offensive character by one party might throw heavy burdens upon the other party. Having made sure of its control of the situation, the administration then asked Congress to authorize the President to employ the armed forces of the United States as he deems necessary to defend Formosa, and, if need be, closely related localities. The Formosa resolution passed both houses of Congress overwhelmingly, 409-3 in the House of Representatives and 85-3 in the Senate. What Dulles had sought, and received, was an equivalent of SEATO to protect Taiwan. Some liberals at home and several foreign critics charged that the islands simply were not worth such a risk. An unusual dissent came from Army Chief of Staff General Matthew B. Ridgway, who wrote later, "To my way of thinking, the desire to intervene in Indochina, the willingness to use force in dealing with Quemoy and Matsu reflects a thinking which trends dangerously toward acceptance of the doctrine of preventive war." 18. Dulles' answer was that the United States had accepted an armistice in Korea that the Chinese Communists had boisterously misrepresented as their victory, acquiesced in an Indo-Chinese armistice written in the aftermath of Dien Bien Phu, and had most recently aided the evacuation of Chiang's troops from the northernmost Tachin Islands. There was little strategic value in the coastal islands as such, but if the remainder of non-communist Asia ever came to feel that the West would always retreat whenever there was a crisis, the whole area would become indefensible. On February 12, 1955, 4 days after Nikolai Bulganin became Soviet premier, the Russian government proposed an international conference to settle the Formosan crisis. It was a failure, but it signaled to Washington that both sides had an interest in keeping the two Chinas from pushing their quarrels too far. Then in April, Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai upstaged both Moscow and Washington at the Bandung Afro-Asian Conference by promising the non-aligned countries that although his country had a sacred right to liberate Formosa, it was not going to go to war to achieve this end. Zhou thus succeeded in putting himself at the head of the Pan-Asian and African peace offensive. The Indonesian conference also marked the fullest expression yet of neutralism, a force that Dulles had not included in his original calculations, that he found perplexing if not immoral, and that he feared would absorb the rest of the world's dynamic forces in a way that would cut them off from the United States. The Summit Conference. At Bandung, the non-aligned states declared themselves in favor of mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-interference in one another's domestic affairs, and peaceful coexistence. Russia's new leaders appropriated these slogans for themselves, especially peaceful coexistence. But China's increasing role in world affairs deeply disturbed the Secretary of State, who warned a NATO ministerial conference that Peking would soon pose a greater threat than Moscow since it controlled a greater population mass and possessed a cultural prestige in Asia, not enjoyed by Russia in either Europe or Asia. 19. China's seeming success with the neutrals may also have intensified a Kremlin debate on whether or not to continue Stalinist foreign policies, as advocated by Molotov and opposed by those who wanted to take a new look at the world's situation. The signal that the debate was over came when Nikita Khrushchev traveled to Belgrade and openly blamed past troubles between the two countries on Stalin. That trip marked a point of no return for the new men in power. Henceforth whatever foreign policy they chose was their own responsibility. But more was to come. On May 10, 1955, the Soviet delegate to the Disarmament Subcommittee of the United Nations General Assembly presented a new proposal that went a long way toward acceptance of past and present Western plans. From the beginning of the Barak Plan debates in 1946, the Russians had always balked at inspection measures as unjustified interference in their internal affairs. In fact, of course, secrecy had long been one of the Soviet Union's most important military weapons against the capitalist world. It represented a serious bargaining point and indicated, therefore, the degree of interest Moscow had in reaching an agreement. The Russians proposed that an international agency should have its own permanent staff with unimpeded access at all times, within the limits of the supervisory functions they exercise, to all objects of control. 20 Actual negotiations would have revealed if the Russians had planned to hedge at the last minute, but something happened in the meantime to the American position. At his July 6, 1955, press conference, President Eisenhower pondered the matter and questioned whether the American people would really accept the kind of inspection necessary to enforce such an agreement. "Suppose we started to study it," he said, "what kind of inspection are we ready to accept? Are we ready to open up every one of our factories, every place where something might be going on that could be inimical to the interests of somebody else?" 21 In those terms, disarmament entailed far more than a military settlement. It raised political problems that suddenly were recognized as going beyond the Cold War, as it had been traditionally understood. If a disarmament settlement were possible, for example, a good deal of rethinking about the ideological aspects of the situation would be necessary as well. 5 days after presenting their disarmament proposal, the Russians signed the long-delayed peace treaty with Austria, which assured the rapid withdrawal of Soviet troops from that country. "I can think of few other single acts," Secretary Dulles had said on April 20, 1953, "which, on the one hand, are as simple to deal with, and, on the other hand, as important and significant to deal with as the question of Austrian peace." Eisenhower had promised serious talks, it will be remembered, if he had proof. Later related about the Austrian treaty, "Well, suddenly the thing was signed one day and came in and he grinned rather ruefully and he said, 'Well, I think we've had it.'" 22 That incident summed up the background of the first post-war summit meeting held at Geneva on July 18 to 23, 1955. Dulles was less than enthusiastic about the idea of sitting down with Russian leaders. It seemed to him that it would undercut the West's ideological position in the Cold War by according the Soviet leaders equal moral and social status with the free world. He warned the president that the Western position was based on condemnation of Russian acts since World War II. With neutralism on the increase even in Europe, the summit conference might encourage an ideological and military letdown. Therefore, he cautioned the president to maintain an austere countenance whenever he was photographed with Bulganin. 23. For his own part, the Secretary of State would claim the Austrian Treaty was the first fruit of his liberation policy, not the result of the Russians having changed their spots. It might even be the beginning, he implied, of the end of the communist empire in Eastern Europe. It is going to carry a whole lot of new problems into the satellite area, the opening of a new frontier with Czechoslovakia, the opening for the first time, of a frontier to freedom in Hungary, the example of what has happened here. I thought as we saw these cheering, waving crowds, there is going to be something contagious about that, and there are going to be other people who are going to want to be able to cheer and wave their national flag with the same sense that they are really national flags. Again, and they are not mere puppets. I think something is starting here which is going to have a very profound influence in much of Europe. 24. Kremlin hardliners could hardly have put the case any better against the new Bulganin-Khrushchev foreign policy. Khrushchev took note of the Secretary's assessment of the Austrian Treaty and the American approach to the summit conference during an American Embassy 4th of July garden party. We want an agreement on an honest basis, he said. Some people would like to wait until our legs are broken. There will be no such time. That is a fantasy of stupid people. Dulles advised Eisenhower that Russian overtures were really only aimed at gaining time to better the internal position of the new regime. Dis. On neutral grounds. Dulles was concerned that the summit meeting would undercut the West's moral position in the Cold War, but he could not persuade President Eisenhower to his view. Armament negotiations, for example, would ease the burden of military expenditure, especially if accompanied by German neutralization on the Austrian model. To counter these gambits, the United States should insist upon further liberalization in Eastern Europe and propose control of armaments, not disarmament. Any plan Eisenhower offered must build in U.S. atomic superiority. Finally, the President must insist once again that a reunified Germany should be free to join NATO. 25. German reunification and the security of Europe were, after some hassling, linked as one subject at the July summit conference. That was as far as the Big Four got on that subject, leaving all the rest to their foreign ministers for later discussions. Despite the Secretary's prior worries, the 1955 summit conference turned out pretty well for America. Eisenhower's dramatic open skies proposal for reciprocal aerial inspection as a preventive measure against surprise attack overshadowed the ambiguous communiqué on Germany. It enhanced the president's reputation as a world leader dedicated to peace, yet fulfilled Dulles' criteria for arms control measures. It put the Russian leaders on the spot, because, having far fewer foreign bases than the Americans, they could only insist that the proposal was more advantageous to the United States. The Open Skies Plan also neatly covered Eisenhower's reversal of the long-standing American position that on-site inspections were the only serious block to disarmament negotiations. As Khrushchev remembered it, the Soviet delegation found itself at a disadvantage from the very moment we landed at the Geneva airport. The other world leaders had arrived in 4-engine planes, but the Russians had come in a modest 2-engine Ilyushin. Their planes were certainly more impressive than ours, and the comparison was somewhat embarrassing. 26. The Russians had embarked on a new two Germany's policy under Stalin's successors. What they wanted from the West was agreement that there should be formal recognition of the status quo. The United States could not possibly have accepted that view without offending West German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer. It went beyond that. Dulles had been convinced, even if he had not persuaded European leaders from Moscow to Paris, that a so-called neutral Germany would menace them all. Better to set impossible conditions for reunification and control the nationalist impulse than to agree to a plan that would set up two Germanys with frustrated national ambitions. According to Khrushchev's memoirs, the Russians reopened a long-forgotten subject at Geneva. We were interested in talking to Rockefeller about the possibility of getting credit from the United States, something on the order of $6 billion. 27 available American sources do not mention this subject. It may be that, in an effort to return to the spirit of Yalta, the Russians had reintroduced the matter to convince American leaders of their desire to start over again at the point where things had gone wrong. However that may be, the spirit of Geneva lingered in Europe long after the Big Four had gone home. Dulles was right, the Cold War on that continent could never be quite put back together again. Geneva has certainly created problems for the free nations, the Secretary complained to United States ambassadors in Europe. For 8 years they have been held together largely by a cement compounded of fear and a sense of moral superiority. Now the fear is diminished and the moral demarcation is somewhat blurred. 28 Dulles tried hard to chase the spirit of Geneva out of the October foreign ministers' meeting by insisting that the Russians had agreed to all German elections as a first step in any European settlement. The Russian foreign minister shot back that the Big Four communiqué said no such thing. The holding of German elections was contingent upon prior agreement to a new Central European security system, which would replace NATO and the Warsaw Pact. Things were almost back to normal. The Middle East debacle. On the very day that Dulles and Eisenhower announced the forthcoming summit meeting, May 18, 1955, Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser approached the Russian ambassador in Cairo with a request to buy arms from the Soviet Union. Some days later he frankly told the United States Ambassador Henry Byrode that, although he had initiated the matter, he still preferred to buy arms from the West. Washington eluded the issue until September 25, when at the last possible moment the State Department moved to disrupt the Russian-Egyptian contract signed in Prague a day or so before. Every step along the rocky path to the 1956 Suez Crisis bore a striking resemblance to this incident. At each point along the way the United States found itself struggling to catch up to events, with one notable exception, the decision not to finance the Aswan Dam. One of Dulles' first trips after becoming Secretary of State was to the Middle East. His report to the President stressed two obvious factors: American support for Israel, and Arab belief that Washington's policies were in support of the British and French, hindered every other effort to work effectively with Middle Eastern leaders. The whole area, he concluded, was caught up in a fanatical revolutionary spirit that led these countries to magnify their immediate problems and depreciate the basic Soviet threat. The situation was fast becoming critical, making it necessary for the United States to increase its influence in the Middle East at the earliest possible moment. The current Iranian situation underlined several points in the Secretary's report, although that country was removed from the direct confrontation with Israel. In 1951 Premier Mohammad Mossadegh's government had nationalized the Anglo-Iranian oil company's properties, creating a situation in which the United States found itself alienating each side. After attempting to sustain a precarious neutrality, the American ambassador in Tehran urged the Iranians to negotiate a compromise that would give them greater control over and benefits from the development of petroleum resources, but avoid the serious effects of any unilateral cancellation of clear contractual relationships. The United States, said Secretary of State Dean Acheson, strongly opposed the latter course or, indeed, any policy that would lessen confidence in future commercial investments in Iran and, in the validity of contractual arrangements. All over the world, with each unsuccessful effort to resolve the dispute, the United States moved closer to the British position and Mossadegh moved toward the leftist Today party and the Soviet Union. By February 1953 the American ambassador had openly come out in favor of the premier's opponents who were seeking to reassert the Shah's authority over the government as the first step in reversing Mossadegh's social policies, especially his new land reform program. The Anglo-American oil boycott against Iran had seriously weakened the country's economy, reducing the premier's popularity and thus forcing him to increase his personal power over the government. Although the details remain shrouded in mystery, it is now evident that the Central Intelligence Agency was deeply involved in paying for the coup d'état of August 19, 1953, which toppled Mossadegh and brought to power men who were eager to settle the oil dispute. Within 2 weeks the United States had granted the new government $45 million in emergency aid, the first installment on a total of $127.3 million for the year 1954. Secretary Dulles announced that these grants were in response to favorable political developments there. In August 1954 the Shah signed a contract with an international consortium that had replaced Anglo-Iranian as the other party in the dispute. 5 United States firms shared a 40% slice of this new organization. An American oil official later commented that the consortium's contract granted his firm rights that were equivalent to ownership, notwithstanding the provisions of the Iranian nationalization law. 29 Having dealt successfully with the immediate problem in Iran, the State Department turned to the general question of a Middle Eastern defense pact. Preliminary planning had begun during the Korean War, but the Iranian situation and the 1952 Egyptian Revolution had absorbed the energies of the department's Middle East experts. Originally, the proposed alliance envisioned a link-up of the northern tier states with the Arab countries through a Middle East Defense Command located at the British base in Suez. But the new Cairo government was single-mindedly determined to remove all British military forces from the Canal Zone area. Washington was extremely anxious not to alienate a still friendly revolutionary government, especially one that might divert Arab nationalism into less radical channels. Throughout 1953 the United States supported United Nations studies of various development projects that Egypt might undertake. These plans remained in the preliminary stage, however, and by 1955 American economic aid to Egypt still totaled only $30 million, less than a tenth of that given to either Turkey or Israel. On the other hand, Dulles had put considerable pressure on the British to speed up their evacuation from Suez. In any event, Egypt clearly would not soon join a pro-Western defense pact even after the British got out, and it would be unwise to pressure Cairo to do so. Instead, said Assistant Secretary of State Henry Byrode in 1954, the United States should undertake to make Iraq the principal stabilizing force in the Middle East. When Iraq and Turkey signed a mutual security pact in 1955, to which Iran, Pakistan, and Great Britain quickly adhered, Washington was expected to add its signature to the so-called Baghdad Pact. London was especially interested in United States participation, because it had agreed to meet Egyptian demands under the impression that it could count on American support for a substitute. However, Washington declined to do more than give the pact its moral support. Dulles wished to avoid offending Egypt, but he was also concerned about Saudi Arabian reactions. The United States had been extremely sensitive about King Saud's feelings since 1939, when the Arabian American Oil Company had obtained concession rights covering nearly all of his domain. Since then he had enjoyed a series of American government subsidies, including immense wartime Lend-Lease aid. At the time the Baghdad Pact was under consideration, King Saud was engaged in a mini-war against the British-supported Sultan of Muscat for control of Bahraini on the Persian Gulf. As was usual in such sacred struggles, oil potential was the heart of the matter. The United States publicly sided with the king and privately described British actions as aggressive. When Dutch diplomats asked Dulles who had first suggested that the British were behaving in such a manner, the secretary reportedly said, "Public opinion in Saudi Arabia." 30 This diplomatic gamesmanship was a dangerous enterprise, as it turned out, because the effort to resolve one set of problems by giving moral support to the Baghdad Pact, while pacifying the rest of the Arab world, produced opposite effects. The Baghdad Pact polarized the Arab countries, promoting an arms race that extended as far eastward as India, and that, instead of ensuring an anti-communist front, actually undermined collective security in the whole area. It allowed Iran, for example, to improve its relations with the Soviet Union in ways that increased Russian economic influence, much to the chagrin of American diplomats. Critics of American policy had a field day with the Baghdad Pact, pointing out that the arms the United States was shipping into the area probably would never be used against Russians at all, but against one another. Meanwhile, an Israeli strike against Egyptian strongholds in the Gaza Strip on February 28, 1955, had brought to a head the still unresolved issues left from the First Israeli-Egyptian War in 1948. The United States had supported the creation of a national Jewish state in the United Nations and had been the first country to extend Tel Aviv full diplomatic recognition. The full force of Arab nationalism had then been directed against Israel in a holy war to reclaim Palestine for its people. Each side called upon centuries of historical precedent to support its claim to the lands, each seemed prepared to battle to the death rather than compromise. After the February 1955 attack in Gaza, Nasser's generals demanded arms to carry the war to Israel. Egypt's request for American military aid met with an awkward silence from Washington, punctuated with a few hemming noises designed to stall Cairo past the immediate crisis. When Nasser found an alternative in Moscow, alarm spread from Israel to Great Britain, then to France, and finally across the Atlantic to the United States. Arab-Israeli fighting became an almost daily occurrence in the Gaza Strip. The radio voice of the Arabs in Cairo bombarded pro-Western states like Jordan with 24-hour broadcasts denouncing Israel as the puppet of Western imperialism. Pressures rose inside the United States for American arms sales to Tel Aviv to restore a balance of power in the Middle East, although Eisenhower remained doubtful about such a solution. The president leaned toward attempting a final effort to redirect these forces into an economic project that would absorb the Egyptian government and its people, as well as their resources, in a long-term undertaking to alleviate the basic conditions that underlay that country's poverty. The British thought the plan worth a try. The most likely, in fact the only, project that might meet all these requirements was Nasser's dream of building a high dam at Aswan across the Nile River that would supposedly expand cultivatable land areas and increase energy resources sufficiently to keep pace with population growth. It was estimated by World Bank development experts that the Aswan Dam would cost no less than $1.3 billion, spread out over a number of years and tied to the rate of progress. America's share might come to $400 million. On December 17, 1955, the State Department announced that the United States and Great Britain had assured the Egyptian government of their support in this project, which would be of inestimable importance in the development of the Egyptian economy and in the improvement of the welfare of the Egyptian people. But, when Nasser saw the final contracts prepared for his signature, he balked at stipulations that would have prohibited him from future arms deals with the Russians. After another session of hard bargaining with the president of the World Bank, Nasser said he was ready to sign in February 1956. Meanwhile, for a variety of reasons, the mood had changed in Washington. Dulles had run into trouble on Capitol Hill from an alliance of pro-Israel legislators and Southern cotton interests who saw little reason to support a potential enemy or competitor. Then came Nasser's recognition of Communist China, increasing the opposition in Washington with the addition of the China lobby. Finally, there was a second arms purchase from Czechoslovakia. It was decided to let Nasser down slowly, so as not to provoke a general outburst from the Arab world. Unfortunately, when the Egyptian ambassador suggested that his government had a Russian counter-offer to build the dam, Dulles interrupted him to say that the American offer was withdrawn. The method was bad, the timing, even worse. At that very moment, Nasser was in Yugoslavia meeting with the other two of the big three of neutralism, Tito and Indian Prime Minister Nehru. How he would react to this blow to his pride under these special circumstances deeply worried the British. Dulles tried to explain afterward that his announcement was intended as a serious political blow to neutrals who sought to play off both sides and would expose the Russian economic offensive as little more than a bluff. He was wrong on both counts. A week later Nasser seized the Suez Canal, promising, however, that the British-controlled Universal Suez Canal Company would receive full compensation. At first the British and French tried to thwart Nasser's plan by recalling their pilots. This move also backfired because Egyptian pilots demonstrated they had the technical know-how, along with other native workers, to run the canal as efficiently as had the Europeans. Eisenhower and Dulles quickly saw that if Nasser could prove he had the ability to abide by international obligations and in fact run the canal, it would be nearly impossible for the United States ever to find real justification, legally or morally, for use of force. 31 In Paris and London, different assessments were made. Unless a settlement was forthcoming within the next few months, British and French leaders avowed, there would be no alternative left but military force. Their terms for settlement, moreover, required total humiliation of the Egyptian government. Nasser has to be chased out of Egypt, British officials told Eisenhower's personal representative. As long as their military plans were still incomplete, however, the British and French listened politely to Dulles and his proposals for a Canal Users Association. For some reason they assumed that the United States would go along with whatever they finally decided to do. As Anthony Eden confided to Special Ambassador Robert Murphy, no one wanted direct American aid, but we do hope you will take care of the bear. 32 British officials apparently took Dulles literally when he indicated that if the Canal Users Association failed, the three allies would jointly carry the flag of decency down the canal, gunboats on all sides. Foreign Minister Anthony Eden, on the other hand, thought the Users Association a cockeyed idea, but if it brings the Americans in, I can go along. 33 Dulles finally made it absolutely clear in October that the United States was not going to help anyone else or undertake itself to shoot its way through the canal. Feeling betrayed, Anglo-French policy makers simply ceased talking about their plans. Dulles took this to mean that he had persuaded them not to do anything rash, at least for the time being. Anxiety in Washington was actually on the wane in the early fall weeks of 1956. President Eisenhower went so far as to say during a television interview that progress in settling the dispute was most gratifying and a very great crisis is behind us. Then, in mid-October, Dulles remarked to his staff, "It's very strange that we have heard nothing whatever from the British for 10 days. We must try to find out what they and the French are up to." On the evening of October 29, they found out when Israel invaded Egypt, followed 2 days later by an Anglo-French intervention based on the pretext of neutralizing the Suez Canal by attacking Egyptian airfields. Deeply angered by this relapse into unabashed 19th-century colonial behavior, Eisenhower summoned the British charge d'affaires to his office and delivered a warning that the United States would not shirk its responsibility to go to the aid of a victim of aggression in the Middle East. The charge asked if the United States would act unilaterally or would appeal to the United Nations. "We plan to get to the United Nations the first thing in the morning," the president replied. "When the doors open, before the USSR gets there." 34 Plunged into deep gloom by the schism in the West, and convinced Russia would emerge the only gainer from the debacle, the administration took up the problem of how to prevent the Soviets from achieving a permanent foothold. Nothing was left of Dulles' hope for a strong pro-Western military alliance. An Anglo-French inability to strike a determining blow had reduced the West's position to a new low. Finally, it made it impossible to take advantage of Russian troubles in Eastern Europe. During the summer of 1956, a new Polish government led by anti-Stalinist leaders had defied Moscow and survived. Imre Nagy tried to repeat the feat in Hungary, but he pushed things too far when he declared that his country wanted to join the neutral bloc. Khrushchev, who had recently denounced Stalin at the 20th Party Congress, moved just as ruthlessly to suppress the Hungarian freedom fighters. Coming when it did, the Egyptian invasion led to cynical comparisons of big power methods of suppressing disorders within their spheres of influence. At one point Dulles apparently thought that the long-delayed liberation of Eastern Europe was about to begin at last, but these fleeting notions soon gave way to the somber conclusion that nothing could be done to save Nagy's government. Eisenhower was fully aware of how explosive the situation had become to the Kremlin. "Those boys are both furious and scared. Just as with Hitler, that makes for the most dangerous possible state of mind. and we better be damn sure that every intelligence point and every outpost of our armed forces is absolutely right on their toes. 35 After Russian tanks crushed the short-lived Hungarian revolt, Moscow piled insult onto injury by suggesting that the United States and the Soviet Union impose a joint settlement in the Middle East, at the very moment it was threatening the British and French with nuclear war. Whether it was that threat or the American clampdown on Latin American oil supplies. Resources they would need even if they took the canal, because Nasser had sunk ships to clog up the waterway. The British and the French agreed to a ceasefire and a pullback. The storm was over, but in its wake came a tidal wave of new problems. The Western alliance could never be the same again, a fact made all the more evident by London's pathetic efforts to hold fast to the splinters of its special relationship with the United States. General Charles de Gaulle's return to power in France meant that England would soon have to choose which it wanted, a special relationship with the United States or a full partnership in the European political and economic community. Although Suez had temporarily freed the United States from the incubus of European colonialism, there was now no one left to uphold American interests besides herself. Recognizing this, the administration began its second 4 years in power by asking Congress to extend the president's powers to deal with Middle Eastern crises along lines similar to those in the Formosa Straits resolution. Dulles testified that he thought British and French troops should stay in Europe. "If I were an American boy," he told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, "I'd rather not have a French and British soldier beside me, one on my right and one on my left." 36 This time there was some grousing across the aisles, but the Senate complied by a 72-19 vote. The Eisenhower Doctrine, as it was called, received a grand send-off with special economic missions and the like, but most Arab states, following Egypt's lead, were no more receptive to it than they had been to the Baghdad Pact. The doctrine was directed against the incursions of international communism, but for an area still hurting from its latest military encounter with European colonialism, it seemed somewhat inapplicable. Egypt, for example, kept its native communists locked up, but found that it could do business with the Soviet Union on non-ideological questions at less cost to its national independence than it could achieve in negotiations with the World Bank. Of all the Arab states, only Lebanon adhered to the Eisenhower Doctrine. Iran, of course, continued to receive large amounts of aid on a bilateral basis, $1 billion over the next 6 years, but the cost was high in political terms. The Shah's price for accepting American dollars was protection of his throne as well as of his country. He had struck a very good bargain indeed. The president came close to invoking the doctrine to help Turkey, Jordan, and Iraq suppress a pro-Nasser revolution in Syria during the fall of 1957. He assured these powers that if Syria's Muslim neighbors felt it necessary to take action against aggression by the Syrian government, the United States would undertake to expedite shipments of arms already committed to the Middle Eastern countries, and, further, would replace losses as quickly as possible. The situation was confused when Iraqi King Hussein left a tripartite war council in Istanbul for an Italian vacation. The president's observer concluded dourly, the readiness of the Arabs to take military action in the event of border difficulties with Syria seemed slight. A few months later, however, the United States did land over 100,000 troops to protect a pro-Western government in Lebanon against the threat of a pro-Nasser coup by men sympathetic to the new Iraqi leaders who had overthrown Hussein. Some American policymakers thought the Lebanon's operation was one of the smoothest and most efficient carried out by the administration, others thought it a grossly exaggerated reaction that put the Eisenhower Doctrine in a ridiculous light. In either event, it was soon forgotten, and by 1959 the Baghdad Pact had all but collapsed with Iraq's withdrawal, leaving the United States no closer to its goals than it had been in 1953. In March 1957, the new British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan and his Foreign Secretary Selwyn Lloyd joined Eisenhower and Dulles in Bermuda for a post-mortem on the Suez Crisis. Their talks expanded quickly. 416. To take in the whole spectrum of Anglo-American differences and mutual interests. The British wanted to talk about restructuring the Western alliance to cope with the approaching era when the United States could no longer count on securing majority votes in the United Nations when, instead, Russia would be piling up the votes of new African and Asian members along with those of the Eastern Bloc to thwart the West. This was a prestige matter, in part, but the Prime Minister and his Foreign Secretary had reason to wonder about what might happen in a future Suez crisis. If Moscow shook a fistful of nuclear rockets at the imperialists, was America's atomic deterrent and its will to use that deterrent sufficient to protect British national interests? Dulles liked to look at the future situation from another angle. Was Great Britain ready to support American efforts outside of Europe? For instance, was it ready to help isolate China? Would it withdraw diplomatic recognition from Mao Zedong's government in exchange for American willingness to relax restrictions on Western trade with East Europe? At the conclusion of the Bermuda meeting, on March 24, 1957, Dulles told British newsmen that the United States would provide England with intermediate-range ballistic missiles, but congressional restrictions required that the United States retain full control of all atomic warheads. Throughout the news conference he seemed particularly anxious to convey the message to everyone concerned that Washington was not willing to put A-bombs or H-bombs at anyone else's disposal. Not since the early Cold War had Dulles been so interested in stressing restraints on power. He now seemed to recognize that widespread disorders were a positive danger to both sides. A cautious foreign aid program to Gomulka's Polish government was initiated in 1957, but without the fanfare that had accompanied American aid to Tito following Yugoslav defection from the Soviet bloc. Indeed, the administration went to some lengths to assure the Russians that no one wanted to seduce Warsaw away from other eastern capitals. Dulles' speeches now included occasional references to encouraging long-run evolutionary changes within the communist system. If the post-Stalin liberalization were in fact irreversible, America would have to be on the lookout for the unexpected. It followed that even if peaceful coexistence were a cover for increased Russian competition outside of Europe, it might be better for everyone concerned if the Iron Curtain countries remained quiet. There was little point in risking a crisis there if the main theater of the Cold War had shifted elsewhere. Besides, pressure applied on Eastern Europe had so far failed to produce anything positive for the West. Future miscalculations might lead to thermonuclear disaster. Although the Kennedy administration is usually given credit for developing these ideas into a new Cold War doctrine, one can pick up the first signs of the coming change in the months after the Hungarian Rebellion and the Suez Crisis. Dulles's re-evaluation, moreover, was underway before the Russians launched the world's first successful satellite on October 4, 1957. Far more than the 1955 Geneva Summit Conference, Sputnik raised the prestige of Russia's new leaders. It caused something of a panic in the United States. Out of this initial fright grew the missile gap mania capitalized on by the Democrats in the 1960 campaign. If massive retaliation were out the window, how would the United States resist communist advances in the Third World? A popular satirist quipped, "General LeMay is planning to send a flight of bombers around the world to impress the Russians. I'm sure it will if they bother to look down." The administration was caught not in the middle, but at the outset, of its own re-evaluation. It could hardly speed up the détente process without being accused of wilting under the strain, nor could it negotiate from weakness after all the flack it had once sent against the Democrats for accepting the evil consequences of containment. On top of this, 1957 marked the beginning of a serious recession that led pessimists to overestimate Russian capabilities in another area. Politician-businessman William Benton's early 1959 address to the Chicago Economic Club was typical of the time. He began by admitting that he took very seriously what the Russians were saying about their tremendous economic growth. Since 1957 our own economy can almost be said to have been in retreat while the economy of the communist world, Russia and China in particular, is surging forward with giant steps. Benton feared American stagnation would soon have the most profound effect upon relations with the underdeveloped countries. It contrasted badly with European developments, in particular, agreement on a European common market. Since 1945, American policymakers had been urging the Europeans to go even faster in this direction. Now they wondered whether the country was ready for the kind of competition the common market would initiate. Eisenhower took steps to meet each of these problems, but he declined to be stampeded into a New Deal-like spending spree, even when his own special commission, the Gaither Committee, reported that the United States would have to invest at least $8 billion more annually over the next several years simply to prevent the Russians from acquiring a first-strike capability of destroying the Strategic Air Command. The committee also reported that the United States would have to spend large amounts to increase its ability to fight limited wars, since the best that could be hoped for in the future was something approximating an ICBM standoff. It was Secretary Dulles, however, who pointed out during the National Security Council's discussions of the Gaither report that the international struggle was not just 418 military, and that the Soviet Union had expanded its territory and population, when only the United States had the atomic bomb. 37. To soothe missile gap maniacs, Dulles declared that a Soviet atomic monopoly on the European continent would be intolerable and that the way to counter this threat was to make IRBMs available to NATO countries on the same basis as to Great Britain. When European war games were fought under simulated battle conditions, including the use of tactical nuclear weapons, however, they revealed that the only way the United States could defend Western Europe in a limited nuclear war would be to destroy it. European leaders were not surprised. Logic told them that America's unwillingness to release the right to launch its IRBMs was proof enough that what the two superpowers really wanted were expendable advanced bases, so that Russian and American diplomats could figure out how to prevent a limited war from spreading to their homelands. French military theorists took this logic one step further, arguing that the road to world stability was not nuclear bipolarity, but the proliferation of atomic weapons. Politically speaking, at least, such a premise was probably just as valid as any other during the Cold War, especially after Secretary Dulles himself had contended that the presence of Thor and Jupiter missiles on the continent would prevent Soviet nuclear blackmail. European strategists simply disagreed with what followed from that premise. Prior to Suez and the Sputnik crisis, Europeans had relied upon the United States for nuclear protection. Beginning in 1958, that relationship began to change. Suez had made America's European allies deeply suspicious of Washington's willingness to come to their aid, whereas, on the other hand, the United States for the first time needed European cooperation to redress the supposed post-Sputnik imbalance in guided missiles. How to achieve cooperation without yielding to French demands for a share in policy determination after de Gaulle returned to power supplied another reason for re-evaluating the European Cold War situation. When Dulles saw de Gaulle in July 1958, he tried to persuade the French leader that the greater the number of nations owning nuclear weapons, the more likely it became that they might be subject to possible irresponsible use. The argument was lost on the general and his aides. It only confirmed what they had thought all along: the United States would never permit France to share in the so-called special relationship it had with Great Britain. Almost a decade later, Premier Georges Pompidou justified France's independent policy by reference to a simple personal memory of those first Dulles-de Gaulle conversations. Pompidou also remembered that 3 months after those talks, in September 1958, France had requested that a tripartite directorate be created to determine NATO policy. Dulles rejected the plan with the comment that even when things are in fact run by a small group of powers, it was unwise to recognize the fact publicly. That answer was, thought the French, no more than a clever piece of sophistry. The German crisis, Phase 2. The decision to put IRBMs into Germany, even under American control, deeply worried the Russians. According to contemporary United States interpretations, on the other hand, it was presumed that Khrushchev would try to use his Sputnik advantage to press for a favorable political settlement of the still unresolved German issue. Either way, the West Germans were making the most of the situation to push an old request that the new Bundeswehr be equipped with nuclear artillery. Like other NATO powers, Germany possessed a wide panoply of atomic-age weapons, including fighter bombers capable of delivering thermonuclear warheads. Although the West Germans were still denied the right to build their own IRBMs, such distinctions seemed less and less meaningful in a situation as volatile as a divided Germany. West German advances in nuclear technology, for instance, did not require special permission from Bonn's allies and, beginning in 1958, began to create the impression that the Germans laying the foundation for a weapons program. 38 While the political costs of developing an independent nuclear capability might have been too great for Adenauer, he gained significant leverage simply by refusing to renounce that possibility. He managed, for example, to acquire something approaching a veto on Soviet-American negotiations over German reunification. Moscow approached Bonn in 1958 suggesting a peace treaty to include reunification, if the West Germans would renounce for all time nuclear weapons. Washington was reluctant to see direct German-Russian negotiations. Consequently, Khrushchev decided to force the issue with Washington in the fall of 1958. On the surface, chances seemed good for an understanding. Dulles' German policy was undergoing some change associated with his re-evaluation of the Eastern European situation, although by no means enough to put him among those, like George Kennan, who were now ready to talk about complete disengagement, or its Eastern variant, the Rapacki Plan. In private, the Secretary re-emphasized the common interests of the United States and the Soviet Union in preventing the rise of an armed neutral, that is, Germany's marching back and forth between Russian-American demarcation lines. Then, in a letter to Adenauer in June 1958, Dulles raised the possibility of a limitation of armament through establishing significant zones of inspection which would greatly minimize the fear of massive surprise attack. 39 Although Dulles had publicly denounced disengagement only a month before, Adenauer might have been forgiven for replying that this sounded very much like it. How far Dulles would have wished to explore the idea will never be known. In those months he seemed to be returning to his early post-war position, but since 1947 the Secretary had clung to the position that the only way to control German nationalism was to lock it in behind the overlapping shields of NATO and Western unity. He and Adenauer shared that belief, in fact. It was the source of their close relationship. On November 10, 1958, Khrushchev demanded an end to the four-power occupation of Berlin within 6 months. He thus precipitated the most serious German crisis since the Berlin blockade. It would last, with periods of greater and lesser tensions, until the building of the Berlin Wall in August 1961. In the West, the Russian ultimatum was seen as an attempt to force diplomatic recognition of the East German Democratic Republic, that is, to give it an international status like South Korea or South Vietnam. Bonn had declared in the so-called Holstein Doctrine that West Germany would refuse to establish or to maintain diplomatic relations with any nation that recognized the GDR. What Khrushchev now proposed to do to get around this blockade was sign a separate peace treaty with the East Germans, thereby terminating all contracts still maintained between in questions pertaining to Berlin. Thereafter, Western access to Berlin would have to be renegotiated with Walter Ulbricht's government. In effect, the Russians were attempting to imitate American policy in ending the Japanese occupation regime. Khrushchev began his account of the new Berlin crises by blaming Stalin for accepting in 1949 terms that left East Germany at a serious disadvantage vis-à-vis its counterpart. By 1958, he continues, the GDR had to cope with an enemy who was economically very powerful and therefore very appealing to the GDR's own citizens. 40 Berlin was a funnel drawing off both manual and specialized labor. If the situation continued, he feared what would happen. I spent a great deal of time trying to think of a way out. Here was an unusually frank admission that Western policy in Europe and Germany had at last produced the magnet effect predicted for it at the time of the Marshall Plan. Despite Khrushchev's complaint, Stalin had acted in 1948 with this in mind in originating the Berlin blockade. His successors now had to come up with a new solution. On the other hand, the Western powers were, in a sense, faced with THQ, results of their own success, although of course they did not see it that way. Although rejecting the ultimatum and warning that if the access to Berlin were cut off to NATO nations they would retaliate if need be by military force, Dulles quietly raised the possibility of dealing with the East Germans as agents of the Soviet Union. The so-called agent solution appalled Adenauer. He saw it as the natural result of the kind of thinking that had gone into Dulles' earlier letter proposing to explore limitations on German armaments, and so forth. The Soviets wanted a new summit conference to discuss Berlin and Germany as a whole but settled for a foreign ministers' conference when it became clear from American reactions they would have to choose to talk or to act. The 6-month deadline was withdrawn, permitting the conference to begin in May 1959. The Geneva Foreign Ministers' Conference lasted until August, when it adjourned to await results of Khrushchev's American visit. At Geneva there were indications that the Western powers were ready to talk seriously about Germany. Their proposals included the idea of East German agents to deal with access procedures, and a quid pro quo ending propaganda and intelligence activities in Berlin itself. These concessions not only alarmed Bonn leaders, but also confirmed cold warriors from Dean Acheson to the rising liberal coalition around John Kennedy, which prepared to call down the wrath of the Americans for democratic action against the administration's bumbling foreign policy. As the situation stood at adjournment, the West held at least one negative advantage: it had emerged from the discussions with all major positions still intact. The Russians, having yielded on their ultimatum, on the other hand, were finding it difficult to explain to Chinese critics why Khrushchev felt it so important to go to the United States. Was it to bargain with the Americans, or was it to disguise a shameful retreat? Russian publicists made something of an Eisenstein spectacle out of the Soviet premier's September 1959 visit, focusing in on the emergence of Khrushchev and Eisenhower from private talks at Camp David, Maryland, with a formula for new Russian-American discussions. All German deadlines were removed. A summit conference was scheduled for the following spring, and it was announced that Eisenhower would visit the Soviet Union following the heads of state meeting. As 1960 began, pressures were once again building against meaningful negotiations. The Chinese charged that Moscow had ignored their interests and those of other socialist nations to pay for a meaningless summit meeting. Moreover, Khrushchev's antics in Hollywood at the very time the Japanese-American Security Treaty was being renewed deeply offended Peking. Eisenhower had similar barbs directed at him from West Germany and France, but in addition domestic critics who had previously charged that Dulles was too moralistic and inflexible now contended that without him Eisenhower was too pallid to stand up to the Russians. Dulles died on May 24, 1959. He had been ill with cancer for some time. It may be that his illness played a large part in the Secretary's re-evaluation of the Cold War and his historical role as steward of American foreign policy. Certainly he was a man much influenced by tradition and the weight of history, both in a public and personal sense. Later it would be contended that Eisenhower was like a prisoner set free after the Secretary's death, that his worldwide journeys in search of peace were made possible only by the demise of this powerful man. One could argue the opposite case, that Eisenhower's ability to go forward with the Cold War re-evaluation was lessened without Dulles by his side, if for no other reason than the rising democratic criticism of him as indecisive and naive. The U-2 incident illustrates the confluence of these factors, personalities, and politics at a critical moment in the Cold War. Eisenhower was criticized from two sides at once by a Senate committee for the way he handled the affair. He was blamed for bungling a summit conference and ridiculed for his lack of control of American intelligence activities carried out by subordinates. The U-2 incident began with a brief Russian announcement on May 5, 1960, that an American spy plane had been shot down over the Soviet Union. Khrushchev may have hoped to demonstrate his toughness to Kremlin hardliners and the Chinese prior to an important conference at which concessions would have to be made by both sides. Most American observers thought he made a lot of the incident because he had already decided not to risk a further alienation of bloc critics by carrying on serious negotiations. That interpretation, however, ignores the fact that the premier could not have known that Eisenhower would take personal responsibility for the flight and justify it and previous flights as necessary to protect free world security. Whatever Khrushchev had set out to do, the U-2 incident took on a life of its own, and nothing the two men could then try in order to reverse the flow of events could save the summit conference. Khrushchev demanded an apology and punishment of the guilty parties. Eisenhower offered a suspension of all future flights. The Soviet premier left Paris amidst a fist-shaking display of indignation, but when he reached East Berlin his tone had already softened. The best thing to do, he told Walter Ulbricht, was to let the dust settle for 6 to 8 months. In other words, he would take up the German problem with Eisenhower's successor. The legacy of the 1950s. China's role in the Sino-Soviet bloc had grown so much since the beginning of the decade that by the time of the 1958 to 1959 German crisis it was ready to assert its independence from Moscow. Mao might have been trying to disrupt Russian-American negotiations in August 1958 when he renewed the bombardment of Quemoy and Matsu, or he might simply have thought that with the United States preoccupied with Lebanon and the possibility of a new German crisis the time had come to eliminate a long-standing irritation. But the crisis lasted only a few weeks and ended, as it had begun, under still uncertain circumstances. During the attack one surprising development was Secretary of Defense Neil McElroy's report to the President that the Joint Chiefs no longer favored defending the islands. Since Jiang's continued reluctance to reduce his forces, there was a reflection of his hope of promoting a fight between the United States and the Chinese Communists as a prelude to a Chinese nationalist invasion of the main. 424. Land. 41 Dulles fully agreed with the defense secretary and told the Generalissimo that his posture transmitted an image to the world of a regime whose existence appears to be dependent upon a return by force to the mainland. This is an unattractive image and one which is largely regarded as unrealistic and highly dangerous to world peace. 42 After making the required rhetorical gestures, the President offered the Chinese Communists mutual renunciation of force in the Formosa Straits. Zhou Enlai promptly accepted. This second Quemoy-Matsu crisis brought British objections to even the slightest bluff that America would defend the offshore islands. But Washington's refusal to allow Chiang to involve the United States in the liberation of the mainland, was not the result of Allied pressures. It stemmed from a growing belief that, as Dulles told Chiang, rhetoric about returning to the mainland by force conveyed an unattractive image and an unrealistic assessment of the world's situation. Sprinkled throughout the later 1950s are such recognition scenes, in which American policymakers came face to face with their own Cold War mythology. We are confronted with an unfortunate fact, a perplexed Dulles said at the time of the French defeat in Indochina in 1954, that most of the countries of the world do not share our view that communist control of any government anywhere is in itself a danger and a threat. On a later occasion he could not avoid dealing with the issue and had considerable difficulty coming up with an answer. Asked to define international communism during congressional hearings on the Eisenhower Doctrine, the secretary was surprisingly unsure of himself. Secretary Dulles. International communism, is a phrase which, I assume, has a meaning from the standpoint of the Congress because it uses it very frequently, and the phrase countries controlled by international communism is a phrase which we did not invent. We picked it out of the present Mutual Security Act. Senator Jackson. We want to know what it means in connection with this legislation. Secretary Dulles. It means the same thing here, Senator, exactly as it meant and means in the Mutual Security Act. Senator Jackson. What did it mean in the Mutual Security Act? Secretary Dulles. Congress passed the act and I assume knows what it meant. 43. Although Dulles then related the oft-told tale of an international conspiracy composed of people, all of whose names I do not know, and many of whom I suppose are secret, his testimony brought out the central problem in the legacy of the 1950s to future policy makers. It was becoming increasingly difficult to find enough Russians or Moscow-trained communists to justify American intervention in the Third World. At the same time, of course, the power and prestige of the Soviet Union attracted revolutionary leaders who defied American-supported regimes. When, for example, a duly elected government in Guatemala headed by Colonel Jacobo Arbenz Guzman confiscated the United Fruit Company's properties in 1953, Secretary of State Dulles quickly moved to isolate the offenders at the 10th Inter-American Conference at Caracas, Venezuela. But he had to do it with a roundabout resolution declaring international communism incompatible with the concept of freedom in the Americas. It passed by a 17-1 vote. A provision requiring all the American states to take steps to eradicate subversion within their border gave Dulles the justification he needed to intervene in Guatemalan affairs to prevent that country from purchasing arms in Czechoslovakia. With CIA help, Carlos Castillo Armas then overthrew Arbenz and established a government that met the requirements of the Caracas Resolution. There were a few old crates which flew around, Dulles later said of the CIA's role, and dropped some firecrackers, but they were enough to turn the tide. In these countries, air cover has a tremendous significance. 44 Vice President Richard M. Nixon could have used some kind of air cover in 1958 when he and his wife were spat upon by an angry mob of anti-American demonstrators in the Venezuelan capital city. Eisenhower seemed genuinely perplexed that Latin Americans should regard the United States with any but the friendliest feelings. A letter he received from Chilean students, he recalled in his memoirs, did make a deep impression on him. The letter spelled out United States support of rich nations against the poor, of those groups in the poor countries to whom the prevailing order in this starved and illiterate America means the right to enjoy a standard of living which would be envied by the multimillionaires of the United States. That letter, the president soon discovered, only reconfirmed what other advisers, including his brother, had found in Latin America: deep discontent with American policy, even deeper dissatisfaction with oligarchic regimes. In April 1959, the United States finally reversed its position on the creation of a special inter-American bank, the creation of a Latin American common market, and inter-national commodity stabilization agreements. But the time when these remedies might have succeeded, even as temporary measures, was already past. They might have done a great deal of good immediately following World War II, but any kind of a Marshall Plan for Latin America had been ruled out by Secretary Marshall himself at the 1947 Bogotá Conference. At the outset of the Guatemalan situation, Dulles received a memorandum that recommended dropping the big stick and picking up the line that a small minority of communists had seized the means of popular expression through fraud and deception. American policy should develop hemisphere and world support for action by the people of Guatemala for the reassertion of their rights. At an appropriate time, the United States could then apply official measures such as a boycott or a quarantine to help the process along. Unofficially, we can support well-organized counter-revolutionary operations mounted from neighboring countries, if such support would contribute to their success. Looking beyond Guatemala, the memorandum suggested a way to meet growing criticism by Latin American reformers and revolutionaries. A profound effect might be obtained by initiating discussion of programs for settlement of landless or marginal subsistence farmers on underdeveloped lands. United States tradition holds that farmers should own the land they till. Thus, we might demolish communist claims on land reform without alienating any economic group. 45. Fidel Castro's successful revolution in Cuba demonstrated the impossibility of such a solution, although an effort to apply it by Eisenhower's successor would bring the world to the edge of a nuclear abyss. Suddenly one morning, Washington awoke with a start from its long post-war Latin American siesta to find a socialist regime only 90 miles from Florida. Since 1957, Castro's guerrilla forces in the Cuban mountains had aroused sympathy in those Americans who knew something about the plight of the Cuban people under Batista. The CIA watched his progress with growing concern, however, especially when the guerrillas began to gain strength and adherence from the rural peasants. The question of questions, as far as the intelligence community was concerned, was whether Castro could be persuaded, as one policy-maker put it, to follow a liberal line, as against a totalitarian leftist line. Their concern was translated into an effort to get Batista to step down in favor of a group he might designate. Ironically, Batista had come to power through a very similar process in 1933, but in late 1958 he remained determined to stick it out to the end. Which was not long from coming. In January 1959 Havana fell to the rebels. In the last days of the battle for Havana, American movie star Errol Flynn, whose Technicolor exploits on the Spanish Main had apparently left him with an unsatisfied appetite for the romance of noble causes served with daring do, joined Castro and was photographed peeping around the edge of a bullet-scarred wall. American businessmen in Cuba took a far more sober view of the situation, but on January 7, 1959, an intelligence report Eisenhower received contained information that the business community was now urging diplomatic recognition be given to Castro on the grounds that his government appeared better than anything they had dared hope for out of the threatened disruption of the economic and social order. By April it was clear Castro really meant what he had been telling reporters back in the Sierra Maestres. In May he initiated an agrarian reform program involving large expropriations of American property. That reform, in turn, became the basis of a full-scale social revolution. There could be no turning back short of repudiation of the revolution itself. The revolution became the conscience of its leaders. Something truly different was happening in the Caribbean, so long the scene of mock revolutions and sham democracies. Many original supporters abandoned Castro by the end of the year. His new adherents included former communists as well as new converts to Marxism-Leninism. The challenge was unlike anything that had faced TR or any of his successors. It required nothing less than a new policy, one to accommodate the Cuban Revolution, or one to isolate Castro and bring about his early downfall. From the summer of 1959 forward, Cuban-American relations seemed almost foreordained, as if there really were no choices for either side. Washington began to talk about cutting back the Cuban sugar quota. Castro signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union to exchange sugar for industrial goods and supplies. Eisenhower authorized the training of an anti-Castro guerrilla force in Guatemala. Khrushchev announced that the Monroe Doctrine was a dead issue and threatened to use rockets to defend Cuba. Dulles was dead before Castro became a serious problem, but the Cuban Revolution posed the very issue that had so troubled the late secretary: how to preserve and extend American interests, yet align them with the dynamic forces in the post-war world. The answer had eluded him, as had the answer to what constituted the real power behind international communism. One administration official thought that the Cuban Revolution posed a very simple and clear-cut issue. We've been needling President Frondizi in Argentina and Nehru in India every chance we get to let private enterprise have a bigger role in the economy. What do you think they'd say if we undercut them by overthrowing the principle in Cuba? 46 Brimming with theories to explain American setbacks, the new brain trust around Senator John F. Kennedy asserted that the answers to these ideological and economic questions could only be found by tough-minded young men, dedicated to revitalizing the country by a search for new frontiers to conquer. 10. Cold War Counter. Revolution 1961–1970. Lloyd Gardner. In the latter stages of the 1960 presidential campaign, both John F. Kennedy and his running mate, Senator Lyndon B. Johnson, hammered on the Cuban issue in the same way the Republicans in 1952 had pounded home the loss of China. Where Dulles had once denounced containment as a static policy practiced only by nations in moral and political decline, the Democratic candidates dismissed liberation as a word in the Republican lexicon for timidity and retrenchment. I wasn't the vice president who presided over the communization of Cuba, JFK snapped in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm not impressed with those who say they stood up to Khrushchev when Castro has defied them 90 miles away, he charged at Evansville, Indiana. Kennedy assailed the Republicans from both sides on Cuba. He blamed them for supporting the dictator Batista and also for allowing Castro to steal the Cuban Revolution and deliver it to the communists. Placed in this predicament, Vice President Richard Nixon found himself publicly defending non-intervention even though he was fully aware of, and supported the clandestine preparations then going forward in Guatemala to launch a military attack on Cuba. The Republicans were similarly caught between Democratic charges that they lacked flexibility in dealing with the Russian challenge, and had allowed a missile gap to develop to a point where they were negotiating from weakness. Against the picture of an administration grown old and set in its conservative ways, Kennedy's supporters offered the country a vision of youth and innovation, a new frontier. For all practical purposes, nevertheless, the election was a standoff. Kennedy's victory margin of approximately 100,000 votes was cellophane thin, and just as transparent. Great innovations, the president-elect dutifully cautioned his advisers with references to Thomas Jefferson's words, could not be forced on slim margins. Yet he himself had a long-standing commitment to a vision of America whose imperatives he could not put aside even long enough to consolidate, let alone enlarge, his slender victory margin. JFK wanted to prove to himself, and to the world, that America was unlike all other former world powers. Not unlike John Foster Dulles' worldview, the Kennedy vision had originated in large part as a reaction to British appeasement policies before World War II, as well as to his father's general pessimism about the fate of democracies in the struggle against totalitarian powers. As a Harvard senior, John Kennedy had written a study of Great Britain's Munich policy, later published under the title, Why England Slept. The book indicted pacifists, economizers, 432 petty politicians, and selfish business and labor leaders for British unpreparedness when the Nazi challenge reached its height. These same themes dominated Kennedy's congressional career, which began in 1946 just at the outset of the Cold War. In his 14 years as a member of the House of Representatives and then as United States Senator from Massachusetts, Kennedy proved himself an engaging young man who seldom strayed very far from current orthodoxies. The Kennedy style of doing things brought him to the attention of party professionals and liberal intellectuals who had once rallied to Adlai Stevenson. But even some of the senator's most ardent new supporters had a few uneasy moments wondering what was behind the facade of charm and wit Kennedy presented to the world. In 1958 the senator updated Why England Slept in a speech decrying America's post-Sputnik weaknesses. Within 2 years, Kennedy warned his countrymen, as Churchill had once warned Parliament about Hitler, America will have lost its superiority in nuclear striking power. Unless more dollars were spent to build bigger missiles, to provide more air tankers to refuel SAC bombers, and to redesign the entire continental defense system, the United States would find itself at Russia's mercy. Senator Stuart Symington, then the most prominent advocate of increased air power, wanted Kennedy to clinch the point. Would my able friend from Massachusetts agree that the situation which the United States faces in the late 1950s may have considerable comparability with the situation faced by the British in the late 1930s? Kennedy, the senator is completely correct. One Eisenhower's last months in office had been spent in what he later called waging peace. In his farewell address, he warned the country against the ever-growing power of the military-industrial complex that was already felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. It was essential, Eisenhower concluded, to guard against its acquisition of unwarranted influence over our liberties or democratic processes. In fact, the Republican president had been seeking a way to reduce the political influence of the new Cold War geopolitical scientists and physicists for some time. Democratic candidate Adlai Stevenson was the first to call for a nuclear test ban in the 1956 campaign. He met with nothing but derision from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Dulles, but after the political campaign was out of the way the question was reopened. Scientific reports and estimates on the permanent damage done by radioactive fallout were the principal stimulus, but it was the Soviet Union that took the initiative on March 31, 1958, to announce it was suspending atmospheric nuclear test explosions. Once again the Republican leadership derided the idea, but Eisenhower coupled Big Three negotiations on an enforceable test ban treaty with his own announcement that the United States would hold no tests for a year, unless the Soviet Union resumed its series. Treaty negotiations stalled on the old issue of on-site inspection, and Eisenhower terminated the formal moratorium at the end of 1959, but neither side resumed testing. The contrast between the young liberal, calling for much greater defense spending, and the old former military commander, a conservative, cautioning against a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions, provided observers with an unusual twist. There were perfectly reasonable political explanations on both sides, but their differences went beyond politics. Kennedy's campaign oratory had deep roots in his personal convictions, as his first State of the Union message on January 30, 1961, revealed. It was a somber cataloging of world crises, set forth in Churchillian tones of determination and eloquence. Each day the crises multiply. Each day their solution grows more difficult. Each day we draw nearer the hour of maximum danger, as weapons spread and hostile forces grow stronger. I feel I must inform the Congress that our analyses over the last 10 days make it clear that in each of the principal areas of crisis the tide of events has been running out and time has not been our friend. The higher calculus of deterrence. The new president brought to Washington a group of intellectuals, men for example, like Mac George Bundy and Richard Goodwin, to whom he looked for fresh ideas on foreign policy. He expected to be his own Secretary of State, on the Wilson FDR pattern, and chose Dean Rusk to manage the affairs of the State Department bureaucracy. Nevertheless, Secretary Rusk proved to be not only the most durable member of the Kennedy-Johnson administrations, but also one of the most influential in shaping the key Far Eastern policies of these years. Kennedy launched the new frontier by setting a 10-year goal for reaching the moon with a manned space vehicle. He hoped thereby to accomplish with one stroke several important objectives: to trim excess fat off the consumer economy and mentality, to redirect American energies toward some great national purpose, and to subsidize aerospace industries. 434. So as to close the missile gap. New frontiersmen specialized in such multipurpose projects. To them they were the means for transforming the nation according to the new politics of the 1960s. It made little difference for these purposes that only a few weeks after taking office, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara would reveal to a background press conference that the missile gap had never existed. Eisenhower had known this from the U-2 flights and other intelligence sources. The Kennedy administration knew it, too. The Russians were in fact very far behind the United States in guided missile development and production, with the single exception of thrust capability. Kennedy's special message to Congress on the revised defense budget put a new slant on the matter without abandoning entirely the old premise. It has been publicly acknowledged for several years, he stated, that this nation has not led the world in missile strength. Leaving his listeners to ponder the exact meaning of strength, the president rapidly moved on to what he considered the heart of the matter. It was not what the Soviets had on hand that mattered, but the higher calculus of deterrence. By tradition, America was committed not to strike first, hence, the United States had to be able to absorb a Soviet blow and still retaliate with overpowering devastation. It had to have a second strike capability beyond question if it were to prevent war. Secretary McNamara later added that strategic planners always had to be conservative in estimating an opponent's intentions, even more so than in estimating what he could do at the moment. Thus, he explained in 1967, in the course of hedging against what was then only a theoretically possible Soviet buildup, the United States set out to build up its own force to include 1,000 Minuteman launchers, 656 Polaris launchers, and 600 long-range bombers. By 1967 the United States had on permanent alert status 2,200 nuclear weapons, 5 times enough to destroy one-half of the Soviet Union's industry and more than one-third of its population. In 1961, continued McNamara's report, the Soviets possessed a very small operational arsenal of intercontinental missiles. On the other hand, they also possessed the technological and industrial capacity to enlarge that arsenal very substantially over the succeeding several years. Yet, as the Secretary of Defense candidly acknowledged 6 years later, the American decision and initiative, however well justified, could not possibly have left unaffected the Soviet Union's nuclear plans. The result was that both sides wound up with nuclear capacities far in excess of the needs of deterrence. To McNamara's and Kennedy's determination to proceed with new missile programs brought to an end the informal moratorium on atmospheric testing. Soviet scientists, like many of their American counterparts, were anxious to resume testing to produce more efficient warheads. In Moscow, the American decision to proceed even after the missile gap had been exposed must have seemed ominous. Khrushchev's hints that he was under extreme pressure were passed on to various Americans. Kennedy, too, was under extreme pressure. And he had given the proponents of testing a powerful argument with his own missile gap rhetoric and new defense budget. Ironically, he was also greatly interested in the success of the test ban treaty negotiations. He and his advisors, however, seemed unaware of the connections between American defense plans and their repercussions, and Khrushchev's options. Hence, McNamara's post-facto candor is incomplete as historical analysis of the political factors in the new missile race. Khrushchev was most painfully aware of what the Eisenhower administration had learned from the U-2 flights, and, therefore, of what would be passed on to the new Secretary of Defense. Even so, two Kennedy advisors received the impression from talks with high-level Soviet Foreign Office officials in December 1960 that the Russians might be prepared for action in arms control, though they also warned the president-elect that the Kremlin would give no ground on Berlin and would press its advantages in the underdeveloped world. 3. The key phrase was arms control as opposed to disarmament. As Dulles had explained just before the 1955 summit conference, the United States had countered Russian disarmament overtures with proposals for the control of armaments, which will build in U.S. atomic superiority. Whether that impression was correct or not, that the Russians were now willing to talk about arms control, the Kennedy advisors were told in plain language that if the new administration opted for massive rearmament, it could not expect Russians to sit still. The advisors replied that any Kennedy rearmament would be designed to improve the stability of the deterrent, and that the Soviet Union should recognize this as in the interests of peace. Just why the Russians should have been satisfied with such explanations once the missile gap was exposed as a campaign myth has never been explained by any Kennedy advisor. On the other hand, as McNamara admitted in 1967, Soviet strategic planners undoubtedly reasoned that if our buildup were to continue at its accelerated pace, we might conceivably reach in time a credible first strike capability against the Soviet Union. President Eisenhower's last defense budget totaled about $44 billion, McNamara's nearly doubled that figure. In the years 1963 to 1969, the Soviet Union more than quadrupled its missile force, but what troubled other observers was that the Russian tests and build-up followed the American decision to go ahead at an accelerated pace in 1961. It was not our intention to build a first strike capability, the Secretary of Defense said in 1967, but his own 1962 announcement of a proposed counterforce strategy could only have added to such impressions. Counterforce, said its advocates, was the last and best justification for building an overwhelming superiority in nuclear weapons, since it would permit the United States to retaliate upon an enemy's bases, including his hardened missile sites. For a time, counterforce replaced the missile gap as the leading rationale for spending additional billions of dollars on missiles. This strategy also had the advantage, said its supporters, of signaling the other side that the United States had no wish to destroy its cities. Prism. Ably, the Russians would understand and reciprocate by reprogramming their missiles against only military targets. Many lives would thus be saved in case of atomic war, especially if the strategy were complemented by a civil defense program including family fallout shelters. The new strategy, McNamara said at Ann Arbor, Michigan, was designed to preserve the fabric of our society if war should occur. 4. The decline and fall of counterforce was American Samoa sudden as its appearance. A little thought on the problem revealed that the Soviets could foil the counterforce plan simply by refusing to reprogram their missiles and by continuing to build ever larger bombs. In fact, Khrushchev had already detonated a 50 million megaton weapon in September 1961 and threatened to build a 100 million megaton device. Soviet tests prompted Kennedy's resumption. American military thinkers negated the usefulness of Russian super bombs. They were not able to rationalize them into the counter-force game theory. There was another, even more worrisome weakness in counter-force planning, however. Suppose the United States did achieve a 100% effective counter-force arsenal. Wouldn't that lead logically to a first strike strategy by both sides, since the Russians would have to hit first to make their weapons count at all, and since the United States would soon discover on its own that there was little point to launching 2 or 3 missiles at each empty silo. The variations and convolutions of counter-force thinking boggled the mind and the Pentagon computer. Asking Congress to finance the missile build-up in March 1961, Kennedy defended it because the United States will not strike first in any conflict. McNamara repeated these assurances on several occasions, but a question continuously arose at press conferences and interviews: was there no situation in which the United States would strike first? The president was quoted in Stuart Alsop's March 1962 Saturday Evening Post article as saying that in some circumstances we might take the initiative. However, Press Secretary Pierre Salinger quickly reassured newsmen on March 27, 1962, that the statement constituted no change in American policy from as far back as the late 1940s. But 2 days later Kennedy roiled the waters with a statement that if Western Europe were ever in danger of being overrun by conventional forces, that the United States would take available means to defend Western Europe. 5. Full explanation for these ambiguities remains outside calculations of megatonnage or minimum and maximum deterrence. Overwhelming nuclear supremacy was thought essential to convince the Soviet Union of the administration's willingness not only to make any sacrifice necessary in support of existing pledges, but also to ensure the credibility of new policies designed to meet the worldwide communist challenge. By turning around McNamara's 1967 reasoning, the drive for unquestioned nuclear supremacy became an effort to show the Soviets not only what the United States could do, but what it might do anywhere on the globe. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., explained the background and circumstances of this decision in his 8,000 Days. In January 1961, Premier Khrushchev delivered a speech, "For New Victories of the World Communist Movement," which Kennedy and his advisers took to be a declaration of war against the West by subversion, infiltration, intimidation, indirect or non-overt aggression, internal revolution, diplomatic blackmail, guerrilla warfare, or a series of limited wars. 6. That catalog, of course, covered just about anything that could go wrong anytime, anywhere. Citing recent American production and employment statistics, some of which the Democrats had themselves made good use of in the recent campaign, Khrushchev concluded that both economically and in the sphere of international affairs the principal capitalist power has entered the twilight phase, a phase of growing difficulties and crises. The next stage of world history would reveal an increasing change in the balance of forces in favor of socialism, and the intense aggravation of all the contradictions of imperialism. It would see an environment conducive to the rising struggle by the masses for democracy, national liberation, and socialism. The Soviet leader pointed to what had already happened in Algeria, Cuba, and Vietnam. His comments on the last country had special significance for Kennedy's calculations of adequate deterrent power. Why was it that the U.S. imperialists, though eager to help the French colonialists in every way, did not venture directly to intervene in the war in Vietnam? They did not do so because they knew that if they gave France armed assistance, Vietnam would receive the same kind of assistance from China, the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, and that the fighting could then develop into a world war. The outcome of the war is known: North Vietnam won. 7. The speech, notes Schlesinger, made a conspicuous impression on the new president. He took it as an authoritative exposition of Soviet intentions, discussed it with his staff and read excerpts from it aloud to the National Security Council. 8. Once again none of the president's advisers ever explained why the Soviet premier's boasts, the same boasts communist leaders had been making and postponing since 1917, should have so influenced John Kennedy, especially since his discussion of Vietnam could be just as easily explained as a reply to Chinese criticisms. Moreover, as an historical account of Soviet policies toward that struggle at the 1954 Geneva Conference, the speech was more than a little misleading, as American policymakers well knew. Yet the administration credited these boasts more than Khrushchev's indications that the Kremlin was ready for arms control talks and his release of captured RB-47 flyers, which the premier had made clear to the American ambassador in Moscow was a gesture to reduce tensions in preparation for more serious matters. The boasts did mesh with Kennedy's fears about the world's situation, and his long-range concern about American ability to meet the challenge posed by anti-capitalist powers. If the outcome of future struggles in Indochina, for example, were to be different from what had happened in 1954, it was essential that conventional military strength as well as nuclear weaponry would have to be built up. But one had to be able to climb the escalation ladder with full confidence that at some point the other side would have to yield. The two deterrents, conventional and nuclear, were mutually dependent, or perhaps better said, one and the same. The burden of Harvard professor Henry Kissinger's influential nuclear weapons and foreign policy was that the Soviet Union would always probe the weak points in our armor, and direct its political thrusts at issues in which our psychological inhibitions are at a maximum. Each successive Soviet move is designed to make our moral position that much more difficult. Indochina was more ambiguous than Korea, the Soviet arms deal with Egypt more ambiguous than Indochina, the Middle Eastern crisis more ambiguous than the arms deal with Egypt. 9. Presumably, Kissinger was revising the Alice in Wonderland fable of the Cheshire Cat, whose grin remained after the rest of its body had vanished. The grin was the most dangerous, said Kissinger, because it was the most ambiguous of all. Alice might answer, as she did in Lewis Carroll's original version. Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin, but a grin without a cat? It's the most curious thing I ever saw in all my life. But Kennedy's advisors were impressed with the Kissinger version. Thus, McNamara on February 17, 1962, the non-nuclear build-up will increase our capacity to tailor our response to a particular military challenge to that level of force which is both appropriate to the issue involved and militarily favorable to our side. Not only will it avoid complete dependence on nuclear weapons, but it will also enhance the credibility to the Soviets of our determination to use nuclear weapons, should this prove to be necessary. 10. The United States had to be at least one rung above its opponent at any point on the escalation ladder. It had to be able to fight different kinds of wars at the same time. It had to have, in short, the will and the means to deal without bluffs and without backing down. That capability had been missing at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. As Kennedy explained it to one of his policy planners, Eisenhower had been able to stand the political consequences of Dien Bien Phu and the expulsion of the West from Vietnam in 1954 because the blame fell on the French. I can't take a 1954 defeat today. 11. For former Army Chief of Staff Maxwell Taylor, Kennedy's military strategy came as vindication of views previously rejected in the Eisenhower years. The new president even chose Taylor to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs and promptly involved him in planning policy toward Southeast Asia. Of the new additions to the Army's conventional forces, Kennedy was most interested in the elite counterinsurgency corps, the Green Berets, who were trained at Fort Bragg's Special Warfare Center in North Carolina. Instructors there stressed the writings of guerrilla leaders of all historical ages, but the favorites were those connected with more modern times and problems, such as Mao Zedong, Escobedo Che Guevara, and Vion Wenjup. Once the president's interest became generally known, the counterinsurgency program developed into something of a fad within the administration. In terms of its effect on official attitudes within the U.S. government, wrote former Undersecretary of the Air Force Townsend Hoops, a far more serious deficiency was the implicit assumption that henceforth Washington would be predisposed to view an effort to overthrow the existing order anywhere as a national liberation war fomented by and for the benefit of Russia or #China. 12. Flups's retrospective concern was justified not only by what in fact did happen but also by the premise the administration had assigned to Khrushchev's boasts, and by the 1961 comments of a Marine Corps spokesman who shared Flups's skepticism about coin, or at least about the Army's self-boosting role in promoting its brand new Special Warfare Forces. "We need no special stress," said the Marine officer to a reporter. "We have been fighting guerrilla wars for a long time. We learned our lessons decades ago in the Banana Wars in Nicaragua, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic." 13. Although it went unnoticed then and later, this may have been the most perceptive and subtle comment made on the state of mind along the corridors of the busy new frontier. Disaster at the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy's opportunity to refute the supposed premise supporting the National Liberation War came sooner than might have been expected, and sooner, it turned out, than the administration was ready. Kennedy's political strategists ruefully acknowledged in the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs invasion that they had miscalculated Castro's public support and overcredited CIA expertise not only in regard to political evaluations, but also in tactical matters. The trouble went much deeper than that. Kennedy had made Cuba a prime campaign issue in 1960. Having put pressure on Nixon, the new president found himself in a position in which he had to act or risk public knowledge of his abandoning support for a brave band of anti-Castro guerrillas eager to fight for their homeland. Nixon later revealed on his own that Kennedy had been briefed on the Guatemalan preparations during the campaign. There was some indication that knowledge about the Guatemalan training base had already leaked out, creating what Allen Dulles, director of the CIA, called a disposal problem. "If we have to take these men out of Guatemala," Dulles told Kennedy, "we will have to transfer them to the United States, and we can't have them wandering around the country telling everyone what they have been doing." 14. Apparently Kennedy's conspicuous reaction to Khrushchev's recent speech had temporarily left the president without full use of his usually fine analytic powers, otherwise it is difficult to see how he could have missed the irony of Dulles's reduction of perhaps the most important event in Latin American history since the 1910 Mexican Revolution down to a simple disposal problem. That phrase should have given even the most tough-minded of the Kennedy advisers cause to do some sober second thinking. To admit that the success of the operation depended upon carefully concealing the depth of CIA involvement from the American people and the world in what was supposed to have been a popular uprising against Castro should have alerted the president to the magnitude of the disaster about to befall him, whether or not the invasion succeeded. But Kennedy confined his questions to the director to one issue: will it work? Dulles answered with words carefully chosen to guide Kennedy's thinking in proper directions. He was more confident of this operation, he said, than he had been when he had stood at that same spot, beside Eisenhower's desk and had told him that the Guatemalan coup would work. 15. On March 13, 1961, the president had taken what he considered a giant step in reversing the Eisenhower administration's neglect of Latin American social issues with the creation of the Alliance for Progress. The United States proposed to commit $20 billion over the next 10 years to the alliance, if the Latin American governments would obligate themselves to invest $80 billion in economic development and social reforms. That took care of the criticism that past administrations had supported dictators like Batista, but the Democrats had hit just as hard at Castro's communist dictatorship. During the campaign, Kennedy had at one point criticized the Cuban telephone company for giving a solid gold telephone to Batista. It was symbolic, said the Democratic nominee, of the excessive returns American corporations were demanding on their foreign investments. Aside from the fact that it was a gold-plated telephone, and was later returned after an exhibition, shot back the firm's president, Harold S. Jeanine, it behooved both the leading candidates to square such assertions with their announced desires for promoting large increases in American private investment abroad. If our government pursues short-sighted policies toward overseas investments, if it criticizes and second-guesses, as Senator Kennedy did last week, if it fails to see that our private investments are treated fairly by foreign nations, then the additional billions which both the Vice President and the Senator would like to see poured into such enterprises will have to come completely from United States government funds supported by taxes. 16. The point was well taken by Alliance for Progress planners, who envisioned that if the plan were to succeed in its goal of raising the Latin American growth rate by 5.5%, at least $300 million per year would have to be invested by private enterprise. All this was explained and acknowledged by administration officials when they testified for a bill to guarantee private investments against political risk. Mr. Coffin, well, look what has happened in Latin America just the past year, where we used to have investment, private investment of $300 or $400 million a year. It has gone down to $100 million a year just because of the post-Cuba state of mind. Senator Gore, I would suppose by post-Cuba, you mean many people fear that many other countries in Latin America are in volcanic condition politically. Mr. Coffin, this is true in many parts of the world, as you know. 17. The invasion, said CIA experts, was needed to prevent the Soviet Union from making Cuba militarily strong enough to resist all attempts to overthrow Castro. Once Cuba had achieved that strength, whether it was Castro or Khrushchev or some other communist who was fomenting revolution, the effect would be the same. Communism, not Russian military power, was the prime threat. The post-Cuba state of mind that so worried the Alliance for Progress planners had already spread to Argentina and Brazil by late 1960. Even in Peru, an alliance of convenience between rightist nationalist groups and communists was promising to make the American-owned International Petroleum Company the major issue in 1962 presidential elections. A peculiarity of the post-Cuba Latin American mentality, thought United States officials, was that some leaders, particularly Brazil's President Jânio Quadros, insisted upon offering themselves as mediators between Havana and Washington. The State Department reacted to such suggestions with pained surprise. Communism was a hemisphere problem, as decided in 1954 by a unanimous vote at Caracas, not something to be negotiated or mediated. Kennedy's personal envoy Adlai Stevenson was instructed to make that fact plain to Quadros once and for all. Asked by reporters if the Brazilian had agreed that Cuba was a menace, Stevenson replied in approved style, "I don't think anybody suggested Cuba. Communism is a threat." 18. On April 4, 1961, the State Department released Arthur M. Schlesinger's so-called Cuban White Paper, to explain to the public how communist Cuba threatened the Western Hemisphere. It began by acknowledging that the Batista regime had indeed made a violent popular reaction almost inevitable. When it came, declared the author, the whole hemisphere rejoiced. But the July 26 movement that followed was betrayed by its leaders, who allowed Cuba to be turned into a communist bridgehead in the Western Hemisphere. It was not clear, he continued, whether Fidel Castro had intended this from the start, or whether the revolutionary had simply found out too late that he was dependent upon ruthless men who were prepared to carry their ideas into action. What is important is not the motive but the result, concluded the former Harvard historian. Cuba posed a fateful challenge to the inter-American system. That same April 4 afternoon the president held a major policy review in the State Department. The subject was the planned invasion at the Bay of Pigs. The only dissenter present was Senator J. William Fulbright, who had been invited at the last minute as a result of a memorandum he had given Kennedy some days before. Fulbright had warned in writing, as he then repeated vocally, that it would be a mistake even if the military invasion came off without a hitch, because without question the United States would be left with the task of rebuilding Cuba in our own image. Cuba would become an American puppet, an American Hungary, and the U.S. would be branded an imperialist. 19. No decision was taken that afternoon, but the final okay came in the next few days. On April 17, the more than 1,700 members of Brigade 2506 waded ashore at the Bay of Pigs. Their progress was reported by Castro's Radio Havana, and on American stations carrying the predated CIA public relations news releases. It quickly became apparent which was the more accurate account. Even the logistics had been so badly bungled that the outcome was foreordained, but right-wing critics nonetheless complained bitterly that Kennedy's decision to cancel an air strike was the determining factor in the humiliation. Having suffered this reverse, the administration made an even worse mistake in relating it to everything else that went wrong. The Bay of Pigs, Robert F. Kennedy later insisted, was but the beginning of a whole series of difficulties triggered by the Communists. Russian expert and former ambassador to the Soviet Union Charles E. Bolin even suggested to the president that 1961 might be the year Nikita Khrushchev had chosen for the showdown. 20. Confrontation in Vienna. Given these assessments and his own interpretation of Khrushchev's boasts, it is not surprising that Kennedy went to his Vienna meeting with the Soviet premier in June feeling that he had to prove himself. The Vienna meeting had originally been Kennedy's idea, but after the Bay of Pigs he looked forward to it with a very different set of emotions. He had intended to convey the impression of a man sizing up the opposition. Now he felt that he had to persuade his adversary that the Cuban fiasco should not be put down to irresoluteness. Khrushchev wanted, on the other hand, to take up where he had left off with Eisenhower on the German question. At the end of their discussions, both men were disappointed by the outcome and by their seeming inability to understand the pressures on one another at home. The only agreement reached during the Vienna talks was a mutual acknowledgement that both wanted to see Laos remain neutral. The 1954 Geneva Agreement on Indochina had called for all sides to respect the neutrality of Laos and Cambodia. Laos had been carved out of Indochina by the French in 1950 and left to survive as best it could with its 3 million people wedged between the much larger populations in Vietnam and Thailand. Laotian security depended upon peace in Vietnam. Conversely, Laos became the scene of a shadow war that threatened both North and South Vietnam. In the late 1950s the Eisenhower administration had decided that Laos must be made into a bastion of freedom. To that end military and economic aid was extended to the country up to a total of $300 million by 1960. Over 80% of that aid went to the Royal Laotian Army. Laos was the only country in the world for whom the United States provided 100% of the military budget. 21 Central Intelligence Agency spooks had moved into the political infrastructure of the country and had engineered a rightist coup that drove non-communist neutrals behind Savannah Phuma into an alliance with the left-wing Pathet Lao, which was closely associated with the North Vietnamese leadership in Hanoi. Once the 1954 agreements had been openly breached, both sides poured in military aid. The Russians made the Pathet Lao a high-priority recipient of arms and munitions. The situation suddenly got out of hand, or so it seemed to Eisenhower in the very last days of his administration. On December 31, 1960, he told a White House policy conference that he wanted American forces brought into position, within striking range in the event they have to intervene against the North Vietnamese. "We cannot let Laos fall to the Communists," he vowed as the group left the room, "even if we have to fight with our allies or without them." 22 He repeated the statement of the situation to Kennedy during their final pre-inaugural conference on January 19, 1961. "Laos was so important," he said, "that if it reached the point where we could not persuade others to act with us, then he would be willing, as a last desperate hope, to intervene unilaterally." 23 Eisenhower's somewhat unusual emphasis on preserving Laos as a pro-Western neutral contradicted his own past hesitancy to commit himself so fully to any Southeast Asian government, much less to an unstable situation like Laos, which resembled at times a Gilbert and Sullivan plot. If it hadn't been for Cuba, Kennedy told an aide on May 3, 1961, we might be about to intervene in Laos. 24 Although the new president had signaled Moscow that he was not committed to a pro-Western solution in Laos, in the days before the Bay of Pigs he had considered some kind of limited intervention, if without much enthusiasm. Nor did the Russians seem to be spoiling for even a proxy fight in the Laotian countryside. Their desire to damp down the situation there may also have been a gambit to restore Kennedy's prestige so that serious negotiations could get started on Germany. However that may be, Khrushchev and Kennedy ratified a ceasefire agreement and set in motion machinery for a new international conference on Laos, which met at Geneva in 1962. This time the big powers tried to devise for the country a coalition government composed of all three main factions under the leadership of Suvarnabhumi. It was unrealistic to suppose that a Laotian settlement of any kind could stick as long as the situation in neighboring Vietnam did not improve. By 1964, events in Laos offered a preview of things to come to close observers of the Indo-Chinese situation. Khrushchev's Vienna proposals on Berlin and Germany were approximately the same as those he had presented in the past, even down to the reimposition of a 6-month deadline on an all-German peace treaty. At the end of that time, West Berlin would become a free demilitarized city, under the jurisdiction of the German Democratic Republic. He suggested that access to the city might be guaranteed and its status appropriately registered at the United Nations and sealed with the authority of this international organization. Token troop contingents from the occupation powers could be the guarantors, or, if that were not satisfactory, other measures could be discussed. What the Russians could not risk any longer were the constant provocations such as the meeting of the West German Parliament in West Berlin, or Chancellor Adenauer's June 11, 1961, pledge to 300,000 Silesians whose homeland was now part of Poland that all of Germany must be free. In addition, East Germany's drive for international status was suffering from a continuous loss of defectors to the West who escaped through Berlin. The exodus provided a continuing stimulus for West German politicians to make belligerent speeches on the reunification issue. If it were not soon halted, East Germany might eventually find itself without the human resources to maintain its nationhood. Discontent and frustration on both sides could trigger a war at any moment. Since the mid-1950s, Russian diplomatic efforts had been directed at establishing the German Democratic Republic's international status. Shortly before the abortive 1960 summit conference, Under-Secretary of State C. Douglas Dillon had delivered one of the sharpest attacks ever made on the East German government and the Russian attempts to legitimize it. Dillon had declared, "The so-called German Democratic Republic is one of the outstanding myths in a vast communist web of prodigious mythology. It was doubtful that it could survive for a single day without the presence of Soviet bayonets. It was not recognized by a single non-communist nation." Dillon's speech may have been one of the reasons for Khrushchev's decision to blow up the U-2 incident to the point where it destroyed the conference, so that he could start fresh with a new administration. In preparation for the Vienna talks, President Kennedy had asked former Secretary of State Dean Acheson to prepare the background papers on Germany. Acheson's views had remained constant over the years. Russian pressure on Berlin was the leading edge of the basic offensive thrust of Soviet diplomacy, first to remove the United States from Europe and eventually to achieve global dominance. Eisenhower's dangerous hints that some adjustments might be possible concerning the city, that it was an abnormal situation, made it more necessary than ever, thought Acheson, to reassert a firm stand even to appear irrational on the subject, if that were the only way to convince the Russians that American interests were not negotiable. The Achesonians had warned Kennedy before Vienna that any tampering with Berlin's status would demoralize the West Germans and incline frustrated German nationalists toward neutralization of all Germany as the only remaining way to buy reunification and some degree of independence from the Soviets. 25 Khrushchev's point at Vienna was that the status quo would soon disintegrate to a situation in which infringement of East German sovereignty would become inevitable. The only question was whether it would be triggered in the West or in the East. At the end of a long day's debate on Berlin, the Soviet premier declared that he offered no option, the treaty must be signed in December. Kennedy replied solemnly, "It will be a cold winter." 26 Throughout the two-day Vienna discussions, President Kennedy returned several times to the subject of the World Revolution, or, as he preferred to put it, the communist effort to eliminate free systems in areas associated with the West. He warned Khrushchev not to miscalculate the American response to these developments. The United States did not rule out sweeping social changes. These were inevitable, but they must take place peacefully and must not involve the prestige or commitments of America and Russia or upset the balance of world power. Khrushchev picked up on this point at once, asking how they could work out anything when the United States regarded revolution anywhere as the result of communist machinations. When Kennedy reported to the nation on the Vienna talks, he noted that the Russian leader had made the point that he should not be blamed for all the world's disorders. Kennedy conceded in his broadcast that the Soviet Union was not responsible for social conditions in countries where the average annual income was $60 or $70, but, he reasserted, once mass protests began, the communists move in to exploit them, to infiltrate their leadership, to ride their crest to victory. The higher calculus of deterrence also received an interesting treatment in the president's remarks. The Russians believed, he asserted, that their missiles would hold off American missiles and that their troops can match our troops should we intervene in these so-called wars of liberation. These words provided the clearest statement yet of the rationale for an accelerated armaments program. The television report from the White House concluded with a warning that our most somber talks were on the subject of Germany and Berlin. Khrushchev's report to the Russian people stressed the precedent the United States had set by concluding a separate peace treaty with Japan. As to the often heard American obligations to West Berlin, how could these be affected by the conclusion of a peace treaty with the German Democratic Republic, unless they were actually linked to the desire to do lip service to peace while keeping alive the smoldering coals of World War II? In East Germany, Walter Ulbricht was boasting about his plans to remove several irritants from West Berlin once the treaty was signed. Dean Acheson continued to have a large hand in the president's task force on the New Berlin crisis. However, Kennedy's July 25, 1961, speech calling for an additional $3.25 billion for defense, a national civil defense home shelter program, and a reserve call-up, was the product of the general atmosphere in Washington that summer, not just the Achesonian preoccupation with the German question. House Speaker Sam Rayburn, for example, was quoted in newspaper headlines as stating that the summer of 1961 was the most critical period since the summer of 1939. The immediate threat to free men is in West Berlin, declared Kennedy. But that isolated outpost is not an isolated problem. The threat is worldwide. At one point, the president's words almost repeated the Truman Doctrine. The world is not deceived by the communist attempt to label Berlin as a hotbed of war. There is peace in Berlin today. The source of world trouble and tension is Moscow, not Berlin. And if war begins, it will have begun in Moscow and not Berlin. If Khrushchev wants to rub my nose in the dirt, Kennedy confided to a newspaperman, it's all over. 27 The president had repeated in his July 25 speech that it was the division of Germany, not Berlin, that was abnormal. Eisenhower's supposed gaffe in admitting in informal press conference remarks that the Berlin situation was abnormal had put the United States in an awkward position before and since the forestalled summit conference. Anxious to find out if the new administration was merely adjusting its own position, or whether it intended something else, the Russians prodded a bit. If the United States did not regard the Berlin guarantees offered in the Soviet proposal acceptable, asked the Russian embassy in Washington, why not offer counter-proposals on its own? American officials were still struggling over the wording of a reply to that question on August 13, 1961, when East German troops began installing roadblocks and barbed wire barricades to shut off the escape routes to West Berlin. Several days later their construction workers began building the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall stopped the flow of refugees, permitting the Russians yet another opportunity to withdraw their ultimatum. Even West German political leaders breathed a sigh of relief. It had given them a solution, too. They could castigate the other side without fear that an uprising would bring into contact masses of East and West Berliners, a combustible mixture that no one could control. The Soviet Union had not been able to turn over control of all Berlin to the East Germans, Khrushchev's maximum goal, but he had found a way to ensure his German Democratic Republic clients that they would have a country. Sooner or later, the West Germans would have to recognize that fact and deal with them. Although some voices in the United States called for Kennedy to knock down the wall with American tanks, and Senator Barry Goldwater demanded a resumption of nuclear testing as the first step in a positive course aimed at total victory. The administration was equally relieved that there would be no test of wills in Berlin. Khrushchev had had to absorb world criticism for the wall, and the brutal killing of East Germans who still tried to escape over it? Nor did the wall eliminate the premier's rising opposition at home. Indeed, it probably gave new reason to challenge his foreign policies as erratic and adventuristic. The American military build-up, exposure of the missile gap in reverse, Sino-Soviet disagreements, and a host of continuing domestic problems all plagued Khrushchev's later years of office. The Cold War, which was something like a permanent crisis, interrupted normal life patterns and suspended everyone's domestic tranquility. Thus, it was hard for many people to understand why the administration wanted to liberalize East-West trade if the source of world and tension was in fact centered in Moscow. The sense of permanent crisis was heightened by the events and rhetoric of the first 6 months of the Kennedy era, especially the reserve call-up following the Vienna Conference. The growth of radical right-wing organizations such as the John Birch Society was only the visible tip of an iceberg of discontent throughout the country. 1962 began on a different note, with the administration finalizing arguments for a new Trade Expansion Act. It had already been decided to make this act the major legislative push for the year. The basic argument was to be that the United States needed a strong bargaining tariff in upcoming negotiations with the European Common Market nations. Kennedy explained to a New Orleans audience on May 4, 1962, "One answer to this problem is the negative answer: raise our tariffs, restrict our capital, pull back from the world, and our adversaries would only be too glad to fill any gap that we should leave." Then, in another interesting paraphrase of Churchill, the president declared, "This administration was not elected to preside over the liquidation of American responsibility in these great years." Administration spokesmen frequently talked about the grand design that was emerging in American foreign policy. The Trade Expansion Act was a key piece in that plan. It was needed to make sure not only that American exports continued to find ready markets in Europe, but also so that the United States could integrate and expand its economic interests in Europe with those it had developed in Latin America and the Far East. In 1954, as explained in an earlier chapter, John Foster Dulles had argued that the United States had to assume a large role in Southeast Asia in order to afford Japan continued access to sufficient markets to offset the loss of the Chinese market, continued discriminations against its products in Europe, and the inability of the United States to absorb all of Japan's surplus production. Kennedy's own home state, Massachusetts, was, of course, deeply concerned with Japanese textile exports to the United States. The president had promised textile makers that he would review American tariffs, and in fact he had raised duties on imports despite strong Japanese protests. In his New Orleans speech, the president made reference to this problem in the context of what he expected from the Trade Expansion Act. "We need the bargaining tools of the new Trade Expansion Act to bring Japan fully into the free world tracing systems." When it passed, the president asserted that the new trade law was the most important international piece of legislation affecting economics since the passage of the Marshall Plan. 28 There was much more to the grand design, of course, as it took shape in policy makers' minds. The Japanese example provided a convenient and relevant case study of the evolution of American economic policy and concerns. Despite passage of the Trade Expansion Act, there was not much else to be happy about in the summer of 1962, especially in Latin America where the Alliance for Progress already seemed stymied. Political unrest in many Latin American areas, said Business Week, growing out of a storm center in Cuba, has frightened many U.S. investors. Net private investment in Latin America for that year was only $200 million, 30% below the minimum annual goal set for the alliance. Whatever was being done to oust Castro was not enough. Simply put, time was running out for the middle-class revolution sponsored by the United States. In the first days after the full disaster at the Bay of Pigs had been realized, Kennedy pledged that if the nations of this hemisphere should fail to meet their commitments against outside communist penetration, he would not hesitate to meet his obligations to protect the security of the United States. Whether Kennedy intended the statement as a warning of unilateral action against Cuba or against those who opposed action by the Organization of American States, the administration moved as rapidly as possible to expel Havana from the Hemisphere community of nations in order to clear the way for effective measures that could not be applied to a member of the OAS. This effort culminated at the January 1962 Punta del Este meeting, when Secretary of State Rusk secured a bare two-thirds vote to remove Cuba from the Inter-American Defense Board. The deciding vote had been cast by Haiti's delegate, who, after he had been promised $5 million in alliance funds, declared that Castro's government was related to the hemisphere's total well-being. It certainly was to his government, because, without Castro, dictator François Papadoc Duvalier would never have had such leverage on the United States. Castro later said that it was the outcome of the Punta del Este meeting that led him to request Russian intermediate-range ballistic missiles, hardly an adequate explanation of what motivated Khrushchev to come to the Cuban revolutionaries' aid in that particular way. Undoubtedly, the premier and his advisors considered possibilities that such a move could in one stroke help restore Soviet leverage in other areas of the world, such as Berlin. The move would also bring home to the Americans what it was like to live with such weapons next door, just as the Russians had lived for years with American IRBMs in Greece and Turkey. Their deployment might also demonstrate to Chinese critics that the Kremlin was not soft on capitalism. This last rationale backfired, however, because Peking later blasted the move as sheer adventurism, one of the worst errors a Marxist leader could make. Whatever shaped the higher calculus of deterrence in the Kremlin, Khrushchev's decision set in motion forces that brought the world to the edge of an atomic abyss. Kennedy was most vulnerable to domestic pressures on the Cuban issue. Unconfirmed reports of Russian heavy bombers and missiles in Cuba had appeared frequently in newspapers during the summer months. Then, in September, Republican congressional candidates in Indiana and New York began insisting that the administration was trying to keep this information secret so as not to reveal Russian maneuvers to the American people before the election. Experts still do not agree on whether the Russians intended to keep the construction of missile sites a secret or not. If one assumes the weapons were for bargaining purposes, it can be argued that it was necessary to keep them a secret until everything was in place and ready. Yet when intelligence photographs became available, they revealed no effort had been made to camouflage the work. At news conferences, the president drew a distinction between surface-to-air missiles and offensive weapons, assuring the country that he was keeping a close watch over the situation. On October 14, 1962, a U-2 plane obtained the first photographic evidence of missile emplacements. The administration had several options. At one extreme was invasion, with or without airstrikes, to take out the sites and Castro with them. At the other, it could ignore the IRBMs as of no importance in the balance of power. As Secretary McNamara suggested, the latter option was premised on a belief that ruled out liquid-fueled IRBMs as an offensive threat to the United States or the hemisphere on the grounds that there was no way an attack from Cuba could be coordinated with an ICBM attack from Russia. Preparation times were different, much longer for liquid-fueled rockets, and could not be concealed from intelligence-gathering devices, human or mechanical. Kennedy defined offensive weapons in a political context, however. Had he ignored the missiles, he explained afterward, he felt sure Congress would have impeached him. In between the extreme options there stood a variety of responses, but they all led up the ladder of escalation. If either Kennedy or Khrushchev made the slightest misstep, the world would be plunged into a nuclear holocaust. The members of the executive committee, which Kennedy had established to decide upon what options were more than theoretically open, decided that the Allies generally had failed to appreciate why the presence of missiles in Cuba, if it came to that, would be intolerable to the United States. The president's first decision was that the presence of the missiles in Cuba was to be kept secret from the public until he had decided what to do to remove them. 6 alternatives, or tracks, were given serious attention. The one finally chosen was Track D, an embargo and naval blockade on all military shipments to Cuba. Track E, whose principal advocate was former Secretary of State Dean Acheson, called for a surprise attack to eliminate the missile installations by pinpoint bombing. Attorney General Robert Kennedy compared that plan to an American Pearl Harbor, dismissing it with, "My brother is not going to be the Tojo of the 1960s." Furious at being compared, however indirectly, to one of history's bad guys, Acheson rejected the Pearl Harbor analogy with majestic scorn. 29. Eventually the blockade advocates prevailed within the executive committee, but it was up to Kennedy to choose. On Thursday evening, October 18, 1962, Russian Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko came to the White House. The two shadow-boxed in a carefully preplanned way, but after the foreign minister left, Kennedy asked Secretary of State Dean Rusk if it had perhaps been a mistake not to have told Gromyko that he knew about the missiles. Such a disclosure might have given the Russians a chance to remove the weapons without a crisis. Rusk pointed out that such a warning would have been premature and might have given the Russians a tactical advantage. Besides, as Mac George Bundy put it, it made all the difference politically to have caught the Russians pretending in a clumsy way, that they had not done what it was clear to the world they had in fact done. 30. Their actions made up for the U-2 and the Bay of Pigs. Good evening, my fellow citizens. Thus began the President's message to the nation at 7 p.m. on October 22, 1962, like so many other broadcasts. But what he had to say after that was unlike anything that had ever been said. After discussing the nature of the weapons being installed in Cuba, he asserted that the Russians had been engaged in a deception, or series of deceptions, and, quoting from Khrushchev's disclaimers, revealed that the Soviets were engaged in putting large, long-range, and clearly offensive weapons of sudden mass destruction on the island. Khrushchev had said on September 11, 1962, that the armaments and military equipment sent to Cuba are designed exclusively for defensive purposes. There is no need for the Soviet Union to shift its weapons for the repulsion of Aggers Zion, for a retaliatory blow, to any other country, for instance Cuba. In the lexicon of Mislevi, still a very new language, liquid-fueled IRBMs were certainly surface-to-surface weapons, whether they could be called offensive weapons was more doubtful. Hence both Kennedy's and Khrushchev's phrases contained a number of ambiguities. 31. After several days of almost unbearable tension, during which a fear-struck world watched the two atomic giants grope for some way out of a confrontation, a message arrived from Moscow in which Khrushchev offered to remove the missiles if he received assurance that the United States would not launch or participate in an armed attack on Cuba. The next morning, October 27, a second message was received offering only a quid pro quo, Russian missiles in Cuba for American missiles in Turkey. The fact was, Robert Kennedy said afterward, that the proposal the Russians Ich bin ein Berliner. Kennedy tells West Berliners the United States will not abandon them. After Cuba, Kennedy wanted a détente, but there was still the German problem. Made was not unreasonable and did not amount to a loss to the US or to our NATO allies. 32. Indeed, President Kennedy had already ordered these IRBMs removed some time before. He was chagrined to learn from Russian sources that his orders had not yet been carried out. To accept such a proposal under pressure, however, would undercut his speech describing the secret deployment of IRBMs in Cuba as an unjustified change in the status quo at that moment. War or peace hung in the balance. If the crisis went on another week, Track E probably could not have been avoided. Robert Kennedy suggested a possible reply to the first letter as if the second had never arrived. But, in addition, the president's brother would go to Russian Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin and privately assure him that within a short time after this crisis was over, those missiles would be gone. 33. On Sunday morning, October 28, word came that Khrushchev had accepted the formal American counter-offer of a no-invasion pledge. So ended the most serious crisis to date of the Cold War and the nuclear age. There followed a significant lessening of tensions between the two superpowers which culminated the following summer with the signing of the Partial Test Ban Treaty. Appearances and realities. After the missile crisis, somewhat ironically, Kennedy emerged from the missile crisis with a greatly enhanced domestic reputation. Because it got the missiles out, his pledge not to invade Cuba was treated as a victory by the American people, but in fact it amounted to an abandonment of his own solemn declarations to remove the Castro menace. Secretary of State Rusk had talked about the future of a non-Castro Cuba, promising aid to the oppressed peoples of Cuba as soon as their government was changed. Kennedy's cool management of a major crisis also seemingly freed him from the specter of the Bay of Pigs and restored his options to a point where new beginnings could be made on a number of questions. At the height of the crisis, high administration officials were reported as having said the Russian missile deployment in Cuba would, if they were allowed to remain, give the Soviet Union sufficient first strike power to reduce if not neutralize America's retaliatory capacity to a point where it would no longer deter a Russian attack. The American public accepted this estimate, so essential to management of the Cuban crisis. But when Kennedy was asked about this specific point during a December 27 television interview, his reply demonstrated just how elusive such calculations actually were, and, more important, how lacking in candor the administration had been in dealing with the public. This was an effort to materially change the balance of power. It was done in secret. Steps were taken to deceive us by every means they could, and they were planning in November to open to the world the fact that they had these missiles so close to the United States, not that they were intending to fire them, because if they were going to get into a nuclear struggle, they have their own missiles in the Soviet Union. But it would have politically changed the balance of power. It would have appeared. Within a few seconds the president had made an assertion and reassessed it twice. The Russian missiles, he said first, had materially changed the strategic balance of power, then, he argued, they would have changed the political balance and, finally, they would have appeared to change the political balance, and appearances contributed to reality. Several of Kennedy's post-crisis speeches contributed to what might have become a new reality. I believe that we must re-examine our own attitude, the president declared at American University the following June, as individuals and as a nation, for our attitude is as essential as theirs. Cold War rhetoric did not altogether disappear. Indeed, only a few days after the American University speech, the president delivered a bitter attack beside the Berlin Wall which included this ringing denunciation. And there are some who say in Europe and elsewhere we can work with the communists. Let them come to Berlin. Even so, it became increasingly clear that the Cuban Missile Crisis had signaled an end of the post-war era characterized by Russian-American bipolarity across the spectrum of world issues, if only because the two great blocs were breaking down internally. The 1963 nuclear test ban treaty was the last straw for the Chinese Communists, who henceforth accused the United States and the Soviets of conspiring to dominate the world. France occupied a similar position among the capitalist powers. In 1963, General de Gaulle vetoed British membership in the European Common Market on the grounds that England was more of an American country than a European nation, and sallied forth on his campaign to reduce United States influence on the continent in any and all ways he could. As the original Cold War alliance system cracked and split wide apart, American and Russian leaders had increasing difficulty in holding together a single worldview of the other side. More and more energy went into the production of white papers, which actually produced less and less evidence that the source of America's woes could be traced back to Moscow or to Peking. The emotions of nearly 20 years of Cold War crisis came together on a sun-filled day in Dallas, Texas, when a former supporter of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee shot and killed the president. It was the act of a malajust radical who found nothing in either American or Russian society to admire, and whose private life was a mirror image of the state of society he despised. Dallas itself was filled with an atmosphere of hate on November 22, 1963, much of it directed personally against Kennedy. Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger on that day, but behind him were 458 passions inflamed by the Cold War, which had at last found an outlet in self-destruction. The president's assassination was an omen of things to come. The ordeal of Lyndon Johnson. According to the famous McNamara study on American involvement in Vietnam, Kennedy got into that war by rejecting another in Laos. In the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs fiasco, the President ordered his Secretary of Defense to recommend those actions which, in your opinion, will prevent communist domination of that country. Kennedy spoke of assisting Vietnam to obtain its independence at news conferences in May 1961. In private he affirmed that the American objective was to prevent communist domination of South Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh was ruled out as an Asian Tito. Kennedy sent Vice President Johnson to Southeast Asia with Maxwell Taylor in the spring of 1961. He wanted an evaluation of the outlook for America's allies Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines in the aftermath of the Laotian crisis. Johnson's report stressed that basic decisions about what would happen in Asia depended upon American actions. We must decide whether to help these countries to the best of our ability or throw in the towel in the area and pull back our defenses to San Francisco and a Fortress America concept. Both the language and the logic were familiar. After all, the premise was the same as that of the previous administration. The maintenance of free nations on the subcontinent of Southeast Asia was vital to America's allies throughout the Far East. Taiwan was the key bastion, as with the Republic of Germany in Western Europe, said the Vice President, so I believe we might profitably and wisely encourage the Republic of China in Asia to export talents, skills, and resources to other Asian lands to assist in programs of progress. South Vietnam and Thailand were the two countries in Southeast Asia itself where American military aid would do the most good and where we must move forward together. 35 The Vice President's report tallied with those Kennedy received from other advisers, as well as with his own interests in the new techniques of counterinsurgency. Even before Johnson went to Asia, Kennedy had approved CIA paramilitary operations in both Laos and Vietnam, for example, Operation Haylift, the flying of South Vietnamese agents into the north for purposes of sabotage, and Operation Hard Nose, the training of Laotian Miao tribesmen to carry on guerrilla warfare against the Pathet Lao. In early 1962, Operation Sunrise was initiated inside South Vietnam itself. This was the blueprint for raising entire villages and regrouping their populations inside strategic hamlets. By 1963, American advisers, who had numbered not more than 500 when Kennedy took office, had risen to more than 10,000. Their role in the actual fight against the Viet Cong was expanding almost daily. On July 17 of that year, the President even resurrected the old Eisenhower domino thesis at a press conference. In my opinion, for us to withdraw would mean a collapse not only of South Vietnam, but Southeast Asia. So we are going to stay there. But questions about the 10,000 American troops in South Vietnam were becoming more frequent, especially as Buddhist uprisings in Saigon threatened to bring down President Diem's government. Diem's response to dissent and criticism was more repression, justified by labeling all his opponents as Viet Cong. The miracle of Diem's one-man democracy, as one enthusiastic American supporter had called his rule, was badly tarnished by the smoke from rioting and self-immolations. As the protests built to a peak, not even the CIA was willing to continue its support of the doomed regime. Late in August 1963, a cable was sent from Cape Cod indicating that the United States would not block any spontaneous military revolt against Diem. Other hints were forthcoming in the next several weeks, punctuated with cutbacks in economic aid and the recall of pro-Diem officials from Saigon. 36 The August 24, 1963 cable that informed American representatives in Saigon of the administration's decision not to tolerate the present situation went beyond speculation on the future, stating that the ambassador and country team should urgently examine all possible alternative leadership and make detailed plans as to how we might bring about Diem's replacement if this should become necessary. 37 South Vietnam's self-determination was never an important consideration, except to State Department briefing officers when they talked to newsmen. These signals were picked up by a junta of military officers who overthrew the government on November 1 and 2, 1963. Diem and his brother, Prime Minister Ngo Dinh Nhu, were summarily executed. Elements in the junta, however, were apparently inclined to enter into negotiations with the National Liberation Front and North Vietnam itself. Even if this did not happen immediately, rivalries within the group threatened such a possibility in the future. Meanwhile, many of the same men who had advised Kennedy on Southeast Asia lost no time in urging the new president to step up the American presence to meet the Viet Cong threat and to supply backbone to the badly divided South Vietnamese leadership. On November 24, 1963, Henry Cabot Lodge met with Johnson. Along with Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, George Bundy, and CIA Director John McCone, he had been expecting to report to Kennedy on his just completed review of the American position. Now, however, he was the bearer of bad news to an already emotionally drained president. Diem's overthrow, began the special ambassador solemnly, had set loose various forces that were threatening political chaos. The Viet Cong were redoubling their efforts in the countryside to take maximum advantage of this instability. Even the army, or ARVN as it was called, that managed the coup suddenly seemed to lack the will to fight or leaders to instill that spirit. Hard decisions would have to be made at once if the situation were to be saved. Unfortunately, Mr. President, ended Lodge, you will have to make them. One of those present that day noted that Johnson scarcely hesitated at all. I am not going to lose Vietnam, said the president. I am not going to be the president who saw Southeast Asia go the way China went. 38 Within days Johnson had turned the problem over to a Vietnam working group under the leadership of a hitherto obscure Foreign Service officer named William H. Sullivan, who was given all necessary authority to subpoena whatever information or aid he might need from any branch of the executive department. Sullivan's final report, delivered to the White House in an unbound loose-leaf folder, tacitly accepted the thesis that Hanoi guided the National Liberation Front and proceeded to consider methods of persuading Ho Chi Minh to cease and desist. The recommendations ranged from sonic boom raids against the North Vietnamese capital city to tit-for-tat bombing. If the Viet Cong killed a village official, a factory in the north would be bombed. Should that extreme be necessary, the United States would have to be prepared to back up its policy against a massive North Vietnamese intervention. It might even become necessary to send as many as 100,000 troops to fight in South Vietnam. 39 Although it was not incorporated into the conclusion of the Sullivan Report, several advisers were also coming to a conclusion that a bombing policy would help to nip any neutralist bud that might be ripening in Saigon and to bolster morale generally. Secretary of Defense McNamara listed this factor at or near the top of the list of reasons he gave for the bombing policy as late as 1967, even in the midst of his own effort to persuade congressional hawks that there was nothing to be gained from stepping up the attacks on civilian targets. As it turned out, Johnson decided to test the tit-for-tat policy first in Laos in the summer of greater than 964. American pilots had been flying reconnaissance missions over Pathet Lao territory, with sharp orders not to shoot at anything unless and until they were fired upon. When and if that happened, however, the reconnaissance missions became in fact air raids upon Pathet Lao targets and, claimed the North Vietnamese, targets in their territory. Having ruled out negotiations leading to a possible neutralization of South Vietnam as only another name for a communist takeover, the Johnson administration faced the problem of how to put together the coefficients of victory in the midst of a national election campaign. Barry Goldwater's strident call for total victory in the Cold War considerably eased Johnson's task. He could bank upon liberal support if he stayed close to the image of a Kennedy in the Cuban Missile Crisis, cool and restrained, yet filled with determination to see that America's obligations were honored. During the evening of August 4, 1964, millions of Americans were startled to hear the president disclose in a television broadcast that North Vietnamese patrol boats had attacked United States destroyers in the Bay of Tonkin on 2 separate occasions. He had already ordered retaliatory attacks against the installations that supported those boats. Then the president asked Congress for the authority to take all necessary steps, including the use of armed force, to assist any member or protocol state of the Southeast Asia Collective Defense Treaty requesting assistance in defense of its freedom. The first draft of the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution was in fact drawn up on May 25, 1964, 6 weeks before the actual events. Saigon's generals were beginning to doubt that the war could be won in the south and had urged American support to cover the Cambodian-Laotian border, while South Vietnam went to war against the north. On May 23, 1964, Assistant Secretary of State William P. Bundy prepared a scenario for the next 30 days that culminated in a full-scale bombing campaign against North Vietnam. The congressional resolution was part of that plan, to pave the way for what would have to come later. But after hearing explanations of the attacks from Secretaries Rusk and McNamara, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, J. William Fulbright, declared to his colleagues that he had no questions at all. One only want to make a very brief statement. The promptness and suzerain with which all of you exhibited on this occasion was commendable. 462. And I also think the restraint with which you used overwhelming power in the area is a new attitude on the part of a great power that is extremely beneficial and I think will be effective. 40. Fulbright soon regretted those words and his no-nonsense efforts to speed the Tonkin Gulf resolution through the Senate. Only two of his colleagues voted against the measure, Wayne Morse and Ernest Gruning. Both men prophesied that the Senate would soon regret its precipitate action. Morse hinted at provocations by the American vessels and even suggested that the whole episode might be a fabrication. 4 years later Senator Fulbright had joined the Dove faction in the Senate, and his committee was probing into the proximity of the American destroyers to American-sponsored South Vietnamese naval attacks in the Gulf of Tonkin. Chronologically, if not geographically, the proximity was great. But McNamara gave no ground in his later testimony from his original position. The destroyers were not involved and did not know of the attacks against North Vietnamese islands. During the remainder of the presidential campaign, Johnson essayed the role of the unruffled skeptic, not a little alarmed by the reckless statements from the Republicans about what the United States had to do to defeat the Viet Cong. In October, for example, he remarked, "Sometimes our folks get a little impatient. Sometimes they rattle their rockets some, and they bluff about their bombs. But we are not going to send American boys 9 or 10,000 miles away from home to do what Asian boys ought to be doing for themselves." Few noticed that the administration had stepped up the American presence by 1/2 during this same period, from 10,000 to 15,000. Serious discussions were also underway about the results that might be expected from a bombing campaign against the North. The new ambassador in Saigon, Maxwell Taylor, had reported that for the first time the North Vietnamese were sending regular army units into South Vietnam along the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos. Air Force Chief of Staff Curtis LeMay offered blunt advice concerning the need to bomb. "We are swatting flies, when we should be going after the manure pile." 41. By early 1965, the NLF controlled most of the countryside outside of Saigon. Peace efforts by United Nations Secretary-General U Thant were underway to bring the war to an end which, under those circumstances, meant the end of the Saigon government. Administration policy makers set their jaws and issued grim public statements about the war. Walt Whitman Rostow's analysis was typical. "It is on this spot that we have to break the Liberation War Chinese type. If we don't break it here we shall have to face it again in Thailand, Venezuela, elsewhere. Vietnam is a clear testing ground for our policy in the world." Rostow listed himself among the strongest advocates of general air strikes to punish the North Vietnamese for what they had done and were doing to the other half of the country. On February 7, 1965, the Viet Cong attacked American installations at Pleiku, destroying several aircraft, killing 7 men, and wounding 109. A retaliatory attack was ordered immediately on targets in North Vietnam. George Bundy had been in South Vietnam at the time of the Pleiku raid, discussing the feasibility of initiating bombing missions. He was extremely excited by the attack, insisting upon the retaliatory raid in a special message to Washington. In a cooler moment he told a newsman, "Pleikus are streetcars, that is if one waits watchfully, they always come along." 42 Thereafter, the air strikes were transformed almost imperceptibly into a systematic bombing program. What had supposedly begun as a campaign to demonstrate American sophistication and flexibility under trying circumstances instead rapidly became a horrifying example of what happens when the most powerful industrial nation in the world intervenes in a small agrarian-based country, not just to the testing ground, as Rostow put it, but also to the health of the industrial nation. The spring of 1965 saw the first round of protests across the nation, the so-called Teach-In movement that began at the University of Michigan and spread eastward and westward within days. In a major speech at Johns Hopkins University on April 7, 1965, Johnson responded to his critics, "Once the men in Hanoi understood, once they gave up their expansionist aims, they would be as welcome as any other nation in Southeast Asia to participate in a massive economic rehabilitation program that he was initiating to develop the Mekong River Delta area. It could provide the whole area with food and water and power on a scale to dwarf even our own TVA. But to share in this effort to replace despair with hope and terror with progress, Hanoi would have to admit responsibility for the war in the South and give up its 4-point peace program, especially its ridiculous demand that the National Liberation Front be recognized as an independent political force entitled to a seat at the negotiating table." He concluded with a ringing declaration to friend and foe alike. "We will not withdraw, either openly or under the cloak of a meaningless agreement." Originally, the NLF had demanded recognition as the sole genuine representative of the South Vietnamese people, so that Hanoi's 4-point peace proposal of early 1965 was in truth something of a compromise. But Washington's position over the 3-year period 1965 to 1968 remained that to yield on this point was tantamount to surrender. A William Bundy-authored memorandum of November 29, 1964, accurately described what the administration meant by negotiations. The U.S. would be alert to any sign of yielding by Hanoi, and would be prepared to explore negotiated solutions that attain U.S. objectives in an acceptable manner. The U.S. would seek to control any negotiations and would oppose any independent South Vietnamese efforts to negotiate. 43 American troops were increased to 125,000 in the spring of 1965 and then on by giant steps to more than 500,000 by 1968. But the real measure of America's stake in this conflict came in bombing reports. In an incredibly short time, the United States had dropped more bombs on tiny Vietnam than in the entire Pacific Theater during World War II. By 1967 more bombs had been dropped than in the European theater. Then, more than in both. Finally, by 1970 more than had been dropped on all targets in the whole of human history. Napalm was poured into the village infrastructure of the Viet Cong, and weed killers were sprayed indiscriminately to reveal their hiding places. After returning from a White House strategy session, an Assistant Secretary of Defense remarked bitterly, "We seem to be proceeding on the assumption that the way to eradicate the Viet Cong is to destroy all the village structures, defoliate all the jungles, and then cover the entire surface of South Vietnam with asphalt." 44 But still the war raged on, and no sign came that Ho was ready to say ouch, and go home. American protest grew louder. In 1966, Fulbright brought Secretary Rusk to Capitol Hill to testify, under the bright glare of television camera lights, before a national audience. Rusk remained dignified through the ordeal. Nothing Fulbright or others said shook him from his position that all that was required for peace was that the other side would just stop what it was doing. Rusk never came back again to face the openly hostile committee. Instead, Under-Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach gave the senators his opinion that the Tonkin Gulf Resolution was the functional equivalent of a declaration of war. Only when yet another request for additional troops came from the American Army commander in South Vietnam in February 1968, following a major Viet Cong offensive during the Tet holidays, did the combined opposition of outside critics and administration skeptics force re-evaluation of the situation. The Tet Offensive had demonstrated that the United States did not in fact control the situation, was not winning the war, and that the enemy retained enormous strength and vitality. It also pushed a wavering Secretary McNamara to the ranks of the doubters, where he was no longer of use to the president. His successor, Clark M. Clifford, had advised Democratic presidents since Harry Truman. As a member of the White House team that had put together the Truman Doctrine speech, Clifford's Cold War credentials were among the oldest, and his previous Vietnam positions had apparently kept them to date in the era of liberation wars. But Clifford had also been known for his ability to predict the likely consequences of every important presidential act upon the body politic. If Johnson had sought reassurances in these areas from the long-time Democratic advisor, Clifford was a great disappointment. He almost immediately set himself against the Vietnam stalwarts Rusk, Rostow, and Generals Maxwell Taylor and Earl Wheeler. The issue was General William Westmoreland's request for 206,000 fresh troops, so that, as the Hawks put it, the enemy's desperate gamble in launching the Tet Offensive could be turned into the decisive campaign to end the war. Clifford's first response took the form of purely military questions. If present strategic concepts required these men, was it time to reassess the concepts themselves? He was also concerned about larger issues. The United States had spent close to $100 billion on the Vietnam War. More than 30,000 Americans had been killed. All that the nation had to show for these sacrifices was a drearily repetitious body count of enemy dead. And no end in sight. Westmoreland's troop request would mean a reserve call-up and national mobilization. It would mean that the gold outflow from the country, along with the inflation rate, would continue and intensify. Clifford's preliminary questionings met a cool reception in the White House. "The basic decision in Southeast Asia is here," Johnson had once reported to John F. Kennedy. He was still sticking to that judgment in March 1968. March 12 was a day of decision at the polls in New Hampshire. There was only one issue in the Democratic primary in that state, the Vietnam War and President Johnson's handling of it. Senator Eugene McCarthy polled 42.2% of the votes against Johnson's write-in total of 49.4%. The total spelled disaster to the professionals, who warned the White House that with another primary coming up in Wisconsin on April 2, the Democratic Party is on the edge of rebellion. Unhappy with his new Secretary of Defense's surprising turnabout, the President called upon another of the original Cold Warriors, without doubt the most distinguished of all, former Secretary of State Dean Acheson. When the President asked for his opinion on the war situation and the recommendations he would make on reinforcing Westmoreland's forces, Acheson reportedly replied, "With all due respect, Mr. President, the Joint Chiefs of Staff don't know what they're talking about." 45 Johnson liked this advice no more than other dissent on the war, but he gave Acheson authority to make an independent inquiry into the whole Vietnam posture. The former Secretary of State quickly assembled a council of wise men, formerly known as the Senior Advisory Group on Vietnam. They met in the White House on March 25 and 26, 1968. Cyrus Vance, one participant from a group that represented the most powerful and influential foreign policy elite in the country, later said to a reporter, "We were weighing not only what was happening in Vietnam, but the social and political effects in the United States, the impact on the U.S. economy, the attitude of other nations." 46 Against the collective wisdom of the foreign policy establishment, Johnson had no more leverage. On March 1968, he addressed the American people, explaining that he had ordered a partial halt in the bombing of North Vietnam. Then he announced that he would not seek renomination. In order to ensure the neutrality of his office in the remaining months, he had to find a way to start peace negotiations. Johnson's farewell speech did not mean that he had abandoned the field to his critics within the Democratic Party nor his hold over the selection of his successor, Vice President Hubert H. Humphrey. The explanations of his speech sent to American representatives in Asia indicated that he did not regard the suspension as anything more than a tactical concession, easily reversed should circumstances warrant. Top priority would be given to re-equipping South Vietnamese forces. Weather limitations made bombing above the 20th parallel questionable for the next 4 weeks, anyway. Hence, we are not giving up anything really serious in this time frame. Moreover, air power now used north of the 20th can probably be used in Laos and in SVN. 47 The new scenario for Vietnamization did not quite follow this pattern, but the apparatus for that plan is clearly foreseen here. The world in 1968. Elsewhere, the world had not stood still while America worked out its Asian dilemma. Time and again the point came up in the discussions of the Senior Advisory Group on Vietnam that the United States was so tied down in the jungles of Southeast Asia that it could not meet its obligations in other corners of the world. The Dominican Republic, for example, which had once been put on display as the showplace of the Alliance for Progress, had deteriorated into chaos by April 1965 when the military junta governing the island was attacked by followers of the deposed liberal president, Juan Bosch. The rebellion was supported by both liberals and radicals, but Vietnam critics deplored the administration's knee-jerk reaction in sending 23,000 troops as unjustified and a product of simplistic anti-communism. Actually, Johnson suffered criticism once again for a policy he had inherited from Kennedy. At the time of dictator Rafael Trujillo's assassination in 1961, the late president had examined the situation in these terms: there are 3 possibilities in descending order of preference: a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime, or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the second until we are sure that we can avoid the third. 48 Juan Bosch's democratic regime had lasted only 6 months before being overthrown by the junta, which ruled the country for 3 years. After some disapproving gestures, the United States gave the military regime its backing. At least it was better than the third alternative. What is important, Johnson reiterated to the Building Trades Council after he intervened to save the generals, is that we know, and that they know, and that everybody knows, that we don't propose to sit here in our rocking chair with our hands folded and let the communists set up any government in the Western Hemisphere. Lyndon B. Johnson was not going to be the man who lost Indochina or permitted the rise of another Caribbean Castro. Events had run ahead of State Department penmanship this time, but in due course United States Ambassador Adlai Stevenson produced a Dominican white paper speech for the Security Council. Near the end he listed the few known communists in the rebellion and closed with these words: "I would remind you that only 12 men went to the hills with Castro in 1956, and that only a handful of Castro's own supporters were communists. I would also remind you that Castro, too, came into power under cover of constitutionalism, moderation, and cooperation with others." 49 Stevenson's announcement of the Johnson Doctrine, which asserted America's right to determine the nature of Latin American revolutions. Even to predict when precisely it became necessary to intervene against secret elements hidden deeply under the covers of constitutionalism, moderation, and cooperation was singularly inappropriate before a world body in 1965 whose membership was increasingly composed of nations that had recently undergone social upheavals, revolutions, and other crises of self-determination. It did not help Latin American moderates, the supposed backbone of the Alliance for Progress, who had to deal with pro-Castro minorities. Nor did it help Stevenson's reputation and his usefulness to have him associated with a doctrine more far-reaching than the 1905 Santo Domingo Customs receivership, and more obviously imperialist than its corresponding Roosevelt corollary. It was an embarrassing moment for the United States and those who wished it well in its world responsibilities. The worst was yet to come. On September 15, 1965, Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman Fulbright delivered an attack on the Dominican intervention which ranged across the state of the nation's international position. He later expanded the speech into a book, The Arrogance of Power, published in the midst of the national debate over Vietnam. Perhaps it had taken the Dominican intervention to bring out the real depth of concern about Vietnam, perhaps it worked the other way. In any case, Fulbright replied to stalwarts of the president's position that many of the letters he had received after the speech expressed concern about the role of the Defense Department and the role of the Central Intelligence Agency in the conduct of our foreign policy. These were the most obvious targets in what was beginning to be a complete re-evaluation of America's world position. The first full-scale foreign policy debate since 1947 had been initialed in the teach-ins. Now it was being carried on in Congress. The real challenge in Latin America was not communism in the Dominican Republic, but a new wave of nationalism that downgraded ideological considerations. Right-wing nationalists and military governments were adopting policies hitherto branded Castroite or communist. In Peru, for example, a junta headed by General Juan Velasco Alvarado overthrew the constitutional government and justified the action with charges that previous governments had sold out the country's interests for more than 40 years. Then the junta seized the properties of the American-owned International Petroleum Company. Whether the Peruvian example would immediately set loose a wave of neo-Peronism in Brazil and Argentina as well was difficult to predict. "I do not know what form it will take," declared Chilean President Eduardo Fremont Alva about the coming revolution, "whether Soviet Communist, or Peking, or Castro, but it will come within a decade unless we integrate our minds and purposes." 50. In Europe the common market was integrating the minds and purposes and especially the trade of France and West Germany with those of other countries, both to the west and the east. Adenauer's successors in Bonn were busy building bridges to East Europe, or perhaps reconstructing them from past plans. Plagued by an excess of post-Stalin liberalism at home and in the satellites, the Soviet rulers were particularly vexed by Czechoslovakian liberals, who had the temerity to demand national self-determination. Finally, in August 1968, acting under the Kosygin-Brezhnev doctrine, a mirror image of the Johnson Doctrine, Moscow proclaimed its responsibility to uncover the capitalists hiding behind masks of democratization, and intervene to crush the spirit of liberty. An important sidelight of the Czech intervention was the reaction of the State Department, which, for the first time since the Cold War began, spoke in background. "I have a plan." Nixon became the peace candidate in 1968 by default. His plan turned out to be a variation on a theme once used by John Foster Dulles. Briefings of spheres of influence. Quite clearly, the administration wanted to continue the semi-détente with Russia, including liberalized East-West trade and new measures for arms control. General de Gaulle had set in motion policies that his successors also continued, capped in the spring of 1966 with the announcement that France would formally quit NATO in 1969. Despite growing differences with its former Cold War allies, the United States found that France's leadership in the common market did not block American economic expansion on the continent. American corporations found the common market, in the words of a French authority, a new Far West for American businessmen. In the year 1965 to 1966, for example, American domestic investment rose 17%, 21% in the rest of the world, and 40% in the common market. On the 20th anniversary of the Truman Doctrine, a military coup demolished Greece's latest effort to achieve democracy. This occurred while the United States Sixth Fleet was riding anchor in Failran, the port for Cold War Counter-Revolution 1961 to 1970. 473. Athens. 51. For 20 years the Truman Doctrine had guided American policymakers in the Cold War. At the end of that time Greece was no closer to a solution of its basic domestic problems than it had been in 1947. Greece had seen the first counterinsurgency campaign of the Cold War. Now there were similar campaigns in Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Africa. None promised more than temporary success. Later that summer, Israel attacked Egypt while the United States and the Soviet Union looked on nervously, exchanging reassurances over the hotline established between Moscow and Washington after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Israel won the Five-Day War, but a new Palestine Liberation Front, modeling itself after other movements, arose to challenge both the Israelis and Arab leaders. At Cornwallis's surrender, the band had played the world upside down. By a series of odd twists of fate, the Republican candidate for the presidency, Richard M. Nixon, found himself the peace candidate in 1968. Conclusion. The critics of the American empire open a door to create an American community. William Appleman Williams. The essence of American foreign relations is so obvious as to have been often ignored or evaded. It is the story of the evolution of one fragile settlement planted precariously on the extreme perimeter of a vast and unexplored continent into a global empire. But few historians have dealt with the reality as reality. Disclaiming a theme, they have had no choice but to wander the limbo of paradox. All have written, willy-nilly or with the kind of a priori certainty that slams the door on truth, that the American empire just grew like Topsy. The Pentagon Papers have put an end to that nonsense. Any realistic account of American foreign policy emphasizes the ideas, groups, and individuals who exercise determining power. The skeptics and the critics are overwritten in the analysis just as they are during the struggles to control policy. In an important sense, therefore, such history, whether written by radicals or reactionaries, is neither misleading nor inaccurate. The victors did win. Unless it is presented in great detail, however, such history is incomplete. Those who lost are not examined as carefully or as thoughtfully as those who ran the show. And that means a failure to realize fully the basic relevance of history as a way of learning vicariously, the failure to consider and explore alternatives that were not tried, as well as to evaluate the choices that did become policy. It is important, therefore, to review the major options that were offered by various Americans during the 2 centuries in which the nation moved steadily toward its ultimate position as the world's first superpower. It is helpful to realize, in considering such critics, that they can be grouped into 3 major categories: those who have philosophical disagreements with the policy makers, those who manifest temperamental differences, and those who use foreign policy largely as a demagogic means to other ends. One existing policy can be, and often has been, attacked by men and women who are more conservative, as well as by others who are more liberal or radical, than the decisions makers who wield power. The temperamental critic, on the other hand, may agree with much of the substance of existing or proposed policy. His opposition involves a preference for prudence rather than excessive enthusiasm or commitment, or vice versa. Disagreements at that level can lead into philosophical conflicts, but, at least at the beginning, such opposition is less fundamental. As for demagogues, a few of them do occasionally propose, in all seriousness and for its own sake, an extreme version of an alternate policy. They more usually seize upon a vague or specific dissatisfaction and manipulate it for their own personal benefit, or use it as a device for achieving quite different objectives. Some of the Tories who opposed independence for the American colonies might be classed as demagogues of excessive advocacy, but most critics of that first and fundamental American foreign policy are better understood as men who were philosophically more conservative and temperamentally more cautious. They were deeply committed to the social and political institutions of England. The minority among them who considered the possibility of creating a similar society outside the British Empire insisted that it would take decades if not generations to effect that change. Those men and women displayed a deeper commitment to their principles, moreover, than most subsequent critics of American foreign policy. They left the colonies to remain within the British Empire, moving either to Canada or England. Once independence was won, differences over foreign policy continued throughout the long struggle over the Articles of Confederation and the Constitution. 2 factors make it difficult to define and to discuss the critics of that era as a neat, stable, and homogeneous group. First, since the government was changed, the critics of the Articles became de facto defenders of the new constitutional status quo. Second, there was from the beginning an implicit agreement among most of those involved on both sides the value and even necessity of expansion. The latter point becomes apparent upon examining the coalition that carried the battle for the foreign policy of independence. Samuel Adams and George Washington were strikingly different men, but they shared a vision of America as a great and expanding nation. But Adams, along with many of his countrymen, was also committed to a more egalitarian society and to a more decentralized form of government. They were more critical of English society and its manifestations than the Washingtons, and the Articles of Confederation fairly represented their ideas on how to combine democracy at home with further expansion. They were dedicated to the philosophical principle that men could not have meaningful self-government and social democracy under one large, strong, and centralized government. Thus the conservatives, Washington, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton, became the critics once the Articles of Confederation became the instrument of government. They were further to the right in social and political philosophy, and they argued that centralized government and expansion were necessary to maintain any meaningful degree of self-government, to acquire the resources required to underpin representative government, and to ensure security. Both groups included individuals who were prudent or exhilarated about the prospects for American expansion under their preferred general system. The major differences involved the nature of government and the need for a nationally directed foreign policy. In a real sense, therefore, the men who opposed the Articles of Confederation must be viewed as the most effective critics of American foreign policy in the history of the nation. They changed the system. They created a strong central government capable of organizing the existing society, and of acquiring, rationalizing, and deploying additional resources. Perhaps most importantly, they effectively propagated the idea that a large and powerful nation was a necessary condition for meaningful and sustained self-government and for economic and social welfare. Yet their victory hinged to a significant degree upon the commitment to expansion among their opponents. The anti-constitution men also wanted more land, more commerce, and more markets. They were also the messianic missionaries of a responsibility to reform if not to transform the world in the image of America. That crusading zeal, as well as a different social philosophy, became apparent with the outbreak of the French Revolution. The irony was sharp. Having acquiesced in the adoption of the Constitution, the former anti-constitution men agitated vigorously to use the new and more powerful government machinery to support France as well as to acquire more real estate from Spain and to weaken Britain's control of world commerce. Washington was quietly confident that the American empire would emerge in good time, and hence, as a prudent man, he criticized his own supporters who wanted war with England against France, as well as the reformers. A similar view and temperament impelled John Adams to follow the same course. His courageous action avoided a potentially disastrous war, but at the price of his political future. By irrevocably splitting his own party, Adams ensured victory for the former anti-constitution men who had embraced the new system of political economy. Their imperial rhetoric and propensities were soon translated into the realities of policy. The critics of Jeffersonian democracy were a strange lot, a handful of conservative New Englanders and a clutch of even more conservative Southerners who for largely different reasons opposed the general expansion advocated, undertaken, and justified in the name of republicanism, land, markets, and a duty to mankind. The climax of that confrontation came when Madison decided to go to war with Great Britain. 478. Taine. Neither the logic of John Taylor of Caroline County, Virginia, nor the cutting rhetoric and shrewd political skills of John Randolph of Roanoke, nor even the more overt opposition of New Englanders could thwart the imperial consensus. That was the first time that critics failed to prevent the new America from initiating war. The second defeat came a generation later, when even giants like John Quincy Adams were unable to block routine expansionists like President James K. Polk from using the by then generally accepted belief in an American empire for freedom to maneuver the country into a blatantly aggressive and imperial war against Mexico. Adams, a former expansionist become prudent, considered it absurd to argue, as Polk did, that the extension of slavery enlarged the area of freedom. His logic and morality were impeccable. The trouble was that too many fellow citizens wanted Texas or California or both or even more. It might be argued that the critics were generally effective during the half-century after the war against Mexico. The campaigns mounted by various interest groups to acquire Cuba, the Yucatan Peninsula, Lower California, Nicaragua, Canada, and Hawaii were defeated. Secretary of State William Seward's grandiose imperial plans were largely thwarted, and other expansionists were dismissed or ignored. Such an analysis can be presented rather persuasively, at least for the years between 1848 and the massive depression that jolted the nation in 1873. Americans were preoccupied with the struggle to control the Trans-Mississippi Empire, with the issue of slavery, and with the question of whether or not to grant full citizenship to the former black slaves. Yet there is little, if any, convincing evidence that the majority of Americans truly abandoned their fundamentally imperial outlook during that short interlude. First, the Civil War was in vital respects a battle to dominate an existing continental empire and to determine the nature of further expansion. Second, only a small number of white Americans were committed to equality for black Americans, most were more concerned with gaining power to further their own interest in the developing industrial agricultural society. Third, fighting Indians in the West as well as the Confederacy in the South, Northerners were actually waging a two-front war between 1861 and 1865, and the conflict with the Red Man continued for a full generation after General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox. Finally, the majority of Americans were directly involved in the post-Civil War shift from commercial and territorial expansion to the overseas imperialism of the late 19th and 20th centuries. The new expansionism promptly generated several kinds of criticism. The least effective opposition emanated from those who counseled prudence. They agreed that America was probably headed for world empire but argued that it was unwise to force the pace. Those who concentrated on fighting the acquisition of Hawaii and the Philippines, and the establishment of a semi-colonial protectorate over Cuba, were only slightly more influential. They moderated some aspects of American rule, but a good many of those critics accepted or embraced imperialism without colonialism, which seriously weakened their impact. Three other groups offered more fundamental opposition. Many reformers, including women struggling for equality as well as men advocating changes in the domestic political economy, initially fought to emphasize internal issues. At least in some respects they were effective, but most of them came either to acquiesce in, or to support more actively, the imperial foreign policy developed under Presidents Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. Indeed, some became enthusiastic about the prospects of reforming the world in the image of their own progressivism. A much smaller cluster of dissidents, including conservatives from New England as well as Midwestern socialists and other radicals, began to develop a rigorous intellectual critique of the argument that expansion was the high road to freedom and welfare. Still another band stressed the moral contradictions involved in undertaking to dominate the world marketplace and refit other societies to the pattern of America, while at the same time solemnly saying a secular mass to the principle of self-determination. These controversies were a central question at the turn of the century and they remained such throughout the ensuing decades. The imperial thrust overpowered all such opposition. Aided by the defection of some earlier expansionists like Robert La Follette who became strong critics, Eugene M. Debs and his socialist followers did keep the issues alive. But they could not change policy. Their efforts were nevertheless significant because they prevented the imperialists from operating routinely as though empire was unquestioned Americanism and because they created the base for opposition to American intervention in World War I. That battle culminated with the resignation of Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan in protest against President Wilson's policy and the imprisonment of Debs for opposing the draft. Throughout his career Bryan had been a reform imperialist, anti-colonial, but eager to displace Great Britain as the master of the international 480 marketplace and to uplift and reshape the world. He had always been confident, moreover, that the vast power of the United States made it possible to realize both objectives without recourse to any large-scale use of force. He had gradually accepted the need for periodic interventions designed to introduce or to maintain the American way in less advanced societies. Then came World War I. It became for Bryan the valley of death. The European imperialists held both flanks, Germany on the move in the name of an organic society and a claim to equal empire, and England and France with their demand for assistance as the original empires for freedom and as lesser evils than Germany. Behind him were those domestic critics, once his allies who nagged him with his own rhetoric. And directly ahead stood President Wilson, a man determined to extend American power and reform the world even if it meant war in the name of democracy and the open door. Bryan honored his principles. He resigned in protest against Wilson's no-exit confrontation with Germany over the use of the submarine. Once again the irony was sharp. The able critic of traditional colonial expansion, who had prepared the way for Wilson as the unrivaled advocate of reform imperialism, had sensed that such a thrust for global empire might well subvert America's true claim to leadership. Bryan's act was certainly the high point of critical politics during the century after the Mexican War. A Secretary of State resigned because of philosophical, moral, and pragmatic differences with a president who was the hero of the American commitment to expansion in the name of welfare, prosperity, and democracy. Never before. And not yet since. A strong argument can be advanced that subsequent American foreign policy was determined when Wilson accepted Bryan's resignation and went on with his own effort to apply the open-door policy to the world. There are grounds for saying that, at least to that hour, the tension between imperialism and its critics remained real and potentially creative, but that, after Bryan was sent home to Nebraska, American imperialism could be moderated and changed only if its external critics forced the issue effectively. I am inclined to accept that analysis. American involvement in the war, a certainty once Bryan was gone, ended any remaining chance for the domestic critics by themselves to force the policy makers to honor their avowed principles, let alone to redefine the meaning of America and thereby change foreign policy. True, the struggle continued. If one looks only at the fight over Wilson's League of Nations, it can be said that a coalition of conservative, reform, and radical critics won a significant victory, that is, by preventing American entry into the League. Such men blocked Wilson from institutionalizing American power as the leader of an elite bloc of industrial nations capable of controlling the rest of the world. The flaw in that analysis lies in the crucial votes cast against the League by conservatives who insisted that America could accomplish the imperial objective without making such extensive commitments to England and France. The true test case, moreover, involved the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia rather than the League of Nations. The League without Russia was like the Civil War without true equality for black Americans, yet that was precisely how Wilson defined the League, and the critics could not force the president to recognize the Bolsheviks or invite them into the League. In practice, Wilson and other policy makers applied the principle of self-determination only to those societies that were willing to self-determine themselves within the framework of the status quo. The episode anticipated the later statement by policymaker Dean G. Acheson, "We are willing to help people who believe the way we do, to continue to live the way they want to live." Several kinds of critics continued to function during the 1920s. Intellectual reformers and radicals offered incisive and persistent critiques of specific actions in foreign affairs, organized protests, and generated considerable if vague and unfocused sympathy for a non-interventionist policy. A smaller number of old progressive political leaders, often led by Senators La Follette, William E. Borah, and Hiram Johnson, drew upon that support in mounting their own efforts to limit and to control economic expansion in Latin America, to terminate various interventionist operations, and to deal more positively with the revolutions in Russia, China, and Mexico. A relatively handful of conservatives also struggled to evolve a more rational and moderate foreign policy. Two important figures in that effort were Dwight Morrow and Herbert Clark Hoover. Morrow played a vital role in reducing the tension between Washington and the revolutionary government in Mexico, and in advocating a general policy of accommodation instead of intervention. Hoover fought bravely to limit overseas loans and investments to those that were non-military and economically productive, and warned repeatedly that direct government participation in such expansion would lead on to political and military involvements. After he was elected president, he moved effectively to terminate existing interventions in Latin America, refused to become engaged in the conflict between Japan and China, and, after the onset of the Great Depression, made the first moves toward the ultimate recognition of the Soviet Union. Hoover was not anti-capitalist and certainly not opposed to extensive 482 American involvement in the world marketplace. But he recognized the dangers of relying on the national government to solve every problem and sought unsuccessfully to revive and extend the spirit and practice of citizens cooperating among themselves. He felt deeply that military intervention in the affairs of a small nation, or a controversy among major powers, was a measure of last resort rather than a routine instrument of policy. Perhaps because of the paradoxes and contradictions in his thought, yet certainly despite them, he remains one of the most challenging critics of American foreign policy as it developed after 1890. The opponents of America's imperial outreach were temporarily strengthened by the Great Depression, although Hoover became the scapegoat for that devastating failure of the economic system. Turned inward by the collapse, Americans became increasingly receptive to critical analyses of the political economy. The one that probably exerted the most influence on attitudes about foreign affairs was an investigation of the munitions industry headed by Senator Gerald P. Nye. The committee's extensive research, and forceful interrogation of witnesses, dramatized the vast power of major economic leaders to influence government policy makers, underscored the importance that policy makers themselves assign to economic considerations, and revealed the extent to which an elite controlled foreign policy. The Nye hearings evoked wide public concern to avoid being drawn into another war without clear and sufficient reason and without greater participation in the decision by the citizenry. The hearings also reinforced a new burst of criticism that attacked most of the other aspects of existing foreign policy. Edwin Borchard, a distinguished international lawyer, led the conservative assault. He bitterly attacked the drift toward involvement in another war and repeatedly warned that the Congress and the citizenry would find it extremely difficult to recover the initiative and power that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was gathering unto himself in order to handle foreign affairs as he wished. His strictures were prophetic of the continuing extension of secrecy and elitism. Charles Austin Beard opened the way for liberals and leftist critics. A brilliant and path-breaking historian, he stressed the importance of economic pressures on the policy makers and increasingly argued that the inability to end the Depression at home turned the politicians ever more toward an even more interventionist and expansionist foreign policy. The full potential of that opposition movement was never realized, however, because the social policies and international activities of Fascist Italy, Imperial Japan, and Nazi Germany increasingly divided the critics among themselves. The assault on American expansionism became, within a few years, an embittered argument about whether and when to intervene against the Axis powers. This was perhaps most tellingly revealed by the impressive campaign mounted by one group of critics. During 1937 to 1938 to intervene in support of the loyalist government of Spain against its reactionary opponents. Other erstwhile critics began to stress the need to preserve the American system, whatever its weaknesses, inequities, and dangerous trends, as the lesser evil that could be reformed at a later date. Another group was caught up in a revival of the urge to use American power to help and to reform the world. And a smaller band suffered a kind of disillusionment, the inescapable reality of man's horrifying behavior in Italy, Germany, and Japan seemed to discourage them to the point of abandoning their belief in the possibility of extensive reform, let alone radical or revolutionary change. They saw intervention as necessary to preserve American society as the best possible system. Echoes of Thomas Jefferson. Some Americans continued, however, to resist the drift toward war. For a time, until they, too, began to fight among themselves, those critics formed a strange coalition, avowedly revolutionary radical, pacifists, traditional reformers, New Deal liberals, conservative intellectuals, and businessmen of almost every outlook, enterprise, and influence. Some stressed the loss of democracy at home that would occur as a consequence of a war ostensibly fought to save it, others denied the existence of any serious threat to American security, and another block emphasized the need to concentrate on dealing with the depression or on restoring some imagined past. However, different their substantive arguments, many were united by a rising anger about the way foreign policy seemed increasingly removed from the influence, not to mention the control of the concerned citizenry. The attack on Pearl Harbor ended that particular phase of dissent over foreign policy, but various critics resurfaced long before the end of the war. The concern about secrecy and dissimulation was never really stilled, and some conservative critics became steadily more irate as President Roosevelt embarked upon a series of high-level conferences with British Prime Minister Winston Spencer Churchill, Russia's Joseph Stalin, and other Allied leaders. Although most Americans accepted the wartime alliance with the Soviet Union, many remained skeptical of, or more directly opposed to, the idea of any general accommodation with communists. Roosevelt faced rising opposition after the Yalta Conference of February 1945, which the harshest conservatives termed a sellout of Eastern Europe and China. That attack was a prelude to the even more 484 embittered assault upon policy-makers and their supporters after the Chinese Communists overturned the crumbling government of Chiang Kai-shek in 1948 and 1949. The distortion and hysteria created by that wave of irresponsible criticism bore little relationship to the actual policy adopted by the administration of President Harry S. Truman. It was nevertheless effective in seriously weakening the Department of State, in pushing Truman even further to the right, and in undercutting the vastly different kind of criticism offered by reformers, enlightened conservatives, and radicals. Those latter elements had tried, after Roosevelt died, to prevent the Truman administration from embarking upon a global crusade against communists and others who questioned the American prescription for the world, and from undertaking a global program of economic, political, and military expansion. All such critics recognized that the creation and use of nuclear weapons made it imperative to honor the principle of self-determination, and to abandon the commitment to establish a global Pax Americana. They were too few, and too divided, however, and their efforts largely collapsed once President Truman fired Secretary of Commerce Henry A. Wallace for publicly opposing the administration's increasingly harsh and militant policy. A handful of conservatives, liberals, and radicals continued the struggle to arouse the public to the dangers of a global imperialism in the name of freedom, but they were not effective until Lyndon Baines Johnson greatly expanded the nation's already extensive intervention in the Vietnamese Revolutionary Civil War after the election of 1964. Prior to that crisis, certainly the historian has no choice but to conclude that the critics had failed to change the traditionally expansionist character of American foreign policy. Despite their brave and weary persistence, and despite their perceptive critiques that more often than not were verified by subsequent events, the marginal colony had become the imperial colossus. Born of empire, America had become an empire. Then, irony of ironies, there arose a new coalition of critics who fought the empire in the name of community welfare, the very rallying cry of the ancient English venture into empire. The cutting edge of the new criticism was composed of a handful of professors and other intellectuals who understood that history offered the best way to learn about fire without incinerating oneself. They were soon joined by an increasing number of students who learned from their own history that power and wealth without community came to ashes. Together, through the Tiakhins and the early protest demonstrations, the students and the professors forced the policy makers and the public to recognize that a new and powerful force of criticism was gathering strength. Then support appeared among the conservative heirs of John Quincy Adams and Herbert Hoover, men like Senator J. William Fulbright, who used his chairmanship of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to educate the general public through televised hearings featuring testimony by major public figures. Fulbright's involvement was very probably the turning point in the anti-war movement. Intentionally and otherwise, the leaders who appeared before the committee did many things that created ever broader support for the critics. Such officials opened a window on the ugly and terrible nature of the Vietnam conflict. They revealed the indifferent and arrogant elitism of most high policy makers, an elitism that included not only the expropriation of the right to rule through deception and manipulation, but also a self-righteous confidence in their own morality and ability. They laid bare the distortion of ideas and ideals that made it possible to invoke the principle of self-determination in order to disrupt coherent cultures and civilizations and to set and to enforce severely restrictive limits on the functioning of ostensibly independent governments. In a different way, the Fulbright hearings served as a national adult education course that revealed some of the deep roots of the war in America's traditional attitudes toward foreign policy. They also did much to legitimize the anti-war position and offered serious reason to believe, whatever the temporary setbacks, that the campaign could be effective. Thus encouraged, other men like Eugene M. McCarthy and George M. C. Govern made the war a central issue. Their involvement prompted even more extensive revelations about the nature and cost of American intervention in Vietnam. Other factors added further strength to the critics. One was the increasingly unavoidable conclusion that the war could not be won short of ever more massive intervention by the United States. American expansion had finally been brought to bay by the dedication and will and bravery of women, children, and men fighting for the right to determine their own future. A second was the demonstrated unwillingness of American leaders to respond or even to adapt to all such considerations unless they were forced to do so by sustained and general opposition. And the third was the gradual integration of the angry dissatisfaction about the domestic failures of the American political economy with the opposition to the war. That kind of coalition had developed during the Great Depression, but it had not been characteristic of later opposition to foreign policy. There were two principal aspects of the convergence during the 1960s. One was 486. The growing involvement of different groups of people, black, workers, women, and older citizens who earlier concentrated their energy on their own vast problems. The second was the related realization among policymakers that the war had to be terminated in some fashion in order to deal with rising opposition at home. Although the Vietnamese set the outer limits of the American empire, the failure of the empire was in the deepest sense due to its inability to provide the domestic democracy, prosperity, and welfare that it promised. And so one president retired and his successor increasingly committed himself to withdrawal. It seems clear, in the late summer of 1971, that the leaders of the American empire are on the defensive. They are engaged in pulling back from the extreme involvements and commitments that have grown out of the traditional American belief in the magic quality of a new frontier that will solve all existing problems, resolve all moral dilemmas, and guarantee happiness evermore. In that vital respect, today's critics have succeeded for the first time since the adoption of the Constitution. They have generated deep and wide opposition to a policy that evolved from a broadly accepted outlook and faith. The possibility at last exists to realize a true American community.